In a battle of lightning powers, who would win? Hammer-wielding Thor or the mighty Zeus? Could the sun god Ra defeat Hades and escape his terrifying underworld? And could the third eye of Lord Shiva burn Anubis into ash? We'll measure the feats and statements of the gods of many different mythologies, weighing them against their own pantheons and their mightiest cosmic contemporaries around the world. And once we've cracked the code and run the numbers, we'll have definitive proof of which mythology has the most powerful gods. But before we start, we'd like to make it clear that whatever our findings are, this video is not meant to disparage anyone's genuine spiritual beliefs. Our depiction of the legendary figures and gods should be taken with a grain of salt and the knowledge that we don't claim to write the canon. With that small caveat out of the way, let's begin this celestial skirmish by starting with some of the most well-studied gods in the world, the Olympic pantheon of Greek mythology. We've got some serious contenders, folks, from the lightning bolt-hurtling sky god Zeus to the lord of the sea Poseidon to the master of the underworld Hades. These three brothers are the baseline for what makes a powerful mythological god. While most of the other Greek gods and goddesses are mighty in their own right, none can claim to be truly equal in prestige or power to Zeus, Poseidon, and Hades. After the Titanomachy, a grand conflict where the gods overthrew the primeval Titans for control of the universe, Zeus and his two most famous siblings gambled amongst each other for who would lead the pantheon. Although Zeus won the coveted spot as father of man and leader of the gods, the fact that the brothers chose a game of chance implies that their skill in combat is comparable enough that a three-way battle between them would have had an uncertain outcome. Of course, this is not the only measuring stick for strength among the Greek trio. Each possesses its own special abilities, unique from the other two brothers. Hades, for example, possesses the supernatural power of invisibility, which, while not boasting the raw, destructive power of Zeus's lightning or Poseidon's oceanic storms, would give the Keeper of Souls an advantage in executing surprise attacks and retreating from the battlefield. The paranoia that might come from Hades' potential presence would be enough to make any of his enemies wary, especially considering that he can manipulate the crust of the earth in order to create gaping chasms and fissures. When Hades stole Persephone from her mother, the earth goddess Demeter, he was able to open the earth, abduct his target, and disappear back below the ground while closing it behind him, all without being stopped by any of the other gods. Though Zeus's eventual intervention led to an uneasy compromise between Hades and Demeter, it is clear that Hades commands great power, especially within the territory of the underworld. As the one who judges the souls of the dead, Hades can inflict elaborate karmic punishments on any soul within his realm. The fate of King Sisyphus is one such example, condemned to forever push the same boulder up the same hill, only for it to tumble back down to the bottom every single time. This ability is less impressive, however, when you realize Hades can only use it on dead humans and quasi-divine beings, such as nymphs and naiads. It wouldn't help him win a bout against another god. His brother Poseidon is better known for messing with living heroes, including Odysseus, whom he turned the ocean against for many years. Though he is a marine god, Poseidon is able to cause terrible earthquakes, thus rendering Hades' geokinesis a non-factor in a fight between them. At sea, he can command the wind and rain, stirring up powerful storms and tidal waves. His greatest feat, however, was creating horses, the equine animals that would go on to revolutionize warfare the world over, as well as become the favorite animal of many young children. Poseidon's powers are still limited, however, in comparison to his brother Zeus, who controls the sky above and can shake the earth just as easily while also dropping lightning bolts from on high. Zeus once defeated the monster Typhon, who was too fearsome for the other members of the Greek pantheon, by lifting up a mountain and hurling it into the creature's head. There's also the father of man's ability to shapeshift into anything from a white bowl to a beam of sunlight, which, while mostly used for, recreational purposes, might have greater capabilities than Zeus lets on. Through these three brothers who represent the pinnacle of the Olympian pantheon, we can understand that a truly powerful god must be able to command the elements throughout a major portion of the mortal realm, at least the earth, sea, or sky. Additionally, they must also be able to hold a position of authority or some important station within their pantheon without being meaningfully challenged by any similar god in that role. Let's see how these Olympians stack up as we move on to our next pantheon, the Norse gods. Even a cursory look at Norse cosmology reveals that the Viking pantheon resides within 9 realms, which are mostly within the control of their leader Odin. A wise and shrewd chief god, Odin made bloody sacrifices to the universe in exchange for greater power. He obtained an infinite source of knowledge by dropping his eyes into the well of Mimir, gained the power to compel other beings through poetry by questing for the mead of inspiration, and became fluent in the runic alphabet and their magical properties by impaling and suspending himself from the Tree of Life for 9 days. Yeah, Norse legends are just kinda metal like that. While the mythological record doesn't feature Odin in combat as much as some of the other Norse gods, he is classified as a god of war due to being the ruler of Valhalla, a great hall for Viking warriors who met their fate in the heat of battle. Odin is more than a mere fighter, he is a strategist of impeccable quality who has foreknowledge of all events within his 9 realms. Odin's wisdom places him a cut above the prior chief gods we've mentioned. For all their elemental fury, the Greek gods were defined in their actions by mortal flaws and pettiness. Zeus's lustful escapades, Poseidon's personal beefs with mortals, and Hades being afraid to leave home most of the time. We can at least relate to that last one. Odin would run circles around these predictable brothers with his intelligence, and his own sons may very well be the Olympians' rivals in terms of strength. His most celebrated offspring is Thor, the Norse god of thunder, who trivializes Zeus's lightning bolts with his own divine weapon, Mjolnir, a striking hammer or axe-like projectile that can kill most beings in the 9 realms in a single blow, as well as summon storms and lightning. Thor's other artifacts include the Megingjord belt, which doubles his already godlike strength, and his chariot-pulling goats, Snarler and Grinder, who break mountains in half as they ride. From the looks of things, the Norse gods are simply operating at a higher level than the great gods. However, they do have a clear weakness, and that's their vulnerability to prophecy. Most of the Norse pantheons are fated to die tragically in a cataclysmic event known as Ragnarok. A lenient reading of this could imply that this means Odin, Thor, and the rest of the kin are invincible in any other battles besides the one destined to be their epilogue. But since we're measuring actual power and not the relative thickness of their plot armor, the fact that the Norse gods can die means they will inevitably die. Their immortality and their overall ability to win fights are limited by the existence of Ragnarok as a concept. In order to go to a higher level of power, we'll need to explore a pantheon that's transcended death itself. We'll have to take a trip down to the Nile River Valley and meet the gods of the ancient Egyptian pantheon. Arising from a watery abyss of primordial chaos and building a new world out of the ether, the various Egyptian gods possessed the elemental control and vast knowledge of the chief gods of previous pantheons, but their portfolio also extends to such universal concepts as order and life itself. The god Osiris even survived his own murder at the hands of his brother Set, becoming a guardian of the underworld and a judge of souls comparable to Hades. Osiris shares the responsibilities over the afterlife with Anubis, who was the original solemn caretaker of the souls before Osiris livened up the place. It can be a bit harder to conceive the power of many of the Egyptian gods, as most of them had more important things to do than get into fights. The Norse, and to a lesser extent Greek gods, were often understood through the lens of warfare, seeing as they had constant battles against mythical beings in many of their stories. The Egyptian pantheon, on the other hand, was rather uncontested in most of their duties, keeping the cosmos balanced as the thriving civilization that worshipped them continued to evolve politically. However, the cyclical, thrilling adventures of one particular deity demonstrates him to not only be a top-tier champion of battle, but also a god that completely transcends the limits of death. His name is Ra, king of the gods, and in addition to being the god of the sun, he is the creator of life and an essential part of Egyptian cosmology. Every day, Ra sails in a mystic divine boat that carries the sun through the sky, and every night when the sun goes down, Ra sails a different boat through the underworld and battles all the monsters of chaos and evil that exist there. Every morning, no matter how difficult the battles, Ra returns with the sun. It's one thing for Osiris to survive death, but for Ra to continually face the symbolic death of traveling into the underworld and returning makes him officially a being beyond the very concept of death. In addition, there are versions of Ra's lore that grant him power over the secretive names of all things. This magical ability is more powerful than Odin's manipulation of the runes, as Ra can wholesale speak beings into existence simply by calling out to their essence. This is an extension of Ra's ability to bring Me'at, or order, from Isfet, or chaos. In this way, Ra not only created the conditions for life to exist within his cosmology, but also gave humanity the capacity to create civilization and pursue higher-minded goals. In terms of power scale, we've gone from the Greek gods that have control over nature and the world of mortals, to the Norse pantheon that has control over many realms and forbidden knowledge, to Ra of the Egyptian gods, who oversees creation and exists above its limitations. This would seem to be the highest power level we can go, but there is one pantheon that reaches an even greater level of divine might. Can you guess which one? The Trimurti of Hindu mythology are a trio of supreme deities that govern not only the creation and preservation of the universe, but also its destruction. However, to attempt to put the role of each member of the Trimurti so simply would be a disservice to how truly powerful they are. In a cosmology where the aspects of creation, destruction, and preservation are given equal weight, our mortal conception of what these processes even mean is called into question. Brahma is the god of creation among the Trimurti, and his origin has a few similarities to the rise of the Egyptian gods. Before Brahma existed, there was only a vast ocean of nothingness, and then he hatched from a golden egg that he himself created before he existed. Once he had a shed in his eggshell, the first god in the Trimurti created all the planets and stars as well as the living things that populated his creation. The exact details of Brahma's role in the Trimurti beyond this description are the subject of continuing academic study and debate. But it's important to note, for the sake of gauging his power, that Brahma can return to creation from absolute nothingness. This means that no force of destruction, not even the next member of the Trimurti who we'll get to, can truly prevent Brahma from simply existing again and creating an entirely new universe. This proves to be one of the only conceivable blind spots of Lord Shiva, who is sometimes referred to as the Destroyer in the context of his role in the Trimurti. Though this title sounds ominous, Shiva is not an evil being. He is in fact, among other things, a yoga instructor and a music teacher who bestows cosmic wisdom upon mortals and gods alike. His true nature is not violent, though he is certainly capable of it when there are demons to destroy. Rather, it's more accurate to think of Shiva as a being that personifies necessary change. Much like the dimension of time, Shiva is impartial and total in his destructive potential. This is shown in one of his iconic aspects, the third eye, which can reduce anything, including other gods, to mere ashes. Once this cycle of reality reaches its natural stopping point, Shiva will destroy every part of the universe and leave behind only nothingness. But as we've established, Brahma can simply bring it all back. But a universe of only creation and destruction wouldn't truly exist in any meaningful way, which is why Vishnu, the third member of the Trimurti, tends to its preservation in his many avatars. Now, on paper, it would seem as though Vishnu could be equal in power to the gods of absolute creation and absolute destruction, but there are several stories that show how powerful he is. Across many of their shared myths, Vishnu and Shiva have fought several one-on-one duels, and the winner is different every time. It's therefore generally believed that the two rival each other in fighting ability. This makes intuitive sense, as Vishnu wouldn't be much of a preserver if he was easily bowled over by destruction. Though given that change is inevitable, Vishnu will sometimes allow himself to take the L if it means something good for the continuation of the universe, in whatever form that may be. When comparing the chief gods across these many mythologies and belief systems, there is no contest that the Trimurti rank highest in terms of power, followed by Ra, then Odin, then Zeus. But the world is much bigger than these mythologies, and there are many other gods out there in the collective human consciousness that have been worshipped as the mightiest of all. Could the god of the underworld beat the god that can shake the earth to its core? Would the god of war stand a chance against the goddess of war? All will be revealed in today's introduction to the great Greek masters of the universe. Number 20. Morpheus, the god of dreams. Okay, so when it comes to outright power, we're sure some of you are going to disagree with us today on a few matters. Nonetheless, it's not as if Greek gods were always busy having celebrity death matches. When it comes to who was boss, there's room for debate. For instance, who was more powerful, old Morpheus, who could get into your dreams and control them? That's not a bad power if you want to mess with someone's head. Or was his father Hypnos more powerful, since he was the sleep god, albeit a gentle kind of god? We guess Hypnos wins. We mean the god tricked Zeus not once but twice. He put the king of the gods to sleep, for God's sake. That's some accomplishment. His mother was also Nyx, and as you'll soon see, she frightened everyone, including Zeus, who was reluctant to go near her. On top of this, Hypnos' tricks affected the outcome of the Trojan War. So with this in mind, his son Morpheus might not have been as powerful. Still, he didn't just make people dream about their teeth falling out or milking blue cows. He was important because he sent messages from other gods into people's heads via their dreams. If you've seen the movie Inception, you'll know this is a pretty good trick. We like Morpheus, he was a good god. We're not so sure about this next god. Number 19. Tartarus, the god of the abyss. The underworld was a busy place, and we'll come back to it again today. But we'll start with talking about a place below the underworld called Tartarus, which is the name for a god and also a place. Tartarus is actually one of humanity's first depictions of a kind of hell, a dark and gloomy place where you certainly don't want to end up. Some of the titans were sent there, and the wicked could find themselves condemned down there too. In ancient Hebrew texts, Tartarus also pops up. It was the place where fallen angels ended up. If you want to know where the place is, just look to Zeus, because he once said it was as far beneath Hades as heaven is above earth. To give you an example of just how badass Tartarus was, take a look at his son, a magnificent monster if there ever was one, and that was Typhon. Typhon was a winged serpent who wreaked havoc in the heavens and almost once knocked Zeus off the top spot in one of the great battles of Greek mythology. Zeus had his hands full, but he knocked Typhon flat on his winged back after blasting thunderbolts at him. Typhon went on to have a few monsters of his own, so we can say this family line was troubled, and it all started with the big man Tartarus. Okay, so who else was so darn powerful that he could rustle up thunderbolts for Zeus to fire? Number 18. Hephaestus, god of the forge. When we tell you that we're putting a blacksmith next on the list, we'll forgive you for wondering why the hell he gets to go above Tartarus. As we said, this is no regular contest, and also he wasn't just a regular horseshoe-making kind of guy. He was the son of Zeus, and by God did he have some great powers. It was Hephaestus who fashioned the weapons that the gods used, and we mean a lot of them. He was basically the equivalent of all the world's militaries meshed into one. He sat in his palace on Olympus coming up with new ideas as to how to make the best weapons, which included Hermes' winged helmet and Achilles' amazing armor. Pity about that whole heel thing. As we said, he could make thunderbolts too, but in most stories, it was the Cyclops who first made them for Zeus. On top of that, he created the first human woman in Pandora. You might have heard about her box. She opened it and it released all the evils in the world. So yeah, this guy was no regular blacksmith. There are different accounts though as to what happened to him. None of them are really very good. One of them consists of his own mother Hera throwing him out of the heavens because he was lame, physically lame. Another account had Zeus throwing him down to earth after Hephaestus tried to help his mom after Zeus came on a bit strong with her. Zeus was renowned for his wayward actions with women. The good news is that Hephaestus' exile didn't last and he eventually got back up to Olympus. Another interesting part of the story is that he once had a relationship with the goddess of love and lust and beauty, Aphrodite. As could be expected with this goddess, she cheated on him numerous times with mortal men and also a god named Ares, who we'll feature soon. Now for the strong men of the gods. Number 17. Atlas, a very strong dude. There were gods and there were the Titans, and the Titans were in fact gods, but they were there before the classical Greek gods we're mostly talking about today. The Titans fought with the classical gods over a period of 10 years, after which the gods won. The battle, or series of battles, was called a Titanocemy. Many of the Titans were then banished to that place you've already heard about, Tartarus. That's the short version of the story, at least. Atlas was one tough Titan. He was also the brother of Prometheus, the Titan that stole fire from the gods and gave it to us humans, so we could basically kick off civilization. You have him to thank for this video today. Atlas wasn't the most powerful Titan by any means, but he was incredibly strong. That's why he gets a mention here. In fact, when that war was lost, instead of being sent down to hell, he was forced to carry the celestial spheres on his back for eternity. Now that's a lot of weight to carry. This next god is just cool, maybe the coolest god of them all. Number 16. Hermes, the herald of the gods. If the gods wanted news, and news was very important, they could rely on Hermes as a messenger to get it to them. Hence, he was the herald god. He was also called the god of nature, farmers, travelers, merchants, human heralds, sailors, and even thieves. On top of that, he was said to be the god of the road between the under and the upper world. He was a complicated god, and there are many stories about him. One of these stories includes him stealing some cattle from the mighty god Apollo, who we will also talk about later. Hermes, then just a kid, hid the cattle in a cave, and he turned the hooves of the animals into winged shoes so that he could take them to any place at incredible speed. Apollo, of course, was less than pleased when he caught Hermes out. He took the boy to Zeus to face the music, and all Zeus did was laugh. He thought Hermes had been pretty smart, and so he didn't punish him at all. Hermes kept those magic shoes so he could easily move between Olympus, Hades, Tartarus, and Atlantis. When news needed to get somewhere, he was the man to send it, and that included delivering messages from Earth to the heavens. He was kind of like media and social media in the godly realm. And as you know, media and social media are pretty powerful tools. He was tricky too, just like any media magnate is today. sometimes using his trickery down on Earth, such as when he got behind the Greeks in the Trojan War. As for his love interests, you won't be surprised to hear he had the hots for Aphrodite. Who didn't? She rebuffed his advances at first, so Hermes went to Zeus for some help. Zeus sent an eagle to steal Aphrodite's sandal, and it ended up in the hands of Hermes. Long story short, she went in search of the missing shoe, and the outcome was some lovemaking and later a child named Hermaphroditus. It's a cool story, but in other tales, Hermes certainly shows his dark side to women. This next god was perhaps a bit nicer. Number 15. Artemis, goddess of hunting, nature, and chastity. Artemis was the daughter of Zeus, the twin sister of Apollo, and she became the patron goddess of girls and all young females. She was also a kind of protector to women during childbirth, which, let's face it, was very important back in those days. When she was just a kid, you could say that she was pretty spoiled, being the daughter of the big man. One story says when she was just 3 years old, Zeus had a chat with her and asked her what kind of things she wanted in life. Part of her reply went like this: "Pray give me eternal virginity, as many names as my brother Apollo, a bow and arrow like his, the office of bringing light, a saffron hunting tunic with a red hem reaching to my knees, 60 young ocean nymphs all the same age as my maids of honor." She also asked for a bunch of rivers and all the mountains in the world. Then she added, "I'll take some cities too, but I'll let you decide which ones." She was given the bow, a silver one made by the Cyclops. If you don't know who those guys are, they were those one-eyed giants who were more than capable blacksmiths. With that great bow, Artemis became the goddess of the wild hunt, which again was a big deal back then. She helped the Trojans in the Trojan War, being mentioned in the Iliad as the archer goddess and the goddess of the loud hunt. She's also notable for killing the giant hunter named Orion after he either tried to force himself on her or possibly one of her followers. As you know, Orion ended up becoming a star constellation. This goddess was so special that humans in real life built a massive temple for her, which took 100 years to finish and became one of the 7 wonders of the ancient world. Number 14. Nike, the goddess of speed, strength, and victory. Long before she came before the words Air Jordan, Nike was one hell of a goddess. During that 10-year fight with the Titans we told you about, she was one of the first to give her support to Zeus. For that, she got to sit next to him on the throne. This girl was all about winning, and Zeus knew to keep her close. The Roman version of her was Victoria, from where we get the word victory. Her story is a bit complicated since over the years she's been talked about as if she was the goddess Athena, but it seems at some point she became her own goddess. Details are a bit scant as to what exactly she did besides making people win, but one text states she will not live apart from Zeus, nor go except where the god goes before them, but they sit forever beside heavy booming Zeus. It's said that when Typhon was giving Zeus a really hard time close to the end of the Titanochemy, it was her who told him many of the gods had already given up, and if Zeus wasn't careful, all the gods could kiss Olympus goodbye. She then told him to get those thunderbolts ready. So whether you were a god fighting or a mortal fighting, you really wanted the loyal Nike on your side. Not exactly clear what unique power she had, but you definitely needed this goddess on your side in times of war. You also needed this next god. Number 13. Demeter, goddess of grain and agriculture. This is also a bit complicated, but we'll try to condense it. In short, a god we'll talk about soon named Kronos had a bunch of kids. They were Chiron, Demeter, Hades, Hera, Hestia, Poseidon, and Zeus. Kronos ruled over everything, and things weren't so bad in those days, hence his rule was called the Golden Age. Still, he was told a prophecy that his sons would end up taking over one day. Not one to ignore a prophecy, Kronos thought that it was better to swallow up his children rather than bring them up. He did that, but things backfired. Part of the backfiring was Kronos was having to throw up his kids, one of them being Demeter. She became exceptionally powerful because she was the giver of food or grain. She was the goddess of the harvest. Without food, there is no life. So Demeter had a lot of respect for mortals. One story says it was her who brought poppies into the world, and those things were certainly useful once humans had sucked out the opium pulp and fed it to an injured or sick person. It's also said she spent a lot of time down in the underworld, and that could represent the end of harvests and the beginning of winter. The reason she was down in the underworld would take a long time to explain, but in short, it was because of her daughter Persephone, who was stuck down there. Persephone's father was Demeter's brother, Zeus. The gods were very, very incestual. When Demeter popped back up from the underworld every year, hey presto, she made food plentiful again. It seems she didn't get too involved with the seedier side of godly life, although it said she once laid with a mortal guy in a field, and then out of anger Zeus zapped that guy with a thunderbolt. There's also a darker part of the tale in that her brother Poseidon once turned himself into a stallion, and in that guise made her pregnant. Now for everyone's favorite god. Number 12. Dionysus, god of all things pleasurable and crazy. Okay, so that isn't his official title. He was the god of a lot of things, including the grape harvest, wine, i.e. getting loaded, as well as fruits and orchards. But he had a dark side, just as recklessly drinking booze has a dark side, because he was also the god of lots of forms of insanity. He was the god of religious ecstasy, which can also be a double-edged sword at times in regards to going mad. The Greeks had something called the Dionysian Mysteries. These were rituals where folks got off their heads on wine and then perhaps psychoactive drugs. Historians aren't so sure what drugs, but perhaps during those rituals people tripped. Then they found a kind of religious ecstasy. They were released for a few hours from their normal selves, just as what happens when people do certain spiritual ceremonies involving psychoactive substances. So if you wanted to really feel elevated from the drudgery of everyday life, Dionysus was the guy. His backstory is cool too. He was the son of Zeus, but Zeus, as usual, had been cheating on his wife Hera. She got jealous, and the upshot was the mortal woman with Zeus's kid getting blasted with thunderbolts. Zeus saved Dionysus by storing him in his thigh until he got older. So we'll talk about the god that's been said to be the opposite of Dionysus, Apollo. But first, let's talk about a very scary goddess. Number 11, Nyx, goddess of the night. We guess you've already figured out that the philandering Zeus didn't take crap from anyone. Sure, he had a few close calls when it came to fighting, but he was one tough son of a gun. Guess what though? There was one god he was scared of, and that was Nyx. She was the mother of Hypnos, but she was also credited with being the mother of death, deceit, doom, destruction, and darkness. How's that for a family tree? Not that much was ever written about her, but the Greeks said she was so damn attractive and unbelievably powerful that the mighty Zeus wanted nothing to do with her. For that reason, we could even put her at the top spot in this show. Still, we don't think she earned that place because there aren't enough stories about her. There's one cool story in which Hera asked Hypnos to put Zeus to sleep. Zeus was mad as a hatter and was about to cast Hypnos into the sea, but Hypnos ran to his mom for protection. Yep, Zeus chickened out. He wanted no part of Nyx, so yeah, she could have been higher on this list, as could this next goddess. Number 10, Gaia, goddess of earth and life. This one is tricky too when it comes to comparing power, because Gaia, like Nyx, wasn't one of the Olympian gods, but one of the primordial gods. First, there was chaos, and chaos gave birth to the earth, Gaia, death, love, and sex, Eros, and the sky, Uranus. Gaia and Uranus gave birth to the Titans, and in turn the Titans gave birth to the Olympians. Stephen Hawking would probably disagree with this creation story, but let's face it, it's a much better narrative than the Big Bang Theory. Since the Titans gave birth to the Olympians, we can say Gaia kicked off everything. She also advised Zeus so he could beat the Titans. But on the other hand, it was her who gave birth to Typhon. It's hard to really speak of her power, but seeing as she basically started everything, and we mean everything, she can't not be on the list. Now for Apollo, the god the German philosopher Friedrich Nietzsche said was the opposite of the beloved Dionysus. Number 9, Apollo, the god of law and order, music, art, and poetry. He was also the god of healing and diseases. If Dionysus was the god of recklessness and pleasure, Apollo was the kind of god of restraint and reasonableness. He also had the ability to bring plagues, but he also had the ability to bring healing to people. He helped young folks get older and age with good health. He protected them just as he protected the crops in the field. If evil ever reared its ugly head, Apollo was the god to turn to. In that regard, Dionysus might have been cool as hell and good for a bit of self-development, but Apollo was the stability that everyone needs in their lives. As for cool stories, we like the one that has Apollo fighting the Python. The Python was a kind of dragon-type thing that guarded the gate of the Oracle of Delphi. An oracle, if you didn't know, could counsel you and tell you about the future. Anyway, Gaia was the mother of the Python, and Apollo knew from birth that he had to kill it. Zeus's wife Hera had sent the Python to kill Apollo's mom while he was still in her womb. Legend has it that Apollo was still an infant when he slew the Python. Gaia was less than pleased and asked for Apollo to be sent to Tartarus, but instead, Zeus just sent him into exile for a while and said, "Purify yourself, kid." There's a lot more we could say about Apollo, but we'll leave it there. He was a top god, no doubt about it, as was this next deity. Number 8, Aphrodite, goddess of lust, passion, procreation, prostitute, sex, and beauty. You could have all the power in the world, but still be a feeble loser in the face of impossible beauty. You could be as strong as Atlas, as wise as Zeus, as fast as Hermes, and still be manipulated by a woman whose charms you can't resist. For this reason, Aphrodite was one very powerful goddess. She has a pretty brutal backstory too. Someone we'll soon talk about, Kronos, castrated his father. The outcome was quite a lot of blood and the missing testicles being thrown into the sea. The bloody froth in the sea is what formed Aphrodite. She represents the sex drive, and it's that drive that's the reason why we all exist. We are here to procreate. in the fundamental sense anyway. That's why some scholars have said she was behind all the wars. The Trojan War was partly down to her. But as we said, she was the goddess of procreation, so she was responsible for death and also life. She was what made men love. She could also drive mortals and gods insane with a desire. She drove lots of folks crazy, including the good-looking mortal Adonis. So, like Nyx, there's an argument that Aphrodite was as powerful as any god. She proved that too. Anyone who didn't do what she said, or for some reason was not concerned with her beauty, often ended up being cursed by her and suffering a terrible fate. Zeus actually once got angry at her, saying something along the lines of, "Hey, your specialty is love, not war. What the hell do you think you're up to?" She did her own thing, that's for sure. But now we'll talk about a couple goddesses who could have probably given Aphrodite a run for her money. Number 7. Athena, goddess of war and wisdom. Her father was Zeus, and she had no mother. That kind of thing could happen in Greek mythology. She apparently grew out of Zeus's forehead. She was also behind a lot of heroes, being the goddess of heroism. Did you ever watch those old movies, Clash of the Titans and Jason and the Argonauts? They were based on the legends of Perseus and Jason, monster-killing men who embodied heroism. In Homer's great book, The Odyssey, Athena is the goddess that counsels the hero Odysseus. She was also one of those 3 goddesses behind the Trojan War with Aphrodite and Hera. For this reason, it's hard to say who is the most powerful of those goddesses. They were all pretty tough, to be honest. She might have been a war goddess, but her kind of war was just, and she fought her wars with great wisdom. Remember that all those heroes she was behind had to use not just brawn, but brain. Her brother Ares was quite the opposite. He was more about outright violence and bloodshed. In terms of power, we can't really separate them either, and that's why he's next on the list. Number 6. Ares, god of war. If Athena said, "In war, to win, we must strategize, take our time, and the least amount of blood will be spilled in our victory," Ares might have said, "If you're courageous and fearless and fight like a lunatic, you might just win this, even if you're the last man standing." That's why the Greeks said Ares was more in tune with the savage. For this reason, he was often mocked in Greek mythology for being a bit of a jock, a reckless god who always tried to settle things with his fists. He once slept with Aphrodite as she cheated on the great toolmaker Hephaestus, so Hephaestus wrapped them both in a net and then made them look pretty stupid. This is what Ares' father Zeus once said to him: "Do not sit beside me and whine, you double-faced liar. To me you are the most hateful of all gods who hold Olympus. Forever quarreling is dear to your heart, wars and battle. And yet I will not long endure to see you in pain, since you are my child, and it is to me that your mother bore you. But were you born of some other god and proved so ruinous?" Was this savage more powerful than his sister? We think not. They can share the same place on the list. We'd love to tell you that in the real world, the Athenas are more prominent than the Ares, but we'd be lying. Brute strength has outdone wisdom many, many times. Number 5. Hera, goddess of marriage, family, women, and childbirth. Hera was the sister and wife of Zeus. So, even if you doubt her power, she was married to arguably the most fearsome god of them all. But we'll come to that matter soon. As the stories go, she fell in love with her brother at a young age, but Zeus wasn't exactly a faithful sort of guy, and we're not sure the Greek gods had anything close to a prenup. Zeus cheated on her time and again, with gods and with mortals. His offspring was pretty impressive to say the least, but this made Hera very jealous, and also very vindictive toward the people that Zeus got it on with. To be fair to them, turning down Zeus was never an easy option. Hera herself was far from kind at times. When her stepson, the hero Hercules, was still in the womb, she sent witches to prevent the birth. That didn't work out, so she sent serpents to kill the baby, but Hercules made short work of them. He strangled them and then played with their dead bodies as if they were toys. He's only not on this list because his mom was immortal, but suffice to say, Hercules was a handful when it came to scrapping. Hera doesn't come across as being the most powerful of the gods, but you sure wouldn't want to get on her wrong side. She was very cunning, and if she plotted against you, it was trouble. Now let's talk about her very tough father. Number 4. Kronos, leader of the Titans. We've mentioned this chap a bunch of times already because he plays a very important role in Greek mythology. Before Zeus ruled the roost, Kronos was in charge. Kronos was jealous of his father, the god of the sky, Uranus. His mom was Gaia. It's a long story, but what you need to know is that Gaia told Kronos and his brothers to attack Uranus. Only Kronos did, and he did it with a sickle, castrating him. From blood in the ooze, Aphrodite and others were formed. Uranus was understandably a bit peeved by this, and so he called his sons Titans. Kronos then married his sister Rhea, and the two ruled the heavens and earth together. But as you know, he was told that one day he'd be overthrown by his own kids. So he did what anyone would do, and he swallowed them. When Rhea had her last kid, Zeus, Kronos said, "All right, hand him over, it's swallowing time." Rhea wasn't really keen on this idea and instead handed him a stone covered in swaddling. It seemed Kronos, as powerful as he was also a bit stupid, because he fell for that, and he swallowed the stone thinking it was the baby. Zeus grew up in a cave, and when he got a bit older, he gave something to Kronos to make him throw up. Out came Zeus's brothers and sisters one by one. In time, his brother Poseidon got his trident, and his brother Hades got his helmet of darkness. Zeus got his thunderbolts. Now it was time to fight. As you know, Kronos lost the war. He might have also been castrated by Zeus, but that's debatable. He did get sent to Tartarus, but Kronos still deserves to be in this place. He ruled over everything for a time, and that 10-year war was no walk in the park for Zeus and the others. Still, he lost, so let's move on. Number 3. Poseidon, god of the sea, storms, and earthquakes. The ancient Greeks knew very well that one thing that could shatter everyone's life was the earth itself. When it quaked, it destroyed, and it was Poseidon that could shake the earth. He also ruled the seas, which the Greeks also feared, especially when Poseidon decided it was storm time. You can't really get any more powerful than that. He was also the god of horses and created the great winged horse named Pegasus. Still, we should mention that when he once went to battle with Athena, he lost, so we'll forgive you for telling us we're wrong here. However, being an earthshaker is just such a good superpower. Like Zeus, Poseidon had more kids than he could count. Many of them monsters and savages. That was probably a genetic thing, because catch Poseidon on the wrong day and he could be a complete psychopath. Annoy him and you could forget your ship ever getting to its destination. Then again, the way the Greek gods acted, they were all a bit mentally unhinged by today's standards. All in all, Poseidon could pretty much destroy the land and make water deadly, so we're leaving him at number 3. As for 2, here goes. Number 2. Hades, god of the underworld. If you're going to give credit to the devil for having a fair bit of power, you gotta give credit to Hades too, since they both ruled over the underworld. Still, bear in mind, if you're going to give credit to the devil for having a fair bit of power, you have to give credit to Hades too, since they both ruled over the underworld. Still, bear in mind that the Greek underworld wasn't hell, that was Tartarus. This makes all 3 of them very powerful. Hades wasn't a bad god, even though we tend to think of the underworld as a bad place. But he was feared because he took no crap from anyone. If you went down to see him, you weren't getting back, not usually. For this reason, the Greeks were incredibly scared of Hades and didn't even like to mention his name. If anyone tried to cheat death, they would feel Hades' wrath, and by God, no one wanted that. Sisyphus tried it, and he ended up having to push a ball of rock up a slope for eternity. And that's why we now call futile things Sisyphean, a hard, never-ending task like moderating Twitter. Hades could be one powerful dude, if he wanted to be. It was written that if he felt like it, he could split the earth in half. If you don't believe us, here's some ancient text about him. Hades splitting open the earth to reach Persephone crashed towers and shook towns to their foundation. It amazed Hephaestus and frightened the Cyclops. It shocked Athena, Artemis, and Persephone and frightened Aphrodite. It frightened the sky and caused the stars to move out of their courses. Seriously, would anyone mess with that? All we're gonna say now is that if for some reason Hades, Poseidon, and Zeus got in a fight, there'd be nothing left except chaos. Why then do we have Zeus in the number 1 spot? Number 1. Zeus, the king of the gods and the sky. There's actually some ancient Roman poetry that has Zeus saying, "My rank is no greater than Hades. I hold court in the sky, another rules the sea, and one in the void." Humans and the gods were all scared of Hades and were happy about the fact that he spent his time down below. Zeus understood his power, but Zeus at the end of the day just had more influence in the goings-on in the world and heavens. Still, Zeus was hardly a moral character, sleeping around with just about everyone and anything, and sometimes coming down too hard on people. You can argue that Hades was a better god, but at the end of the day, Zeus was pretty just at times, and he was supremely intelligent. If things really went to hell, you could rely on Zeus to sort things out. Hades and Poseidon, meanwhile, might sit back and just let things happen. As we said, the Greeks did fear this kind of fight. If those 3 fell out, it would mean the end of everything. But an all-out fight wouldn't happen because Zeus would know better. He was the king for a reason. His rulership was contested from time to time by other gods, but Zeus remained on the throne. Poseidon had some run-ins with him, but in one text he admitted, "I'd wish none of us to quarrel with Zeus, the mightiest of us by far." Giant snakes capable of swallowing celestial beings whole. A crocodile-headed ladies' man who can be as big a lover as a fighter. A dog-headed afterlife judge with a pet who devours hearts and souls. And a brotherly dispute that leads to dismemberment and resurrection. That's right, you're about to experience a true battle of the gods. The ancient Egyptians were one of the most advanced and successful civilizations in the ancient world. Their culture as we know it began with the unification of the region's Bronze Age tribes in 3100 BC under King Nemer, and despite it being conquered and invaded numerous times, ancient Egypt lasted all the way up to 30 BC. when the land was officially annexed by the Roman Empire. During those thousands of years, Egypt became an extremely influential culture. They were innovators in architecture, mathematics, literature, and agricultural science. But perhaps the most striking aspect of the ancient Egyptian culture was their religion. The Egyptian gods were incredibly important to daily life in their time and have continued to capture people's imaginations for thousands of years. But today, we're not here to talk about the different cognates of Isis or how Horus was used as a tool for political gain. We're asking the real questions about the Egyptian pantheon. Which god was the most badass? Could Sobek beat up Thoth? This is our ranking of the most powerful Egyptian gods. As with many things to do with history this old, none of this is definitive. Although themes and motifs reoccur across stories, there was no set canon when it came to the Egyptian gods. Back in the day, religious stories were often used for political purposes, to reinforce social norms, or to prove a point, so each god's power level tends to vary depending on the opinions of the person writing the story down. For example, the most commonly accepted version of Egyptian myth states that Ra was king of the gods, but if you're from Memphis and your city's patron deity is Ptah, you might prefer the local version of the creation myth, where Ptah is actually bigger and more important than Ra. But for clarity's sake, we're going to go off the versions of these myths that are the most popularly retold today. Hopefully, there won't be too many ghosts and time travelers starting Heliopolis versus Thebes flame wars in the comments. And just to make things a little more spicy, we're going to give each of these gods a power rating out of 10, with 1 representing the wimpiest you can possibly be while still being considered a god, and 10 being a god so powerful that the other gods would consider you a god. Let's go! Number 13, Waset. Starting at the bottom of our list is Waset. Even though her name means powerful woman, and she had a city named after her, she was rarely ever depicted, and no temples dedicated to her have been identified. So even though she's sometimes shown with a bow and arrow, it's not really clear what she did with them. Egyptologist John Ray has referred to her as the theological equivalent of the girl next door, and it's easy to see why. Waset was probably a nice lady, but she wasn't very exciting. What we do know is that she was the first wife of Amun, before later being replaced by Mut. Although, depending on who you ask, Mut might be just a later evolution of Waset, which is a hell of a glow-up, considering that Mut is sometimes called the Queen of the Universe. We'll give her a generous power ranking of 3 out of 10. Can our next god show us what real power looks like? Number 12, Nepri. Next, let's take a look at Nepri, a god of grain whose name means Lord of the Mouth. When depicted as an adult, Nepri is a human man covered in dark freckles, which represent scattered grains. This poor guy seems to have a real problem standing out. He is very rarely depicted on his own. Most of the time, he's shown as a baby suckling on his mother Renenutet, goddess of the harvest. Then later on, when Osiris's cult gained personality, Nepri got folded into Osiris's legend. After a while, he was no longer considered a god in his own right, instead being rebranded as a facet of Osiris's role as the god of rebirth. Nepri has failed to impress. Let's give him a ranking of 2 out of 10, partly because we feel sorry for him. Number 11, Nefertum. Next we have Nefertum, the god of beauty. Nefertum is the son of Ptah and Bastet and was born out of the first lotus flower that bloomed out of the primordial soup of the world. Usually he's depicted as a beautiful man with blue hair and a crown of water lilies, but since his mother is a cat goddess, sometimes he can also take the form of a lion. Nefertum's domain included things like sunrises, clear water, and the smell of fresh flowers. These are all very pleasant things to be the god of, but they don't exactly scream powerful. Still, statues of him were thought to bring good luck, and some hymns in the Book of the Dead suggest that Nefertum's floral perfumes are what gets Ra up in the morning. So maybe we all have Nefertum to thank for the world not existing in complete darkness. For that, and the fact that turning into a lion is pretty badass, we're going to give our fragrant boy Nefertum a slightly more respectable 4 out of 10. Number 10, Bastet. Next is Bastet, Nefertum's mother. Bastet is a cat-headed goddess who is the defender of kings of Egypt as well as Ra. She was the goddess of pregnancy and childbirth, as well as a powerful protector against evil. She's depicted fighting Apep, the monster snake, on behalf of Ra, and Egyptians often pray to her for defense against evil spirits and curses. Other than that, though, she doesn't appear in many stories, so if she had any crazy powers or got into any epic battles, the modern world will likely never know. Still, she is a protector against evil, and she's able to fight a scary giant monster snake. We think that'll earn her a very respectable 6 out of 10. Number 9, Ra. Speaking of Ra, he's up next in our ranking of the most powerful gods. Ra has the head of a falcon, and according to legend, every morning Ra gets up, picks up the sun, and carries it across the sky in his boat. Even if you're not that familiar with Egyptian mythology, you might be aware that Ra was the king of the gods. So you might be confused as to why Ra is so low in the ranking. Well, like most kings down on Earth, even though Ra holds a lot of institutional power, that doesn't exactly equate to physical strength. Many myths depict Ra as old and weary, preferring to sit up in the sky and delegate responsibilities among his children. It's easy to understand why he's always tired though, because every night at sunset when he reaches the gates to the underworld, he has to fend off a Pep, that same giant snake monster who often beefs with Bastet. It really seems to us like Ra could use a few days off. Because carrying the sun is something we've personally never done, we think Ra earns a place with Bastet on the 6 out of 10 power scale. Praise Ra! Number 8. Osiris. Next is Osiris. Ra was the king of the sky, but Osiris is the king of the underworld. He was depicted as an undead pharaoh with mummy bandages and rotten green skin. He's the god of life and death, responsible for the cycles of crop growth and judging the souls of the dead as they enter the afterlife. Osiris is a very culturally important god, but he loses a lot of power points by being the only one on the list whose backstory includes dying. While he was alive, he was a noble king of the Black Land, the most fertile part of Egypt. His jealous brother Set, whose domain was the desert, decided to usurp the throne by chopping Osiris up into pieces and dumping his body in the river. Sure, he eventually got better, but still dying is pretty embarrassing for a deity. But for coming back from the dead and being the king of the underworld, which is metal as hell, we still think he deserves that 6 out of 10. Things are going to power level up from here. Number 7. Anubis. Now let's look at Anubis. Anubis might be the most famous of the Egyptian gods, and he's also one of the coolest. Anubis had the head of a jackal and was the god of funerals and mummification. He had an important role as the guardian of burial sites and the one who performed the mummification of Osiris before he was resurrected. Anubis didn't take very kindly to Set, who was in the form of a leopard, running in to mess up his workstation, so Anubis subdued Set, branded him with a hot iron, and peeled off his leopard skin, and then wore it as a warning to anyone else who tried to interrupt embalmings of burial ceremonies. Also, Anubis was one of the council who judged the souls of the afterlife. He would take the heart of the deceased and weigh it on the scales of life and death. If it was too heavy, it would be fed to Anubis's pet, a crocodile-hippo-lion hybrid monster called Amit the Devourer. So even though Anubis typically doesn't start fights, he is definitely the kind of guy who finishes them. Personally, we think all of these badass feats plus his scary Devourer sidekick puts him firmly in the zone of 7 out of 10 on the power scale. Now we're talking. Number 6. Thoth. Alongside Anubis in the Judgment of Souls was Thoth, who was in charge of writing everything down. Thoth was the god of writing and knowledge, and it was his job to settle disputes between the other gods. Now, if you know anything about classical mythology, you'll know that you would have had to have been pretty tough to take on that job. Thoth is a scholar, not a warrior, but he is still extremely powerful. This ibis-headed god can talk his way out of any situation. He was the one who gave Isis the words to bring Osiris back from the dead and offered counsel to her son Horus during his epic battle with Set. Thoth also gambled with the moon for a fraction of its light and won, which gave him the power to change the length of the year from 360 to 365 days. Thoth is also Ra's personal secretary and assists Anubis in judging the souls of the dead. Basically, if it's a battle of wits, nobody's beating Thoth. He's also the one who talks Sekhmet into returning home. And once you get to know Sekhmet, you'll appreciate how amazing it is that he survived that interaction. Weighing his physical setbacks against his genius-level intellect and silver tongue, we think he's earned a place with Ra on that beautiful 7 out of 10 tier. Number 5. Sobek. For the total opposite, let's consider Sobek. Sobek is a crocodile-headed god whose role is a little hard to pin down, because in regions where he was worshipped, he tended to dominate and take attention away from every other member of the pantheon. But if you had to condense him down to one concept, the most accurate way to describe Sobek would be the god of animal instincts. He had a huge appetite for both food and sex, and was said to be irresistible to human women and goddesses alike. In addition to his spectacular virility, Sobek was also closely associated with military power and was fiercely loyal to those who worshipped him. So, sure, Sobek might not have been a genius, and he might have once taken a bite out of Osiris, but he is a true ride or die, and you definitely would want him in your corner. For his sheer level of chadliness, we think Sobek swims his way to another strong 7 out of 10 on the power scale. Women want him, men want to be him, and he's an inspiration for crocodile-headed people everywhere. Number 4. Sekhmet. Next is Sekhmet, the daughter of Ra and goddess of vengeance and the plague. She's one of the most theologically significant goddesses from ancient Egypt, and she's definitely also the scariest. Sekhmet had the head of a lion and would be sent to Earth to enact vengeance against those who angered her father. She could breathe fire, spread diseases, control hordes of locusts, and had an unquenchable thirst for blood. Legend has it that she single-handedly almost wiped out the human race on one of her visits, indiscriminately killing and draining everyone she saw. The other gods knew that they had to band together to stop her, so they devised a plan. Make a lake of beer, and then dye it red so it looks like blood. The trick worked, and Sekhmet drank so much that she got too drunk to remember what she was so angry about. She returned home, leaving the survivors of her rampage to repopulate the earth. When she got over her hangover, Sekhmet was enraged that her father had tricked her, so enraged in fact that she left the kingdom of Ra, vowing to never return. But without her flaming hot rage to sustain it, the sun started to dim, and it only returned to its full brightness when Thoth talked her into forgiving Ra. Sekhmet is clearly an order of magnitude scarier than all the gods we've seen before, especially considering it took all the gods teaming up in order to stop one of her legendary rampages. If that doesn't earn her an 8 out of 10 on the power scale, we don't know what does. Number 3. Set. Next is Set, the god of storms, violence, and chaos. He's sort of a, listen, we don't really know what animal Set is meant to be. Egyptologists gave up trying to figure out if he was a dog, an okapi, or an aardvark, and instead, they made up a new theoretical creature called the Set animal. Whatever animal he is, he's not someone you want to mess with. As the god of chaos, Set is a wild card with a lot of strength and cunning. His 2 main roles were to serve as Ra's bodyguard in the nightly fight against Apep, and as the rival of Horus. He's the only god on this list to have killed another god when he chopped up Osiris. Set fought with Horus over who would have control over the Black Land for 80 years. During that time, Set was able to rip Horus's eye out, bait him into decapitating his own mother, and even nearly sexually assaulted him. And throughout this conflict, Set had an unfair advantage, since Set's role as Ra's bodyguard gave the king of the gods a bias toward his favor. All in all, Set's about as close to an evil god as Egyptian mythology gets. He may not have had the sheer raw power of Sekhmet, but given that he's a literal god killer, a ruler of chaos, and his evil schemes have tricked other gods into destroying those close to them, well, we can't approve of his actions, but we definitely think it earns him a very scary 8 out of 10 on the power scale. Number 2. Horus. Next after Set is his eternal rival Horus. Horus is an essential part of ancient Egyptian culture, so much so that historians believe he was one of the earliest gods ever worshipped in the region. Originally thought of as a sky god, over time his role shifted, and he became seen as more of the god of kings. No, not the king of gods, although he also had a falcon's head. The god of kings. Stay with us here. Horus was the god who guided and protected the pharaoh, and he was sort of the idealized version of what someone in the role should be like. And since the pharaoh was the head of the military, Horus was naturally also incredibly gifted in battle. Horus was able to beat Set in every contest, and he even managed to rip off one of his testicles in one of their battles. He also chopped off Isis's head in the heat of one conflict. Even though she was able to heal, replacing her head with the cow's head, decapitating Isis would have been no mean feat. Given he's an incredible talent and facing off against other incredibly powerful gods and winning, we gotta give the God of Kings an incredibly respectable score of 9 out of 10 on the Egyptian god power scale. But is there a god powerful enough to take the number 1 spot? Oh yes, dear viewers, oh yes. Number 1. Isis. Now for the best of the best, the top of the list, the most powerful god in all of Egypt, Isis. Isis is the mother of Horus, the wife of Osiris, and the sister of Set. Yes, she's also Osiris' sister. It was a different time. Isis is the goddess of fate and of the cosmos, with immense magical powers that rivaled all of the other gods put together. The book Daily Life of the Egyptian Gods even went as far as to call her more clever than 1,000,000 gods, suggesting that her intelligence would rival even Thoth. Isis can turn herself into just about anything and is a master of using psychological tactics against her enemies. At one point, she lures Set, pretending to be a princess caught up in an inheritance dispute that mirrors his own. In other stories, she even fights Set one-on-one using her magical powers. Isis is willing to do anything to help her son maintain his power, even screwing over her fellow members of the court of the gods. She once conjured a venomous snake that bit Ra, and then she used the antidote to bargain with Ra to learn his true name, which, if passed on to Horus, would bolster his royal authority. Isis's power was matched only by her popularity. Even after the fall of ancient Egypt, Isis remained popular in Greece and Rome, and some historians even believe that she was part of the inspiration behind the Virgin Mary. For all of this, we think Isis has earned the Holy of Holies 10 out of 10 on the god power scale. That's what she earned for literally being the goddess of the cosmos. Another day dawns in ancient Egypt, and a man gets up to greet the day. He has a family, responsibilities, and pleasures waiting for him in the day ahead, just like everyone else. But he's no ordinary man. He is the Pharaoh, the ruler of the Egyptian empire. So what was it like to be one of the most powerful men in the world? Well, it was very different from being an ordinary citizen of Egypt, and in some ways, not different at all. From the moment the pharaoh wakes up in the morning, they're not alone. That's because one of the defining characteristics of being the king was being surrounded at all times by loyal servants. It wouldn't do to have the king and his family tackle the dirty tasks of day-to-day living by themselves, would it? So the royal palace is staffed by countless servants who each play their own role in keeping the place humming. The pharaoh has help getting dressed, has someone preparing his meals for him, and has someone to bring him anything he wants throughout the day. It's as if he has a classic butler staff, but times 100. And he's not the only one who has help. The pharaoh's family is also surrounded by servants. The queen has her own staff, usually made up of women, to tend to her needs, while the kids are assigned royal nannies and tutors to guide them as they age. After all, dad has an empire to run. And with a staff this big, you can't expect the pharaoh to run the whole operation. The palace would usually employ a royal controller who is essentially the boss of the servants. They would keep track of them, assign them to roles, and ensure their performance was up to par so bad news doesn't get back to the boss. But the servants don't just stay in the palace. When the pharaoh leaves the palace, he's usually escorted by a team of servants as well. Some might be responsible for carrying the pharaoh's litter or guiding the horses driving him in a chariot. Others would have an even more important duty, guarding the pharaoh's life. These bodyguards were among the most highly trained members of the servant class, often dedicating their life to sharpening their combat skills. Other strong servants might be tasked with maintaining the palace, taking the lead on construction projects, and working the royal fields. But were these servants or something else? It's commonly portrayed in the media that ancient Egypt was run by slaves, both residents of Egypt and foreign slaves who were captured. But in actuality, most of Egypt's workforce, including those who built the pyramids, were paid servants. That didn't mean that they were free. Once you worked for the king, there really wasn't any way to quit, and you were pretty much stuck in the servant social class. But servants weren't without rights. Their children could move up in the social order, and trusted servants were often valued members of the pharaoh's household. And there was a lot for these servants to keep track of, because the pharaohs lived opulent lives. For the pharaohs, getting dressed was not a quick process. For most peasants, they would put on a simple garment and be ready for a day of labor. The pharaohs, however, dressed to impress. That meant that they would likely spend a good deal of time in the morning getting their regalia in order with the help of their servants. One of the most common pieces of gear a pharaoh would wear was an animal skin, often of a large predator like a leopard or a lion. This was supposed to show that the pharaoh feared no beast, although it was likely that the pharaoh never got close to the source of that pelt. And that wasn't the only way the pharaoh would try to impress. The headdress was one of the most important parts of the pharaoh's regalia, with some wearing a specially designed cloth known as a nemes. These striped cloths usually had a one-of-a-kind pattern weaved by one of the pharaoh's trusted seamstresses. Others would wear an impressive crown, often adorned with jewels and precious metals. These could be heavy, but it wasn't like the pharaoh was going to be doing hard labor while wearing it. The main job of the pharaoh on a day-to-day schedule was to serve as an imposing figure and pass judgment based on the advice he was given. But that's all it really was, advice. Was the pharaoh truly an absolute monarch? In a word, yes. During the days when Egypt was an independent empire, the pharaoh was not only the king, he was generally considered an avatar of the gods, and was trusted with power over life and death. His word was absolute, and angering the pharaoh could mean death. But at that same time, he was largely disconnected from the world around him. He spent most of his time in the palace, learned about the affairs of the common people from his advisors, and his decisions were likely heavily influenced by their perspective, which meant his most trusted advisors might have been the ones pulling the strings. But that doesn't mean the pharaoh couldn't make huge changes. Under most eras of ancient Egypt, the people followed a polytheistic faith that worshipped a pantheon of gods led by the mighty Osiris. But under the pharaoh Akhenaten, it was deemed that the state religion would change to a mostly monotheistic one, worshipping only the sun god Aten, who happened to be the pharaoh's namesake. It didn't really catch on, but the public had no choice but to largely comply during his lifetime, at least publicly. But one absolute monarch can just as easily reverse another's decision. His son, King Tutankhamun, the boy king, almost immediately chose to restore the old religion, and being an absolute monarch can mean major risks. While things largely worked out with the boy King Tut, there was still a preteen on the throne, suddenly, and that could have gone very badly. Fortunately, he was heavily influenced by his advisors and his reign was mostly inconsequential. But while Egypt didn't have too many mad kings that we know of, unlike Rome's infamous Nero and Caligula, all it would have taken was one hereditary monarch who didn't want to listen to his advisors and kept on making bad decisions for things to go south in a hurry. Of course, the advisors and military leaders had a tendency to take over after pharaohs died suddenly, so maybe they were just stepping in before things went too badly. And for future pharaohs, the training began early. What was it like being a child of a royal? In a word, great! While Egyptian children as a whole had a better quality of life than children in many countries thanks to Egypt's wealth, they still weren't exactly living the comfortable life many children experience today. Commoner children would likely be working in their parents' trade from a young age. Royal children, though, lived in the lap of luxury. While any sort of long-term public education was a rarity for commoners, the royals typically had tutors working for them. They would typically be accompanied by minders from a young age, but how involved the pharaoh was in their upbringing would vary. It wasn't uncommon for a crown prince to be given responsibilities in his father's court to teach him the way of the world. But for most Egyptian royal children, it was likely a life of leisure. Studies of ancient Egyptian artifacts have found evidence of childhood toys and games, including board games that resemble ones still played today. It's likely these children had the run of the palace when they weren't in lessons or being supervised by their parents. Evidence shows that the ancient Egyptians, commoners and royals alike, greatly valued their children and stayed involved in their upbringing. However, there is no question that royal children likely had a lot more fun on a day-to-day basis than their commoner counterparts. And having the run of the palace meant quite a lot of opportunity. Egypt was the largest and most powerful empire in the world at the time, and it wouldn't do for a mighty pharaoh to live in a palace that didn't reflect it. While the most impressive structures in Egypt were undoubtedly the pyramids at the Gizeh Acropolis, there's no question that the Egyptian palaces we've learned about were among the most impressive ever constructed. The best-known one is Malkata, the New Kingdom Palace of Amenhotep III. Located on the bank of the Nile in Thebes, it was mostly built out of mud brick and is estimated to have taken 18 years to complete. It was the largest royal residence ever constructed in Egypt, and they made good use of that space. Among the many features in the palace was a large artificial lake connected to the Nile through a series of canals. This eliminated the need to bring fresh water to the palace manually. The palace was filled with multiple halls, villas, courtyards, and smaller palaces, and apartments for the associates of the pharaoh. And the pharaoh's private quarters were almost a palace in itself, with 4 rooms including a bedroom, a dressing room, and even a harem's quarters. A massive temple dedicated to his wife and honoring the crocodile god Sobek was on the grounds as well. But time had a way with even this mighty palace. Today, little remains of Amenhotep III's glorious palace besides its foundations, but they're enough to create an impressive visual of just how big the palace was. There's no question that the pharaoh and his family lived in luxury, with a sprawling palace complete with massive dining room where they would eat… Wait, what did they eat exactly? Obviously, the food of ancient Egypt was a very different beast than today's cuisine. Few modern cooking implements existed, and all food was sourced locally. But the food of the pharaohs was still very different from that of the commoners. Commoners didn't have access to many luxury goods, but surprisingly, the staples of both were the same, and they both came down to the same crop. Wheat, the largest crop in ancient Egypt, was the stuff of life. The base of meals for all people was bread and beer. The bread was typically made from emmer wheat, while the beer was typically cloudy with plenty of unsifted solids. As such, it was more like alcoholic gruel than Miller Lite that we all know. But that's where the similarities ended. Fruits and vegetables were also served to the pharaoh, with the most common local crops being garlic and scallions. That'll add a pop of flavor, but it's not exactly going to fill you up. The availability of other crops like lettuce, celery, cucumber, and gourds, as well as fruits like dates, figs, and raisins were varied. These were typically considered luxury crops, although the working class might be able to get a hold of some when there was a surplus. The fruits would often be dried to preserve them for longer, and the pharaohs would usually have access to them throughout the whole year. But where's the beef? The Egyptians were fairly advanced in domesticating animals, and they raised cattle, sheep, goats, and pigs. They also hunted birds and fished in the rivers, giving them ample supplies of meat. Only the poorest didn't have access to any animal protein. usually subsisting on legumes instead. But hunting and raising animals was a time-consuming process, and subsistence farmers often didn't have the time for it. While the meat on the table would be modest for them, it would be anything but for the pharaohs. There's evidence of the ancient Egyptians raising massive numbers of oxen, with the workers building the Great Pyramid being served beef every day. And for the pharaohs, life was likely a never-ending buffet. The pharaohs had the resources to raise large numbers of domesticated animals, and if they wanted a specific meal, they could always send their servants out to hunt for it. That meant the table was usually filled with wild birds, beef, mutton, pork, fish, and anything else they could get their hands on. This was also the era when one of the most famous delicacies in the world was invented: foie gras. This deliberately fattened goose liver was developed back in the 25th century BCE. They were also fond of eating a much smaller bird, sparrow, which reportedly had aphrodisiac properties. And the pharaoh would build up a big appetite because he was actually pretty busy all day. The day would start with him being dressed and cleaned by his servants, including anointing him with scented oils. Once he was wearing all his robes and jewels, he would go to the audience chamber. There he would face his daily meetings. But don't worry, they would be flattering. After all, he's a king who's also considered a god, and those in the meetings are a combination of commoners, noblemen, and visiting dignitaries. The odds are every single one of them would bow before him as they entered, often presenting him with offerings. The only ones who would not seem to show this level of intense devotion are his everyday advisors, but even they would probably bow to the pharaoh. But even the pharaoh answers to someone. After the daily audiences, the pharaoh would likely go to the temple to pay his tribute to the gods, making the daily offerings with the assistance of the high priest. This is a time of quiet devotion. But it's not just religion that guides him to do this. He's also seen as the shepherd of the country, and if it was to descend into chaos under him, he could be ousted in a coup, potentially even by his own military leaders or advisors. So dutifully, he talks to the statues of the gods and then sacrifices cattle to them with the help of the royal butcher. It's a private affair for the pharaoh, only accompanied by a few trusted people, and it's a rare moment of quiet reflection for the man who rules all of Egypt. But then it's time for the pharaoh to leave the palace. You can't carry out all the royal duties from the safety of the palace, and what would be the fun in that? So it's time to head out on the daily errands, but the pharaoh isn't going to be walking on his own 2 feet. That would be undignified. It would also be risky. So he's likely going to pick between 2 main forms of transportation. The first is the traditional horse-drawn chariot, very useful for when you need to go fast. In fact, many pharaohs like to use the chariots for recreation as well, using them to hunt or race other chariots. Or he could go under foot power, but not his own. The royal litter is a device used for thousands of years, and it's as simple as can be. A small chamber containing a comfortable seat for His Royal Majesty, attached to several poles that will be carried by entrusted servants. A small litter might be transported by only 2 people holding on 2 poles, but larger ones, like those fit for a king, would likely be transported by 4 people at a time. This would be the ideal mode of transportation for a king out on local errands. So, what would a king actually get up to on his daily errands? The pharaoh usually had a lot of different construction projects going on at a time, with each site being run by a royal foreman. He would regularly visit each site, getting a look at the progress and presenting any updates to the plans. He would also take general tours of the city to let people see him. This is a useful way to build up the loyalty of the local population and keep them from becoming disconnected from the royal family. This is the biggest event of the day, with many locals crowding around to catch a glimpse of the man they view as an avatar of the gods. And from there, it's back to the palace for dinner and a relaxing night's sleep. The pharaohs seem to live a charmed life, but one area poses concerns. The pharaohs were powerful in almost every way, but they were also mortal. Many of them had surprisingly short reigns, including the famous King Tut, who was on the throne by age 9 and deceased by age 18, likely from a combination of health conditions he was born with and injuries suffered in what might have been a chariot accident. While the pharaohs had access to better healthcare than the average Egyptian citizen, they also lacked access to modern medicine because it hadn't been invented yet. And that meant they were vulnerable to a whole host of conditions. The Egyptians did have some surprisingly modern medical techniques, including minor surgeries to repair broken bones and sew up injuries. And they had access to a number of medicines, but one area they were lacking was modern antibiotics. The Egyptian doctors did seem to understand basic principles, while there was no understanding of concepts like bacteria back then. Some ancient texts used fermented beer as a treatment for infections. It may have been better than nothing, but it wasn't as effective as modern treatments, which meant there was always a risk that one minor cut could turn into a serious infection and end anyone's life, even a king's. And there was another major risk factor to being a pharaoh, and it started way before they were even born. Who was worthy enough to marry a pharaoh? Well, clearly not a commoner, and most lower-tier nobles probably didn't qualify either. Clearly, we gotta keep it in the family, so Egyptian royal families were heavily inbred. It was common for kings to marry a sister, often a half-sister from one of the previous pharaoh's other wives. This reduced the genetic inbreeding, but it was still common for pharaohs to be born with genetic conditions. King Tut was born with a club foot, scoliosis, and potentially a genetic condition like Marfan syndrome that might have contributed to his early demise. But with Pharaoh's death isn't really the end. Death was right around the corner for everyone in ancient Egypt, and they were firm believers in an afterlife, so it was common for pharaohs to begin planning for their death long before they were expecting it. One of the most important tasks of a pharaoh's life was designing their own tombstone, ranging from an impressive memorial palace to a magnificent giant pyramid that would hopefully still be standing thousands of years later. These tombs are among the most significant architectural achievements left from ancient Egypt. It might seem morbid to plan so thoroughly for your own death, especially as a young kid, but because the Egyptians had such a literal view of the afterlife, it was almost comforting. Death, no matter how or when it happened, was just the next step of the journey, and they wanted to be well equipped. In addition to building their final resting place, they would often carefully pick what they'd be taking to the grave with them. This often meant their most treasured possessions, plus a healthy supply of food just in case. Despite how often the media brings it up, sacrificing one's servants to take with you in the afterlife was exceedingly rare, although animal sacrifices were very common. And when the pharaoh passed on, his history would repeat itself. Sort of. The pharaoh's day typically begins with his servants dressing him and preparing him for the day, and that would happen one last time after death in a much more thorough manner. This time they would be preparing for a mummification. This would include removing all the tissues filled with liquid that would be most likely to rot, including the brain and most of the internal organs, which would be preserved in canopic jars. The body would then be embalmed and placed in an ornate coffin where it would be laid to rest in the massive tomb that had been built, preserved in a mostly airtight chamber where it would remain surprisingly intact thousands of years later. And soon a new pharaoh would take the throne, with a strict schedule and a huge team of servants to help him carry out the task of ruling the greatest empire in the ancient world. Ancient Egypt, one of the great empires in human history, the creators of the Great Pyramid and the mighty Sphinx. At one time, they were the most powerful country on Earth. But today, if you seek the empire, all you'll find is ruins. What happened to the empire of ancient Egypt? Did they fall prey to conquest, to civil war? Were they undone by climate or plague? Or was the answer something more complicated? To find the end, we have to go back to the beginning. How did Egypt become a powerhouse in the first place? It turns out the answer is climate change. Today, you'll find a desert surrounding Cairo. But in the days when the kingdom of ancient Egypt first began forming, it was a much different place. The area was less dry, covered in trees and grass, and had a lush ecosystem filled with large animals and flocks of birds. That led to the area that's now Egypt becoming a haven for wandering tribes. And around 7,500 years ago, it had become a thriving home of multiple cultures. They were domesticating animals, developing tools and pottery, and starting rudimentary systems of government. And if there's one rule in this world, it's that it's good to be the first. The early years of the region were dominated by the Pandorian people, who were the first tribe known to have settled there. They were soon followed by the Nakata, which forged weapons from imported obsidian and built the region from a few small farms into a large city. And it was about location, location, location. The Nakata were now in control of the Nile Valley, and most of the trade in the region went through them. They quickly established relations with both Nubia and Mesopotamia, traded their crafts all around the region, and even developed the first rudimentary system of written symbols that would eventually evolve into hieroglyphics. And this civilization was about to take its first big leap into empire. But first, are you ready to take your own big leap into forming an empire? Because you can with the sponsor of today's video, Rise of Kingdoms, the free cross-platform strategy game with over 100 million players worldwide. In Rise of Kingdoms, you get to choose a real civilization from history, recruit hundreds of real-life historical generals, train special soldiers from each civilization, collect resources, and develop technology as you break through to the next era of history and build your ultimate dream city. There's never been a better time to try the Rise of Kingdoms, since now you can play as the mysterious, majestic kingdom of Egypt. Build pyramids, grotto tombs, sun temples, and even Greco-Roman styles in the original Egyptian architectural style. Bring powerful troops and historical heroes to the battlefield, like the great war hero Thutmose III, the great priest Imhotep, Ramses II, and even Cleopatra, as you compete with 12 other civilizations to make sure that this time, the once great civilization doesn't disappear from the map. So what are you waiting for? And there's never been a better time to try Rise of Kingdoms, since it's now available both on mobile and PC. Click the link in the description to download the game now, and use the gift code to get bonus resources. By participating in in-game community events, new and current players will have the chance to win a round-trip ticket to Egypt. But back to the real Egypt. How does a dynasty begin? With a king, of course. Much of early Egyptian history is vague, since few people were writing it down. But the famous Egyptian priest and scholar Manetho claimed that the official history began with a king named Menes. At the time, Egypt was split into two kingdoms, and the king slowly unified them into one. However, many historians believe that Menes might be an amalgamation of different kings or a myth designed to create a unifying figure. The transition to a unified Egypt may have happened more slowly, but what is known is that around 3150 BCE, the early dynastic period was beginning, and it would soon grow beyond their wildest dreams. The early kings were based in Lower Egypt, with the capital in Memphis. A combination of labor and a rich agricultural sector allowed the kings to grow their wealth rapidly, and they spent it on one thing that made sense, of course: massive tombs celebrating the man who made it all possible. Every successive king built elaborate structures for themselves, and this was the era where the king started to be worshipped as a god. While these mastaba tombs weren't the same as the eventual pyramids, it's easy to see the influence on what would become Egypt's greatest architectural achievement. And after only 500 years, Egypt and the world looked completely different. The age of the Old Kingdom is believed to have begun around 2686 BCE, and this is where the ancient Egypt that most people know took shape. The kingdom was booming, as their vast agricultural sector could sustain a larger population, and new arrivals were coming from all around Africa and Asia. A strong system of government was forming, with administrators collecting taxes and using the money to create infrastructure, including irrigation systems that made the crops bear more vegetables. If you were the ruling class at this point, life was good. Although if you were a peasant, maybe less so. It was common for the working class to be drafted by the rulers to work on whatever construction project was deemed most important at the moment. And this was where the king's power reached their apex. It's called spectacle creep, and we see it in the movies. The last installment in the series had the heroes fight a T-Rex. Well, in this installment, they have to fight 3 cyborg T-Rexes. There were no cyborg T-Rexes in Egypt, but every king felt the pressure to top his successor. Both meant continuing the path of endless growth for the empire and creating even more impressive monuments. This period was where Egypt created the monuments that still stand today: the Great Pyramid of Giza and the Sphinx, both of which tower over the modern cities today and bring people from around the world. But the first crack in the armor of ancient Egypt was about to emerge. The kings were devoting a lot of resources to celebrating themselves, but the kingdom's vast resources made sure no one noticed, until the resources weren't there. The extensive land grants to temples celebrating past kings were starting to take their toll on the kingdom's economy. The king started to face opposition from local governors, and the country became decentralized. But as long as the economy remained stable, the king could hold on to power. But the good times couldn't last forever. Around 2200 BCE, the kingdom was hit with severe droughts, devastating the agricultural sector and taking the country with it. The central government collapsed, and those seeking power celebrated. But their celebration was not going to last. The first intermediate period of ancient Egypt lasted around 125 years, but it would feel a lot longer. While many ambitious governors hoped an Egypt without a central government would lead to opportunities for them, they were soon hit hard with the truth. With no central government, there was no one to give them money to maintain their areas. This led to massive food shortages, which led to a civil war. Those local leaders who had no plan often saw their rules end quickly and brutally, but those who knew how to adapt saw their provinces flourish and the local economy excel. And with no king, those local governors often saw themselves become kings of their own little world and spread out seeking more. So what would a divided Egypt look like? During this century-long period, Egypt was dominated by 2 kingdoms: the Kingdom of Thebes in the south and the Kingdom of Heracleopolis to the north. But as time went on, the forces in Thebes, led by the Intef family, grew stronger, and in 2055, King Mentuhotep II led the Theban forces deep into Heracleopolitan territory and accomplished what had only happened once before: the unification of Egypt. A new era was about to begin, the Middle Kingdom. But fractures in Egypt's structure had been revealed, and the question was whether the new rulers would learn from the past. Magic 8 Ball says, outlook cloudy. At first, it seemed like the good times were here again. The new rulers of Egypt, starting with Mentuhotep II, went back to expanding the kingdom and created a boom in art, literature, and building of monuments. To the outsider, Egypt looked like it was stronger than ever before, and in many ways it was. The new dynasty wanted Egypt to be less vulnerable to natural disaster than before, and in addition to expanding the country's agricultural efforts, they conquered areas of the Kingdom of Nubia and took over the quarries and gold mines. They were also clearly worried about being vulnerable to conquest, so they developed one of the first large-scale security projects in the history of the world, a massive fortification known as the Walls of the Ruler that guarded the eastern front development of Egypt. It would lead to some significant shifts in the culture as well. While early Egyptian art was more focused on celebrating the ruler, now things were developing a little subtlety. Much of the art and literature during the era had an introspective edge, and the gods the Egyptians worshipped were given more complexity. Osiris became the most significant deity during this era, and this god of fertility had many statues and monuments made of him. Construction projects were ramping up, and Egypt had much need for labor, so they brought in many foreign workers to toil on these projects and ramped up building and mining. This would prove to be the Middle Kingdom's undoing. The second golden era for Egypt was undone by drought and famine. This time the enemy would be too much of a good thing. Massive Nile floods hit the region, causing extensive damage to the under-construction infrastructure and straining the economy. The ruler at the time, Amenemhat III, was unprepared, and the large number of Canaanite settlers he allowed in as workers suddenly posed a threat as people scrambled to survive. This group, known as the Hyksos, soon took power in the Nile Delta, and the process of carving up of Egypt soon would begin. The ancient Egyptians had built a stunning achievement, but it would never get this good again. I know what you're thinking, but there's so much of Egyptian history to come. What about all those famous rulers of Egypt who haven't even reigned yet? Here's the big twist. They ruled all right, but that doesn't mean that they were Egyptians. Because from here on out, the empire of ancient Egypt becomes less of a stable country and more of the world's biggest game of keep-away. They built something amazing, but the question now becomes if they're strong enough to keep it, and who will reap the benefits when the original rulers fall. And the first rulers were already there. The Hyksos, who were one of the largest group of foreigners in Egypt, quickly took advantage of the chaos and established their own power base in the delta. They spread out from there, and it was around 1785 BCE when they made their move on the current capital of Egypt in Avaris. The king, who had lost much of his power base, was forced to flee back to Thebes. Maybe it was the way the Hyksos were invited in, but they didn't seem interested in deposing the rulers, instead treating the king as a subordinate. As long as he paid them tribute, he was free to continue to rule, but anyone who visited Egypt at the time might have been fooled into thinking the Egyptians were still in charge, because the Hyksos seemed to like patterning their society after them. While they kept many of the cultural trappings of the era, they did make big leaps in one area, and that all comes back to war. The Egyptians had a powerful army, but it was high on manpower and low on modern weaponry. The Hyksos quickly changed that, bringing in new tools like the composite bow for fast firing and horse-drawn chariots for fast riding. Soon, enemies would be facing much more dangerous Egyptian army, and just in time, because they were ready to make a move. The central government in Thebes had been quietly building its strength and was ready to try and take control of its territory again. A brutal civil war lasted 30 years. At the same time, the Nubian Empire to the south was ready to make a move into Egypt and take over Thebes. Ultimately, the war ended in a stalemate as Thebes fended off Nubia but failed to defeat the Hyksos, and the once mighty empire now stood divided for another generation. But everything old is new again. The Theban forces had a new king, Ahmose I, and he made the rebuilding of Egypt's military a big priority. Through a hard-fought campaign, he drove the Hyksos out of Egypt and reclaimed the lost territory. But he wasn't done yet. He wanted to take control of the Near East and take as much of the territory that surrounded Egypt. So began the age of the New Kingdom, which would last around 500 years and be ancient Egypt's last hurrah. This new Egypt not only built itself the largest empire the country had ever seen, but its kings took on a new title, Pharaoh. This was also the era of one of Egypt's most famous rulers, the Queen Hatshepsut, who ruled as a pharaoh and repaired much of the damage done by the Hyksos. She led many of the trading expeditions, leading to Egypt gaining large quantities of imports, such as bronze and wood. With these new resources, massive temples would be built, and she would go down as one of Egypt's greatest rulers. With new territory and more resources, it seemed like the new kingdom might go down as the beginning of something enduring for Egypt. But all it takes is one bad apple to screw up the whole barrel. Why did the New Kingdom eventually decline? It's a complicated issue, but the reign of Pharaoh Akhenaten certainly didn't help. A notoriously eccentric and ruthless ruler, he abandoned Egypt's traditional polytheistic faith and instead announced the obscure sun god Aten would instead be worshipped as the one true god. Followers of the other gods were persecuted, massive projects dedicated to extolling Aten were started, and he even ordered the capital city moved to a new location, one which he named after himself, of course. His legacy only lasted as long as his life, and his successor, the famous boy king Tutankhamun, quickly started undoing many of his edicts and restored the traditional system of worship. Could a country recover from the reign of a mad king? It could when they had a great one right around the corner. Around 1279 BCE, Ramses II took the throne, believed by by many to be the Pharaoh of the biblical Exodus, what is known is that this ambitious ruler was responsible for a massive increase in statues and obelisks, as he put the country's massive resources to work. He also began conquests in the neighboring areas, waging an extensive battle against the Hittites that led to the first peace treaty in recorded history. To anyone living under Egypt under Ramses II, life was good. No wonder they built so many statues of this guy. But Egypt may have ultimately been a victim of its success. Egypt was now the richest country in the world, and it was surrounded by people who wanted a piece of that. The Libyan Berbers to the west were watching enviously from their much poorer country. In Egypt's territory in Canaan, they were dealing with the growing Assyrian Empire on their borders. In the Aegean Sea, a loose group of seafaring pirates began waging attacks on the border. The Egyptian army was strong enough to fend these invaders off at first, but another danger was brewing. Within the vast infrastructure Ramses II had created, the high priests had much power, and they often used this to enrich themselves, essentially becoming local governors. This was what accelerated the collapse of the country during the previous era, and history was repeating itself. But this time the consequences would be more dire. Two empires on their borders and a marauding band of pirates in their territorial waters meant the Egyptians would be fighting a war on multiple fronts indefinitely, and it took its toll. Egypt lost much of its territory in the Near East, and around 1069 the Third Intermediate Period began. This was when Egypt's empire largely started falling apart, without and within. The high priests of Thebes took more autonomy over their city, Libyan forces took control of the south of the country, and power struggles continued to undermine the country. 300 years into this period, an invasion from Kushite territory seized Thebes and the Delta, and King Piye began to establish his own empire. Egypt would remain, but would it really be Egypt anymore? You might be surprised. The Kushite rule of Egypt took on many of the attributes of the original rulers, and many of the defining traits of the empire are actually from this period, namely the pyramids. While the Great Pyramid was built thousands of years earlier, the Kushites were the one who built the majority of Egypt's pyramids. But despite this, Egypt's influence in the world was waning greatly. Most of the territories had been claimed by other empires, and their allies were quickly becoming conquered by the Assyrians. And it wouldn't be long before the Assyrians set their eyes on Egypt, invading in the early 600s BCE and driving out the Kushites. But this wouldn't be like other conquests. The Assyrians had their own culture and no interest in adopting the Egyptian one. They promptly sacked the famous temples of Thebes, took control of the kingdom and turned it over to their vassals rather than administer it directly. This left them open to betrayal, and only a few decades later the regional king cut a deal with Greek mercenaries and drove the Egyptians out of Egypt. The Greeks gained influence in Egypt, celebrated their victory, and then were promptly invaded by the powerful Persian Empire in 525. While the Persian ruler called himself Pharaoh of Egypt, he didn't even base his rule there, instead administering it from Iran and putting down rebellions. This was the official end of the Egyptian Empire, and it was annexed by the Persians. But it was far from the end of Egypt. Egypt was still a wealthy region with no shortage of treasures, and just about every empire in the world wanted a piece of it. The reign of the Persians lasted several hundred years, but in 332 BCE, a new top dog in the world had emerged. He ruled the Ptolemaic kingdom, and he had come to be known as Alexander the Great. At the time, Egypt was ruled by Persian agents, and the public resented their treatment. So when Alexander and his army came rolling in, they were greeted as deliverers. Unlike the Assyrians and the Persians, Alexander the Great had a deep admiration for the culture of ancient Egypt and restored many of its cultural elements. Basing his capital in the port city of Alexandria, he turned it into a thriving city of trade and learning, and his successors built the famous Lighthouse of Alexandria, making Egypt the only country to have two of the seven wonders of the world. It was Egypt's greatest era as a colony, with Hellenistic culture and Egyptian culture living side by side. But all good things must come to an end. Alexander the Great was a one-of-a-kind leader, and his successors struggled to maintain peace and keep the public happy. This led to an internal strife, attempts by ambitious rulers to reform the Egyptian religion, and localized rebellions. But one area was booming: trade. In fact, Egyptians were sending more of their grain abroad than ever before now that they had a powerful neighbor, the Roman Empire, the fast-growing continent-spanning kingdom based out of Italy. Rome was increasingly dependent on Egyptian exports, and some scheming rulers started thinking, wouldn't it just be easier if we owned Egypt instead of buying things from them? But wait, what happened to the most famous Egyptian ruler of all? If you ask people for one Egyptian ruler, odds are they'll name Cleopatra, the powerful queen best known for starring in her own Shakespeare play and being famously played by Elizabeth Taylor and soon Gal Gadot. But what most people don't know is that she wasn't Egyptian at all. She was the last queen of the Ptolemaic dynasty and famously fell in love with Roman politician Mark Antony. They attempted to defend Egypt against the Roman invasion, but their forces were defeated, and Octavian, the man who would become the first Roman emperor, took control of the massive territory. And with that, most people believed that the newly named Emperor Augustus became the richest man in the world. Obtaining what was once the richest country in the world would do that. And so the Egyptian empire ended not with a bang, but a whimper. The Romans ruled the Egyptians with a firmer hand than any other empire, administering it directly and eliminating many of their traditions. As Christianity took root in Rome, it would soon establish itself in Egypt as well, with the Egyptian Orthodox Church becoming one of the earliest denominations of Christianity to still be around. The Romans were the strongest empire in the world at the time, some would argue ever, and no other power challenged their reign. Resistance against Roman rule was limited within Egypt as they were too busy fighting amongst themselves. The battle between Christianity and the local faith continued for several hundred years until 391 CE, when Emperor Theodosius declared Christianity the official religion of Egypt and shuttered the temples. Slowly, the traditions of ancient Egypt faded into history, and hieroglyphics became a lost language for a long time. But no empire lasts forever. The Roman Empire slipped into decline by the 4th century CE, and Egypt found itself as part of the Eastern Empire based in Constantinople. As empires battled for the scraps left by Rome, Egypt would find itself under Persian control once again, and the Byzantine Empire would retake it in the 600s. Finally, in 639, the Muslim Rashidun army would invade and throw out the Byzantine army, establishing the Muslim Arab rule of the country that largely continues to this day. Egypt endures, and so do many of its greatest cultural artifacts, but the Egypt that exists today is only roughly 20 empires removed from the one that defined it. Which raises the question, why did Egypt ultimately fall? It's hard to pinpoint one point of failure, especially since Egypt is one of the first empires to grace the earth. But ancient Egypt did not die out due to the climate or internal strife or rival nations, it died out due to all of them. The kingdom didn't fall once, it fell again and again and again, sometimes to invasion, sometimes to other factors. But its internal structure was strong enough that when the opportunity presented itself, it would rebuild fairly quickly and take back control. Its two later Great Kingdom periods both came after intermediate periods of collapse, and it came back from each period stronger. So why didn't that repeat itself another time? The most likely explanation is that after the third intermediate period, what was left just wasn't strong enough to maintain any consistent resistance. The constant ebb and flow of various empires and their differing approaches to governing the Egyptian people likely kept any powerful rebellion from emerging. And by the time Rome came into the picture, it had been hundreds of years since Egypt had been an independent nation. Then came the long period of Roman oppression, where most of what Egypt stood for was systematically wiped out. By the time that it ended, the remnants of ancient Egypt were nothing but ruins, and the sense of a national identity was weaker than ever. So, what about Egypt today? Egypt was a province of the British Empire until 1922. It had previously been ruled by the Ottomans, but has maintained independence for 100 years now. Still, largely populated by Arab Muslim populations that took over in a previous conquest in the post-Rome era, their 100 years of liberation has been chaotic. They've been involved in several wars and have been ruled by kings, socialist leaders, elected leaders, and currently a military dictator. But despite this, they're considered one of the most stable countries in the Middle East and have a strong diplomatic relationship with most of their neighbors. As for their history, they still hold their time as top empire of Africa with great pride, and many of the remaining sites are among the world's greatest tourist sites. But ancient Egypt's greatest legacy might be outside of the country. There are a few ancient empires that capture the world's fascination more than Egypt, with trappings like the pyramids, the Sphinx, the story of Exodus, and of course the mummies who are probably not getting back out of their sarcophaguses once they were entombed in real life. No empire lasts forever. If the ancient Egyptians are still featuring in Hollywood movies thousands of years later, it's pretty safe to say the Romans weren't as successful as they'd hoped.
Much has been said about great monuments around the world that are so magnificent in their structures that it boggles the mind how the ancients built them. According to some left-field theorists, people didn't build them at all, but aliens descended from the skies in what some have called giant eggs or boats, and it was those beings that actually built the structures. Well, if not built them, then directed the construction. That's how a pyramid could be made sitting at true north, say the theorists. They go one step further too, telling us that the pharaohs were actually alien-human hybrids. Sounds pretty far-fetched, but what's leading some to make these claims? Is there any evidence at all? Let's take a look at why some people believe this. As you may have seen in our other shows on the pyramids, to some Egyptologists, the question of how the pyramids were built still remains shrouded in mystery. We're not only talking about the hard labor of moving millions of stones, dragging them across the land, and then up the foundation, but the absolute precision in regards to just how they lie. The fact that the pyramids of Giza sit true north should be a astounding to just about anyone, not just conspiracy theorists, while others who have studied the structure insist that this great monument was precisely built to reflect the dimensions of our planet. There are critics of this theory, and they state that if you shuffle the numbers enough, you can get the results you want to fit your theory. Nonetheless, with the pyramids being so incredibly majestic, it's certainly understandable that some people think that humans had a helping hand from something not of this world. Slightly more down-to-earth but still outside of the mainstream theorists have their own hypothesis, saying it wasn't aliens that did the work, but prior to the ancient Egyptians, another advanced civilization existed on Earth that had passed on their knowledge to them. Before we turn to the alien hybrid pharaohs, let's look at some other reasons why a certain segment of the public believes aliens came down to Earth, left, and then were worshipped as gods by ancient civilizations. For starters, we have the Moai of Easter Island and the giant stone heads that certainly couldn't have been easy to erect. There's plenty of evidence that it was possible for the Moai to build these statues, but there are still those that state that they were built in the shape of the aliens who lent a hand in their construction. Then there's the ancient Bolivian temple Pumapunku, which was built with stones weighing over 100 tons. Even today, scientists are in disagreement as to how humans moved them. The stones in the temple fit together like an interlocking puzzle, and this would have meant those builders had to have possessed a profound understanding of geometry and masonry. Not only that, the incredible intricate decorations in the stones are so outstanding experts don't really know how they managed to make them with such basic tools. Tests on mummies have shown that people in the area regularly consumed hallucinogenic plants, and to some theorists this was their way of connecting to another world, which might help explain their brilliant inspiration. We won't go through all the great wonders on this planet Earth, but there are many historical sites that boggle the mind. Take for example Stonehenge in the UK, or the temples of Vijayanagara in India that seem to have alien-looking figures and objects carved into the stonework. We are by no means attempting to sway you into thinking that just because humans in the past showed that they could do incredible things, that it means that they had help from aliens. But we're merely saying that this is a reason why some people believe this might have happened. Back to the Egyptians. Have you ever seen a picture of Pharaoh Akhenaten, the father of King Tut, who was said to have been the living embodiment of the solar deity and who died around 1336 BC? There are many remaining artifacts that depict what Akhenaten looked like, and you know what? He has an elongated head, much like the average gray alien. You can find one stone carving of him worshipping the disk of the sun, known as the Aten, with the beams of light shining down on him. Looking at this though, with his elongated head looking rather alien-like, if you didn't know better, you might think that the Great Disk was actually a spaceship, some kind of flying saucer. Of course, this is a long shot, and if you read more about ancient civilizations, you'll find that depicting people with elongated heads happened a lot, from the Australian Aborigines to the Mayans to many other places. Some have suggested that this might have been because they actually did have big heads, a deformation called macrocephaly that basically means big head in ancient Greek. This might have been the result of inbreeding or disease that led to the abnormality. It may have also been done on purpose. Cranial deformation might have also been a very painful procedure, something that children of noble birth had to go through to make them look unlike their ordinary folks. The theory is that it gave leaders to be great prestige. Whatever the reason, there's a lot of evidence of ancient people having these large heads all over the world. Some people would have you believe that these people were alien hybrids, or at least fashioned to look like the great things that came from the sky. There's no real solid evidence for this though, it's mere speculation or more like fantasy. As for the great Akhenaten, did he really have an enlarged head? Surely his mummy would tell us this, but we'll get around to that soon. Then there are the fantasies of the British tabloid press, who have at times not let the facts get in the way of telling a good tale, to put it politely. In 2016, some of the tabloids published an article about an ancient Egyptian coin that was unearthed. If you look at it, there's no doubt that one side portrays the elongated head of a gray alien. The problem with this is the fact that the only evidence of the coin being real was a line that told us the artifact was discovered by a group of people who worked on the renovation of a house in southern Egypt. We looked for more information at all on this mysterious group of renovators and couldn't find anything. We did though find coin experts talking about the alien head piece of cash, and they said this: a little research revealed that it's not even a real artifact, but a heavily retouched or photoshopped image of an actual Roman medallion in the famous collection of the Cabinet de Médailles in Paris. The hoax was uncovered by computer scientist Ralph Boulot. So much for trustworthy news sources. We found another dubious source telling us that DNA tests of Egyptian mummies revealed a gene called CXPAC5, which we're told is responsible for the building of the frontal cortex, the thinking part of the brain. 8 out of 9 mummies didn't contain this, but the mummy of Pharaoh Akhenaten did. The article then jumps to the conclusion that aliens must have planted this in the pharaoh. The blog post tells us that it's unusual to find CXPAC5 in the mummy of Akhenaten because he died at age 45, and it only appears in much older people. Akhenaten seemed to have an advanced brain. That said, we can find no one but alien enthusiasts talking about it. In fact, there are no links at all leading to the supposed study that tells us the pharaoh might have been linked somehow to aliens because of the appearance of this gene. Scientists are actually not sure where he was buried anyway, with it being suspected that he might have been laid to rest in KV55, a tomb in the Valley of the Kings in Egypt. One of the skulls found there was enlarged, but it's thought that this was because of a disease called chronic hydrocephalus. This basically means too much fluid on the brain, and that can distort the cranium. Other experts say the ancients' enlarged heads could have been down to various syndromes that cause macrocephaly. Still, the reputable experts are still debating if the skull was Akhenaten's at all, and they certainly haven't put forth a theory that aliens had planted a gene in his head that made it larger or made him more intelligent. The alien believers certainly connected a lot of invisible dots to make that story work. Finally, there's the allegedly ancient Egyptian text called the Thule Papyrus. You'll find certain sources saying this contains script that looks like it talks about UFOs. One translation of part of the text reads in English: "In the year 22, 3rd month of winter, 6th hour of the day, the scribus of the House of Life found it was a circle of fire that was coming in the sky." Another part reads, "They were more numerous than anything. They were shining in the sky more than the sun to the limits of the 4 supports of heaven. Powerful was the position of the fire circles." Wow, that certainly sounds like it might have been an account of an alien sighting. The only problem is the Thule Papyrus is not an authentic papyrus. It's a transcription of an alleged document of whose origin is dubious at best. Even some ufologists call the entire thing a hoax, saying someone was handed an ancient document and told it was a transcription of the original, and then someone translated that, and that's about it. In something called the Condon Report, a report by a group funded by the US Air Force on the possibility of alien life coming to Earth, this Thule Papyrus was talked about. The researchers wrote that it was taken from secondary and tertiary sources without any attempts to verify original sources. They also said that all such accounts of UFO sightings handed down from ancient times have proved to be weak and unverifiable. Until they can be verified, they're meaningless. From what we could see, a lot of people don't bother with the verification process, but are quite sure when writing their blogs from their bedrooms that they are right. Their evidence is like the Thule Papyrus in digital form. Dubious evidence handed down and rewritten and copied and passed on. It makes for a good story, but until we have more evidence, that's all it is, a story. As you can see, a lot of people claiming that pharaohs were part alien or contacted by aliens are connecting a lot of dots that don't necessarily mean much except in their own minds. They already have a picture they want to see, but science doesn't work by starting from a conclusion and finding evidence to back it up. It's the opposite. We look at the evidence we have and use that to come to conclusions. With that, we'll finish with a quote. In the words of astrophysicist Carl Sagan, in the long litany of ancient astronaut pop archaeology, the cases of apparent interest have perfectly reasonable alternative explanations, or have been misreported, or are simple prevarications, hoaxes, and distortions. The Pharaoh of Egypt had kept the Jewish people enslaved for generations, but now the oppressed had a leader, Moses, raised in the Egyptian court until he fled, and now returning to demand the freedom of his people. The Pharaoh refused, and Moses warned him that he would pay a terrible price. According to the Hebrew Bible, God would prove him right 10 times over. The story of the 10 plagues of Egypt is one of the most famous stories in the Bible, and one of the most hotly debated. Many people believe it's a true story of God's wrath coming down and exacting vengeance on a slave-holding empire. Others are skeptical, saying it's all a fable meant to make the Jewish escape from Egypt more dramatic. But others come up with another explanation. The 10 plagues may have happened, causing chaos in Egypt and facilitating the escape of their slaves, but all of the plagues had a scientific explanation that would be explained as God's wrath. Which is the truth? And what were those 10 horrible plagues? Number 1. Blood. God worked through Moses, and Moses' staff seemed to be enchanted. So for his first dramatic act of punishment upon the Egyptians, Moses raised his staff and struck the Nile River.
and spreading out from his staff, the crystal water of the Nile was transformed into thick red blood. It doesn't get much more dramatic and terrifying than that, but the consequences were far more dire. The Nile is the second largest river in the world, supplying water to most of Egypt. As Egypt at the time was heavily agricultural, this could easily starve many of the crops and devastate the food supply for the entire country. The fishing industry would be devastated, as fish can't breathe blood and would soon die off. Additionally, the aqueducts would go dry and put countless people at risk for dehydration. Water is essential for life, and while this first plague might seem more dramatic than deadly, it was actually striking at the very heart of Egypt's economy and society, turning their most valuable resource against them. But was there another possible explanation for this? There's no way to know what the actual composition of the Nile was during this period. Today, if a river turned to blood, scientists would be testing its chemical contents within minutes, once everyone had stopped screaming, of course. But in ancient Egypt, all the people knew was that the river had mysteriously turned red and undrinkable. This is actually something that happens naturally, and it might be worse than turning to blood, because the most common cause for a blood-red river is a phenomenon called red tide. This is what happens when red algae bloom occurs, as microscopic algae grows in such huge numbers that it changes the color of the water surface. But it's more than just a disturbing visual. The water builds up in shellfish and poisons the fish that eat them, causing mass numbers of dead fish to bubble to the surface. When the quantity is high enough, it can also launch air-based toxins, causing a horrible stench and making people around the water sick. Sounds scary enough for ancient people to assume it was a river of cursed blood. Comparing that to the second plague seems almost quaint. Number 2. Frogs. Maybe it was God's day off. Maybe he had a bit of writer's block because he followed up a literal river of blood across all of Egypt with a whole lot of frogs. According to the Bible, the second plague consisted of the Nile teeming with frogs. So many that they invaded the homes of the Egyptians, looking for anywhere to hide. They crawled into people's ovens and troughs, making it annoying if not impossible to do their daily chores. Not even the palace was safe. The Pharaoh himself had them crawling all over the throne room. Sweeping them out of the way was probably annoying enough, but let's not forget the constant croaking. While sending an invasion of frogs to Egypt might seem like a lesser plague, we're guessing by the second sleepless night with ribbit going off in the Pharaoh's ear every few seconds, he was seriously thinking about alternative labor methods for Egypt's future. And this is actually one plague that may still happen today. The most common expression is "it's raining cats and dogs," but that doesn't seem to happen too often. Raining frogs, on the other hand? It's been reported multiple times throughout history. Roman scientist Pliny the Elder once reported storms of frogs and fish falling from the sky, and thousands of years later, French soldiers reported a toad storm in 1794. Frogs and toads are small animals, and they can easily be picked up by tornadoes and dropped elsewhere. But this doesn't quite explain a massive multi-day frog invasion. What might explain it, however, is a river full of blood, or red algae. Frogs are amphibians, spending most of their day by the riverside hunting bugs and small fish. If the river suddenly becomes inhospitable, they'll probably go looking for food elsewhere, like all of Egypt. So the scientific explanation for the plague of frogs might just be that they were all there all along. But the first plague sent them into the city center to drive everyone nuts. And speaking of driving everyone nuts, number 3, lice and fleas. Every time summer comes around, the mosquitoes, ticks, and gnats come out in full force and drive everyone nuts with their bites. And there's no quicker way to break down someone's resistance than to annoy them into submission. That's why for the third plague, Moses raised his staff, hit the dust of the ground, and God transformed that very dust into a swarm of lice and gnats. According to the Bible, all the dust in Egypt transformed into these microscopic biting insects and set out like a vicious swarm to drink the blood of everyone there. Not only would the thick swarm of insects be hard to see, but the constant biting would keep everyone in constant pain, and the itching would last for days. All the while, new bites were being delivered. While the Pharaoh no doubt tried to seal himself up in his palace to protect himself, anyone who's ever tried to keep those insects out during the summer knows it's basically a fool's errand. This one definitely could have happened, and it's not even a rare phenomenon. Like the last two, these plagues all feed into each other. The river was poisoned, killing off mass numbers of fish and sending the frogs fleeing to the city. Many of those frogs then died off because they'd already been poisoned by the river. The piles of dead fish and frogs started attracting fast-breeding insects, which feed off the putrid flesh, and then flew off in search of their next meal. While it's not likely this happened as fast as was described in the Bible, without divine intervention, it's still entirely possible for the previous two plagues to result in a massive overrun of blood-sucking insects within a short period. Additionally, frogs are an essential part of the ecosystem, and they mostly feed on insects. If the frogs left their usual hopping grounds and then died off in large numbers, it would definitely boost an already growing insect population. All these factors on the heels of the last two are definitely a recipe for a very itchy, panicked Egyptian population and a whole lot of chaos. But the animals weren't done coming. Number 4. Wild beasts, or something else. This one gets tricky. The original Hebrew word for this plague is aruf, and its meaning is ambiguous. What is clear is that it's a mixture of something alive that comes into Egypt and kills off much of the livestock, depriving the Egyptians of both their supply of meat and their working animals for their farms. The only question is, what is doing the killing? Some scholars have interpreted this plague as referring to wild beasts from the outlands coming in and slaughtering cattle. There's no description of these beasts, but many artists have depicted them as wolf-like creatures. Now that's a beast worthy of a plague, but other scholars have argued it might be something smaller. Venomous creatures like snakes, scorpions, or hornets in large numbers could easily devastate the cattle population. And so could smaller insects like mosquitoes or stable flies that could bite the cattle and infect them with disease. But what was the most likely explanation? You might notice a pattern with the scientific explanation for these plagues. They all sort of feed into the other. A massive ecological disaster has been unfolding since the blood in the river, and now it had manifested into another plague. Much like the gnats that preceded this one, it's possible that whatever these creatures were, they had their food supply disrupted by the chaos in the river and the departure of the frogs. With nowhere else to feed, they headed into farming regions surrounding the city and began eating whatever they could find. There's no report of any humans being killed by these mysterious creatures, at least not directly, which might make it more likely that these creatures were among smaller options. Of course, they might just play into future plagues when they started killing the Egyptians more directly. And like all the other plagues, this one might not have stayed where it was supposed to, because the pestilence situation was about to go from bad to worse. Number 5. Pestilence. Not long after, the next plague came, silently, with incredible consequences. A swift-moving plague started sweeping through the Egyptians' livestock. The cattle population had already been decimated by the previous plague targeting them, but wild animals weren't contagious. Now, a highly fatal disease was killing off whole herds and flocks, and they were spreading it to each other. With only rudimentary knowledge of disease prevention, the Egyptians were powerless to stop the disease from spreading. This added to the major problem that the first 5 plagues caused: starvation. The first plague targeted the water supply and the fish population. Others targeted crops. This one was targeting the meat supply and leaving it contaminated. It's not clear if the disease was making the jump to humans, but what was clear is that the food supply was getting thinner and thinner, even among the elites. And we may know exactly what this one was. While it's possible that God just created a new plague out of thin air to target livestock, we also know that there's a livestock disease that really existed and devastated much of the animal population of Africa and Europe in the 18th and 19th century. It was called rinderpest, and it had a nasty collection of symptoms: fever, diarrhea, necrosis of the lymphoid, and oral sores. Worse, it had nearly 100% fatality rate and could be transmitted by both air and water. It affected a wide range of animals, including cattle, deer, buffalo, and camels. While the plague in the Bible mentions it affected other animals like donkeys and sheep, the two viruses could be closely related. The good news is rinderpest had been eradicated. Due to its devastating impact on the food supply, the United Nations Food and Agricultural Organization focused on making it the second disease after smallpox to be eliminated. But if it was present in ancient Egypt, their entire food supply would have been in rough shape. And it wasn't just the animals in trouble. Number 6. Boils. While most of the previous plagues targeted the food supply and environment around the Pharaoh and his men, this one hit home, literally. God ordered Moses to take soot from a furnace and throw it in the air in front of the Pharaoh. The soot turned into a fine dirt which spread over the palace and all around Egypt, and whenever it hit an Egyptian, their skin would break out into painful, festering, infected boils. The Pharaoh no doubt had many a palace doctor and apothecary trying to cure his ailment, but none of them had answers, and the average Egyptian was left to fend for themselves. Not only did this cause the Egyptians constant pain, but it likely left them open to infection once the boils burst, leaving the painful skin underneath exposed. After all, in ancient society, sanitation standards weren't quite up to what they are today. People didn't know germ theory. With most people working in manual labor jobs and painful sores not being a good enough excuse to not work, this created a big problem for Egypt's populace. But was there another explanation for these dermatological tortures? Scientists have studied the description of these boils and have come up with a number of theories. One is, once again, a continuation of the previous plagues. With the massive die-off of livestock due to the pestilence, it's likely the many animal bodies would have become a breeding ground for biting and stinging insects. Everyone, from commoners to the Pharaoh, would have likely been dealing with horseflies, gnats, and lice in even larger numbers, which might have caused painful welts and infections. Another explanation is the deadly, highly infectious disease smallpox, which is believed to have been in Egypt since around 3,000 years ago, and the evidence of smallpox scars have been found on the mummy of a previous pharaoh. And then there are standard boils, which can be caused by a minor skin infection brought on by bacteria. Maybe it was one of these or all of them, but one thing's for sure, the Egyptians were not having a good time, and it was about to get worse. Number 7. Fire and hail. When Moses came back down to the Pharaoh's castle, he hoped that all the constant disease and starvation had worn him down, because if not, God was ready to escalate. The next plague would bring the worst hailstorm to ever fall on Egypt, coupled with a massive lightning storm that lit much of the country on fire. The disaster was so extreme that Moses even warned the Pharaoh to tell his countrymen to bring all their livestock and supplies inside, because anything outside was likely to be destroyed by massive rock-like pieces of ice falling from the sky. Many translations describe this as fiery hail, which typically isn't something that exists, making it look more and more like God's wrath. The combination of hail, lightning, and raging flames devastated the already weakened country, with one exception, the city of Goshen, which was primarily populated by the enslaved Israelites. But what was the secret of this terrible storm? While some of the details might have been embellished, like plumes of flames, this plague was described more in depth than many of the others. And that's not a surprise. Terrible storms are something that happen in nature and don't need an explanation. Hailstorms are uncommon in the desert, but possible and commonly accompanied by lightning. However, there is another explanation for the unusual and extreme weather. Around 3,500 years ago, a time near the Exodus, there was a massive volcanic explosion on the island of Santorini near Crete. This sent massive amounts of volcanic ash into the atmosphere, which can create atypical weather, especially when it mixes with thunderstorms. This could account for the unusual size of the hail, which was accompanied by lightning strikes and fire. All put together, it's not a surprise it looked positively apocalyptic to the Egyptians. Then came a plague that might have delivered the killing blow to Egyptian society. Number 8. Locusts. It wasn't the first time the country had been hit by a bug and animal problem during the 10 plagues, but few insects were feared more than the locust. This insect didn't attack humans or spread pestilence. It had only one target, the Egyptian food source. When the pharaohs once again refused to let the Hebrews leave Egypt, Moses warned that the plagues of locusts would cover the land, so much so that no one would ever be able to see the ground. The plants that had not been destroyed by the hail were now targeted by the locusts, and this added to the attacks on the livestock by wild beasts, disease, and the disturbance in the water that killed many of the fish. This meant that all corners of the Egyptian food supply had been devastated, especially for the lower classes. This meant mass starvation, and when the peasants can't eat, even the pharaoh should start getting nervous of possible rebellion. When people can't feed their family, they have nothing to lose. And this plague also follows a simple chain of events. Did God send the locusts? There's no way of knowing, but if Moses was a savvy performer determined to free his people, this is one he could have seen coming. The theory that the hailstorm was caused by a volcanic eruption means that the ash would cause weather anomalies, including more frequent rain and greater humidity. And when there's humidity, locusts find it easier to breed in inhospitable climates. The ash was going to linger for a long time, and that meant they would arrive in Egypt for a feeding frenzy and see absolutely no reason to leave. Many of these plagues fed into each other, so Moses might have taken a string of bad luck and used it to intimidate the pharaoh into giving up his slaves. After all, if an angry god was supposedly controlling nature, is it really worth trying to find out what he's willing to do next? The pharaoh apparently thought so, because the next 2 plagues would be the most dramatic ones yet. Number 9. Darkness. When the pharaoh rebuffed Moses once again, God sent him a message: stretch out your hand to the sky, and the sky will respond. Darkness fell over Egypt, not just any darkness, but inky black darkness that no one could see through. Only those with lights could fight their way through what was called a pitch-black night, except this night didn't end. All around Egypt, it was like the sun had been blotted out, and it didn't rise again for 3 days and 3 nights. The Bible claims that the Jewish people in Egypt were once again spared from the plague, with lights in their homes, but this is only mentioned briefly. Moses may have warned them of what was to come, allowing them to stockpile oil for their lamps so they can make their way through the darkness with ease. Or maybe God was just that powerful and he wanted the Egyptians to see that the only people he was defending would have light. But the scariest thing about the darkness is that it could happen again. There are many theories about what could blot out the sun over Egypt from a scientific perspective. The sun does go down for months at a time in the far north, but Egypt is near the equator and has long days for most of the year. Another theory is a solar eclipse, which can dramatically block out the sun, but those typically only last several hours at most. Instead, the most likely answer might be that a darkness resulted from that same source as the last few plagues, the massive cloud of volcanic ash settling over Egypt due to the volcanic eruption. While it's unlikely this would have created night-like conditions, the combination of a massive cloud overhead blocking out the sun and unsettled weather bringing in dust and ash blowing it through the streets could have led to an extended period of darkness so bad that it would have been hard to see your hand in front of your face. And for ancient people who didn't know when the sun was going to rise again, this was probably terrifying. But God still had one last dramatic act to go. Number 10. Death of the firstborn. Surely blocking out the sun would be enough for the pharaoh to yield by now, right? But maybe it was pride. Many sources indicate that this pharaoh was raised alongside Moses as his older brother, so maybe it was sibling rivalry. Whatever the cause, the pharaoh rebuffed Moses one more time, and God called down the most terrifying plague yet. This one would take some prep, because God ordered Moses to spread the word to the Hebrews. Take the blood of a lamb and mark it above your doorway, because tonight the angel of death will come down from the heavens. And when the angel sees the blood over the doorway, he'll know the home belongs to one of the Jewish people and pass it by. But for all the unmarked doors belonging to the Egyptians, the angel of death will enter, and for each house he'll claim the life of their firstborn son. This went all across class lines in Egypt, claiming the lives of peasants, merchants, and even the eldest son of the pharaoh himself. This was enough to finally break the pharaoh's spirit, but was it divine intervention? Of all the 10 plagues, this was the only one that is explicitly supernatural as described. An intelligent, ethereal being comes down from heaven to claim specific souls, but is warded off from taking the lives of those protected by God by a religious ritual. In fact, every Egyptian firstborn son died the same night. It's proof of divine intervention, but it's been several thousand years, and we have no way of knowing the exact details of the deaths that happened that night. What is known is that one specific person died that night, the pharaoh's son, and in a society that largely worshipped their kings as gods, that would be enough to shake a nation. It's possible that the pharaoh's son became sick as a result of the many other plagues, but if firstborns were disproportionately affected by the plague, there are some possible explanations. Firstborns are typically the ones who did the majority of the chores in the field for Egyptian families, and those fields might have been contaminated by the many pathogens released through the past plagues. So a plague targeting the firstborns might have just been a matter of exposure. But God had one more, even more dramatic act to follow. The story goes that the loss of his son broke the pharaoh, and he agreed to let Moses lead the slaves out of Egypt. Everyone packed up their few belongings, headed for the border, and took some food, including unleavened bread, because there was no time to wait for it to rise. Imagine baking some emergency flatbread for your family while you flee slavery, and thousands of years later, people are still talking about your messed up bread. So the Jews headed for the border, and it was smooth sailing from there. Or not. The pharaoh's grief turned to rage, and he ordered his army to head to the border and drive the Jews back to slavery. At the same time, Moses was leading the people to the Red Sea. He raised his staff, and the sea parted for them, allowing them to walk through on dry land. As they made their way out of Egypt, they saw the Egyptian army roaring after them, and then, just as quickly as it had raised to the side, the Red Sea came crashing down on the Egyptian army, sweeping them away to their doom while the Jews walked on to safety. Which raises the same question as the 10 plagues: act of God or act of nature? Much like the death of the firstborns, it's highly unlikely this could have happened as described without divine intervention. Most of the depictions of the parting of the Red Sea in movies have seen the sea parting into walls that can be walked through, only to come crashing down at the exact right moment. However, tides can shift dramatically, especially with unusual weather conditions. It's possible that the level of the water was low at the time, allowing the Jewish slaves to wade to freedom, only for a flood or surge to arrive soon after, taking the Egyptians with it. But one scientist proposes another theory. Carl Drews believes the Red Sea of the Bible wasn't the Red Sea at all. It was mistranslation from Sea of Reeds, and would have been located just south of the Mediterranean Sea. This would have been a shallow lagoon, and with unusually strong winds that day, it could have created the illusion of a parting, and the shifting of winds could have caused the water to roar back. Whatever the answer, one thing is for sure. If these events happened anywhere near as described, Egypt did not have a good time, and changing up their labor policy was the least of their problems. Mummies, jewels, and untold horrors? The pyramids of Egypt are home to some stunning archaeological finds, as well as some surprises right out of a Hollywood chiller. These are the worst things ever found inside Egyptian pyramids. Number 10. The Great Menagerie. Egyptian pharaohs liked to take everything with them when they died, so all their possessions were placed in the tomb with them, even if said possession was still alive. If pharaohs or anyone else interred in a pyramid had a pet at the time, the pet would typically be mummified and sent to spend eternity with their master, which likely resulted in some nasty glares from the cat in the afterlife. Cats were considered sacred animals in Egypt, so the most common animal found amongst mummies are also the most likely to unravel the mummy's bandages for fun in the event of a surprise resurrection. But that's just the beginning, because in many pyramids it was a full-on zoo. Many animal mummies weren't actually pets at all. They were tributes to the gods. The Egyptian gods were typically based on animals, so when the Egyptians wanted to get the blessings of a god, they would make a tribute in their image. Many of the mummies were actually just ritual effigies, statues or dolls containing a few bones of the animal, rather than a fully mummified body. But when it came to the pharaoh being laid to rest and wanting good luck in the afterlife, he would often cover his bases and have the local wildlife laid to rest with him, which has led to some truly strange finds inside the pyramids. Birds are fairly common finds, particularly the sacred ibis, which was popular during the latter days of Egypt. Dogs and jackals, which represented Anubis, the god of the afterlife, were commonly placed in the coffin starting with the First Dynasty. After all, you'd want the god who was taking you to your reward to feel represented. But other larger animals were present as well, including baboons and crocodiles, who both had gods in their images. Whoever had the job of capturing and stuffing those probably drew the short straw. And even bugs, like the sacred scarab, showed up in these massive tombs. And with that many residents, you need some fuel. Number 9. Fit for a king. One of the important things to know about the burial chambers inside these massive pyramids is that they didn't really expect the dead to stay put. They weren't expecting them to get up and wander around casually like in the old horror movies. That would be pretty hard with all the work done to preserve the bodies, including getting rid of all the organs. But their perspective of the afterlife was fairly literal, and the Egyptians viewed sending their dead to the next realm as something akin to a mom sending a kid off to camp. Okay, have everything you need? You got your best clothes, you got your favorite items, and you got your pet cat. And of course, you'll need something to eat along the way. The tombs of the pharaohs were commonly filled with foodstuffs, the kind you would pack if you wanted to make sure your beloved king wouldn't be feeling hungry as he goes on to that final journey. This being ancient times, most of the supplies were simple natural foods, including grains like wheat and barley, fruits like figs, dates, and grapes, packages of preserved meat, only the best, like beef and duck, and even honey for dessert and wine in case the mummy wants to get a little tipsy on their way out the door. It was a sumptuous feast, the kind any commoner in the era would have loved to get their hands on, and it all went to waste, because obviously there wasn't anyone in the sealed room to eat it, right? And now it's all been long rotted, right? Well, not exactly. While none of the food in the tombs should be consumed thousands of years later, most of the foods left in the room were built to last. Dry grain will just get brittle, jerky is designed to have a long shelf life, although not this long, and perishable items like fish were carefully avoided. And then there's the wine, which benefits from aging. Although anyone who cracked it open today would likely be in for an unpleasant surprise. The one exception? The honey, which has no expiration date and can last for thousands of years if kept sealed without any microbes getting in. So it's entirely possible that the pharaoh's honey could still be spread on some apples today, although no one knows if any archaeologists were willing to put their stomachs on the line for science. Sometimes it seems the pharaohs were preparing for any eventuality. Number 8. The Ship of Khufu. Egypt is in a desert, right? They're probably not going to be spending too much time on the water. Well, hold that thought, because at its height, Egypt was definitely engaging in trade and war well beyond its borders, and it sailed the nearby seas just like any empire. Still, most of the evidence of Egypt's seafaring days was long gone, which was why the discovery in 1954 took everyone by surprise. While exploring the Great Pyramid, the burial place of the pharaoh Khufu, they found a large chamber carved into the base of the Giza bedrock, and they discovered some of the most fascinating ruins inside the pyramid. But there would be a lot of work to do before they got the whole picture. It was a massive ship, almost 150 feet long and close to 20 feet wide, dated back around 4,500 years. This makes it the oldest boat ever found, but it was far from intact. Wooden ships aren't meant to last thousands of years. So it had degraded, and it took years for the Egyptian Department of Antiquities to restore it and create a full-sized recreation. What they discovered was magnificent, but also deeply mysterious, because the boat was definitely constructed well, to the point where the engineer said it could easily float on water today if they wanted to risk it. But what was missing was anything to operate it. It had no rigging, no masts, and no deck for rowers to get the boat moving. So what exactly was it supposed to be carrying? The boat has earned the nickname the Solar Barge because it's believed to be largely ceremonial. It was likely placed in the pharaoh's tomb not as a prized possession that he would want buried with him, but as an actual vehicle he would use to get to the afterlife. I guess Anubis didn't have a rowboat that Hades' servants did to get souls across the river Styx. Or maybe the pharaoh just wanted to travel in style. Either way, the boat does not seem to have been used for its intended purpose, although it showed some evidence of being used on the water, so it may have been used before its burial for a funeral procession or other ceremonies. But some of the stuff in these pyramids was a bit more gruesome. Number 7. Guts. The process of mummification was not pretty, and it certainly wasn't as simple as wrapping the body in bandages. The goal was to preserve the body for as long as possible, and to do that they had to remove anything that was likely to rot. That involved removing most of the organs, starting with the brain, followed by most of the guts and soft tissue. This would allow the body to be rinsed and deodorized with a spice mixture before being allowed to dehydrate and eventually be ready for long-term preservation. And what to do with the guts? Throw them out, right? Hold on, don't forget that this is the pharaoh, who was typically considered the human avatar of the gods, and that means that every part of his body is holy, even the guts. The guts would be joining the mummy in the burial chamber, but in a way that wouldn't ruin the vibe. They would typically be placed in jars called canopic jars, which were ornately decorated and usually given the face of one of the gods. Being firmly sealed and with no one around to disturb them, the jars would be stable and be allowed to rot away inside without leaking and causing any damage to the rest of the chamber, while the body itself would slowly desiccate into a shriveled mummy that would be carefully preserved even thousands of years later. But what starts buried doesn't always stay buried. The canopic jars were eventually discovered and examined, which likely meant a bad day at the office for the archaeologists. But discovery means taking some risks, and examining the canopic jars revealed some fascinating facts to the scientists. For one thing, the jars weren't just a slurry of organs, they'd been segregated by organ, with each major organ having a jar and maybe a specific god. This interested the scientists because it raised a question: exactly how much did the ancient Egyptians know about what these squishy things inside our body do? But sometimes there's nothing eerier than nothing. Number 6. The Void. There were many pyramids around Egypt, not just the largest ones. In fact, a total of 118 have been identified so far. Most of them have similar characteristics, including a burial chamber for the guest of honor. Scientists have long believed that all the pyramids were designed as tombs, which made it all the more puzzling that 7 pyramids were found without a design for any burial chamber inside. All of them were smaller pyramids without the ornate inner structure, which has led archaeologists to believe that they might have been designed as a fortress or settlements instead. Or maybe they were just unfinished. And of course, there's no one to ask. One of the eeriest parts of exploring a pyramid is the ambiguity. How do you explore something that was created thousands of years ago with the entire culture long gone? Many elements of the construction will always be a mystery, but none more so than the mysterious void found within the Khufu Pyramid, one of the biggest and most famous pyramids ever built. In 2017, while mapping the pyramid with a powerful telescope system, inside they found nothing. A massive 100-foot void that seemed to be a large chamber with an unknown purpose. Another smaller void was found as well, which indicates that there are huge portions of the pyramid that have not been seen by anyone in several thousand years, and scientists are still puzzling over it. The Great Pyramid has not been fully explored, and the actual burial chamber of the pharaoh Khufu has never been discovered. That leads many people to think this massive hidden room could be the key, but it seems to be so thoroughly sealed off with no way in or out that it's likely to keep its secrets. Others believe it might have been a construction staging point, or maybe just a construction error, and the grand unveiling would be akin to Geraldo opening Al Capone's vault full of nothing. But one way or another, we're not likely to get answers. To gain access might require dismantling much of the massive pyramid. But sometimes human nature is scarier than any physical object. Number 5. The 2 pyramids of Amenemhotep. Amenemhotep was by all accounts a fairly forgettable pharaoh, only ruling for 2 years during the Second Dynasty. He only appears in a few pieces of literature, his name inscribed on only a few canopic jars, and is believed to only have reigned for 2 years. That makes him essentially a footnote in Egyptian history, which makes it all the more surprising that he has 2 pyramids with his name on them. One could be explained, especially a smaller one for burial, but there's no reason why such a forgettable ruler would have more pyramids to his name than some of the most famous ones. Except, of course, that he wanted them. The archaeologists discovered the 2 pyramids in the city of Dashur, 2,000 feet away from each other, beginning in 1957. They explored them and found most of the artifacts belonging to this short reign in the first pyramid. This is the source of most of what we know about the king's reign. But what about the second pyramid? After exploring it, they found a lot of evidence of things that didn't relate to Amenemhotep, as well as a box containing mummy wrappings and inscriptions that didn't seem to belong there. What was the secret? A father's love. After much investigation, they discovered that the remains found in the second pyramid of Amenemhat belonged to his daughter, Hatshepsut, who never became a ruler and was mostly forgotten by history, unlike the similarly named queen. But she must have died before her father and wasn't forgotten by him, because he apparently went to an already built pyramid, took out most of the artifacts belonging to the person who was buried there, and inscribed his name on it so his daughter could be buried there. Now that's some peak pushy soccer dad behavior, ancient Egyptian style. And it wasn't the only time someone left a mark on someone else's pyramid. Number 4. Ancient tags. Graffiti is fine art in some cities. Young men come out masked up, carrying spray paint, and go into town, turning the city into a canvas. They spray on buildings, walls, and even moving subway cars, always trying to stay one step ahead of the cops. Sometimes they're painting fancy murals, but more than often they just leave their personal tag, or the tag of the gang they belong to. If they can stay out of jail, they might even become local heroes, but more often than not, their creations get painted over in short order. But for one set of graffiti artists, their creations lasted a lot longer. The pyramids didn't build themselves, it took a lot of labor. While many stories have them built by slaves, most evidence is that the pyramids, including the Great Pyramid of Giza, were built by paid laborers who understood the job and weren't just plunked down and told to work. They took great pride in their work, and that meant they wanted to leave their mark. Thousands of years later, archaeologists unearthed a series of strange red markings right above the king's chamber. And when they translated it, it read, "The Friends of Khufu Gang." Imagine leaving a silly little tag on your next work project and having people reading it over almost 5,000 years later. But most of the strangest finds in the pyramids are much less wholesome, and one was right out of the movies. Number 3. Death traps ahoy. If you're going to watch any movie about the pyramids, odds are at some point our intrepid hero is going to get into some trouble. He steps on the wrong stone, and suddenly the floor collapses under him. Maybe he's hurtling down a slide into a spike pit, or maybe poison darts shoot out of the wall. Maybe a trap door opens up under him to drop him into a basement full of snakes. Why did it have to be snakes? Don't ask who's been keeping that snake pit stocked for all these years. Fortunately, these elaborate traps are just fiction, right? Not if you go into some pyramids, including one of the most famous ones. King Tutankhamun, also known as the Boy King, was one of the youngest pharaohs, and the discovery of his tomb in 1922 was one of the biggest events in archaeological history. It also led to no small amount of fear, as many people who explored it came down with ailments or a case of bad luck. But as they explored his tomb, they discovered it wasn't going to be straightforward. Many past tombs had fake walls or floors designed to trick people and lead them down the wrong path away from the pharaoh's treasure, but few seemed as closely guarded as this one. Tutankhamun's tomb was discovered under another tomb, and that wasn't where the strangeness stopped. The tomb resembled an elaborate puzzle box, with many of the rooms having grooves where blocks needed to be slid around to gain access. One wrong move, and you would be cut off from entering his chamber. As they explored, they only discovered an empty sarcophagus made of red granite, not the kind a pharaoh would be buried in. The location of his actual burial chamber remains a mystery, one closely guarded by a series of security measures that would put any movie mummy to shame. However, one of the objects in the pyramids made archaeologists' blood run cold. Number 2. The smallest sarcophagus. There's no greater joy for many people than the arrival of a new baby, and an interrupted pregnancy can devastate a family. Many people love the child long before it arrives and want to memorialize the life that could have been. But few went as far with this as whoever was in charge of filling one pyramid in Giza. The year was 1907, and archaeologists were digging through the ruins. While exploring one chamber, they found a sarcophagus, but it was the smallest sarcophagus anyone had ever seen. A wooden chamber less than a foot long. It looked more like the size a sarcophagus would be if it belonged to a small pet, but that wasn't the case. The sarcophagus was badly damaged, but it was unmistakable as the kind that would belong to a human. At over 2,500 years old, the miniature coffin was badly degraded, and trying to open it could cause everything inside to collapse when exposed to the air. But the presence of this coffin raised many questions, and scientists wanted answers. They brought in high-level imaging technology to the site and used it to peer inside. What they found was a human skeleton, but one far too small to even be an infant. After experts looked over the images, they found that it was a fetus that would be no more than 18 weeks old, a miscarriage relatively early in the pregnancy, long before the fetus was viable, and that shed a lot of light on just how much ancient Egyptians understood about the body. At that stage in pregnancy, a woman likely only would have figured out she was pregnant a couple months earlier. The pregnancy would have been about half over, but it's clear that everyone involved understood that this miscarriage had the potential to be a future son or daughter of Egypt, and would be memorialized as such. It's not the only tiny sarcophagus found in the pyramids of Egypt, and each one seems to be honored just as much as the grown humans held in that pyramid. However, not everyone buried in a pyramid is there to be honored, and now we reach the darkest thing ever found in a pyramid. Number 1. The sacrifices. The pharaohs had many possessions, and they wanted to take all of them with them. That included their precious gems, their gold, their chariots, and their fancy clothes. But it could also include their pets, who were sacrificed with them for good luck. And in some rare cases, it even included their servants. The servants had pledged to serve the pharaoh in life and in death. Because Egyptians viewed the afterlife as a continuation of the life they lived, death was seen more as a transition than an end, and the pharaohs were seen as gods in human form, so to follow them into the afterlife was seen as a great honor, whether the servant wanted it or not. But how common was this actually? It wasn't as common as Hollywood makes you believe. After all, if signing up to serve the pharaoh meant you would die when he did, it would lose its popularity as a position sooner or later. But during the First Dynasty, it seems to have been relatively commonplace. Graves around the royal tombs were found to contain multiple members of the royal court, particularly members of the harem. And surprisingly, it wasn't limited to the pharaoh. High-born members of society have their servants slain and laid to rest with them, although not in the same numbers as kings. But as the brutality of this practice became a little clearer, an alternative started to emerge. Archaeologists started finding something else when exploring tombs. Countless small statues called ushabtis. These little figurines, usually made from limestone, seem to have been created to serve as the king's new servants in the afterlife. They had inscriptions on each one saying that they'd be brought to life by the gods to replace the living servants when time was right. Who came up with this idea? No one knows, but there's a good chance it was a servant who saw the opportunity to come up with a good story and potentially save his own life. Greek mythology is responsible for some of the most enduring stories in all of history. The pantheon of gods sitting atop Mount Olympus, the underworld, land of the dead, guarded by a multi-headed dog. And don't forget the many monsters. The Minotaur, stalking through the labyrinth, the sirens luring sailors to their death with their beautiful songs, and of course the woman with hair made of serpents whose gaze can turn a man to stone. Medusa is quite possibly one of the most famous monsters in the mythological world. You've almost certainly heard of her, seen her referenced in some sort of movie or TV show, but what is the real story behind the snake-haired woman? Grab your sword and shield and try not to make eye contact, because today we're digging into the legend of Medusa the Gorgon. According to the myths, Medusa was not the only Gorgon. She had two sisters, all of them daughters of the sea gods Phorkys and Kito, who dwelled at the very edge of the world. The writer Hesiod described it as beyond glorious ocean in the frontier land towards night, where there are clear-voiced Hesperides. The Hesperides were sky goddesses associated with the evening and guardianship of golden apples. The Gorgons, with their intimidating wingspans, sharp talons, and hair made of snakes, were quite different from these gentle guardians. Their names were Medusa, Stheno, and Euryale. Stheno's name means strong and forceful, while Euryale's means broad. Depending on the story, the blood of the Gorgons was said to have poisonous or healing properties. Those odds don't seem great, but if you happen to find yourself in possession of some Gorgon blood, then why not flip a coin? The Gorgons have been part of Greek mythology since before the 7th or 8th century BCE, when Hesiod wrote about them in Theogony. It's theorized that they were the result of Near Eastern mythological and artistic influences on ancient Greek culture. Early depictions of the Gorgons, when they had a more bestial appearance with thick hair and tusks, looked notably similar to those of Lamashtu, a Mesopotamian demon known for stealing children and attacking pregnant women. Over time, depictions of the Gorgons shifted to become more human in nature, but some monstrous elements remained as they became the creatures we imagine when we hear the word Gorgon today. Their imagery is frightening, intimidating, and iconic. Open mouths, wide, wild eyes, and twisting crowns of snakes. And no Gorgon is more recognizable than Medusa herself. While the other Gorgons were immortals with monstrous features, Medusa was quite different. She was mortal, a lonely fate when her siblings would never grow old or die. But where they were hideous to behold, she was beautiful. Her looks and feminine charms captivated all who knew her, and her most stunning attribute was her lush, splendid hair. But not all attention is welcome attention, and Medusa captured the eye of a lustful god, Poseidon. Brother of Zeus and the god of the sea, Poseidon boldly pursued the mortal girl, but she rejected his advances out of devotion to the goddess Athena, whom she hoped to serve as a priestess someday. But gods don't like to take no for an answer, and one day in the temple of Athena herself, Poseidon forced himself on Medusa. Athena was horrified and enraged at the desecration of her sacred temple, and she sought revenge, not on Poseidon, her uncle, and the one who had abused his power, but on Medusa. Athena transformed her into a monster, changing her hair to snakes and her face to a visage so hideous that any who met her eyes would be petrified and turned to stone. She returned to her sisters, joining them in their isolation and fleeing from society. but she was beset by would-be heroes intending to slay her and cut off her head. Eventually, one succeeded, but we'll get to that a little bit later. First, we have to address something a few of you watching might have been listening to the story of Medusa and thinking, "Hey, that's not how I heard it." And that's entirely possible. There are several variations on the Medusa myth that have circulated over the years, some popularized by different ancient poets, some just resulting from the way stories shift and change over the years after hundreds of retellings. The earliest mentions of Medusa describe her as a monster quite like her sisters, born monstrous, rather than made that way. Over time, more emotion and drama was woven into the story. The poet Hesiod described Medusa's fate as a sad one, her mortality tragic alongside the immortality of her sisters. In Hesiod's version of the story, Poseidon and Medusa had a consensual love affair, and he lay with her in a soft meadow and among spring flowers. A gentler, more romantic take on Medusa compared to what came before or after. A century after Hesiod, the poet Stasinus of Cyprus wrote about Medusa and her sisters. He described them as fearful monsters who lived in Sarpedon, a rocky island in deep eddying Oceanus. Later, the Greek playwright Aeschylus would expand on the monstrous appearance of the Gorgons, writing of three-winged sisters, the snake-haired Gorgons, loathed of mankind, whom no one of mortal kind shall look upon and still draw breath. It is the Roman poet Ovid who might be responsible for the most commonly repeated version of the Medusa myth. He described her fate in his work. She was once most beautiful, and the jealous aspiration of many suitors. Of all her beauties, none was more admired than her hair. I came across a man who recalled having seen her. They say that Neptune, lord of the seas, violated her in the temple of Minerva. Jupiter's daughter turned away and hid her chaste eyes behind her aegis. So that it might not go unpunished, she changed the Gorgon's hair to foul snakes. And now, to terrify her enemies, numbing them with fear, the goddess wears the snakes that she created as a breastplate. One thing all the Medusa myths have in common is her death at the hands of the hero Perseus. The story of Perseus began when Acrisius, the king of Argos, was warned by the Oracle of Delphi that his grandson would one day kill him. Since he didn't yet have any grandchildren, he set about making sure that he never would. He locked his daughter Danae in an underground room where she would never become pregnant. But walls, locked doors, and a secret underground chamber are no match for Zeus, the god of thunder and unofficial god of infidelity. Zeus took a shine to Danae and decided to visit her in the form of a shower of golden rain. Stop right there, don't say it, get your mind out of the gutter. Yes, he came to Danae as a shower of gold, bypassing the walls of her chamber and entering her body. When the shower had passed, she was pregnant. She eventually gave birth to a son named Perseus. Furious that his daughter had managed to conceive a grandson, and not believing that Zeus was the father, Acrisius sent his daughter and newborn grandson out into the open sea on a ship. They drifted for a while before landing on the shores of Seriphos Island, where a local couple rescued them. They weren't just any ordinary couple either. The husband was the brother of the island's king, Polydectes. When Perseus grew up, becoming a strong, handsome young man, he attracted the ire of King Polydectes. Polydectes wanted to marry Danae, but didn't see a way to pull off that union with her son around. See, Danae didn't want to marry him, and Perseus protected her from his unwanted advances. So the king hatched a plan. He would send Perseus away and make sure that he would never come back. Polydectes threw a royal banquet at which each and every guest was required to bring him a gift. For his gift from Perseus, he asked him to journey to the lair of Medusa to slay her and bring him back her head. In Polydectes' eyes, this task was as good as a death sentence, but Perseus promised to complete the quest and return victorious with the Gorgon's head in hand. He was in luck too. Athena, ever eager for a chance to help Medusa suffer and for the chance to help out her demigod half-brother, offered guidance to Perseus. She instructed him to find the Hesperides, who would be able to tell him the location of Medusa and her sisters. Before he could locate the Hesperides, Perseus would need to pay a visit to the Graiae, the sisters of the Gorgons, three gray-haired women sharing one single eye between them. He was able to get the better of them by stealing their eye, holding it hostage, and promising to return it in exchange for the location of the Hesperides. When he reached the Hesperides, they offered to help him in the form of a special bag he could use to carry Medusa's head without being harmed by it. Then several of the gods contributed gifts that would aid him with his quest. Athena gave him a polished shield, Zeus offered an unbreakable sickle, Hades gifted him a helmet that gave him the ability to turn invisible, and Hermes gave him a pair of winged sandals. Armed with the favor of the gods and the hidden location of the Gorgon's cave, Perseus prepared to take on Medusa. When Perseus arrived at the cave, he found Medusa sleeping. Using the polished face of the shield he received from Athena, he was able to look at Medusa's reflection, observing her without being turned to stone. Then, using the unbreakable sword, he sliced off Medusa's head. From her bleeding wound, the famous winged horse Pegasus and his brother Chrysaor were born. With the helmet of invisibility keeping him hidden from view, Perseus threw Medusa's head into the bag and fled. But Perseus's journey wasn't over just yet. On the way back home, he passed through Ethiopia, where he spotted a beautiful young woman bound to a rock, waiting for a sea monster to rise up and swallow her whole. This was, as he learned, the doing of Poseidon, a punishment for the queen of Ethiopia's vanity. Andromeda would pay the price for her mother's choice to proclaim herself more beautiful than the daughters of Nereus. In exchange for Andromeda's hand in marriage, Perseus slayed the monster, Chethos, and freed her. The two were married, but the union was interrupted by Andromeda's uncle, who was originally supposed to marry her. Ew. Perseus defeated the lecherous uncle by holding up Medusa's head, turning him into stone. After all this trial and tribulation, it was time for Perseus to return home and offer the king his gift. When he arrived, he learned that Polydectes had continued his predatory pursuit of Danae in his absence. Enough was enough, and Perseus confronted the king in his palace, holding up the head of Medusa for him to see. Polydectes turned to stone, face frozen in shock forever. But wait, did Perseus ever kill his grandfather? He did, but it was an accident. Sometime later, while participating in a series of athletic games, he threw a discus that hit an old man and killed him. That old man was the grandfather he never knew. But enough about Perseus. What happened to Medusa? Yeah, she died, but what happened after that? Though she was no longer living, she made her mark on the land throughout Perseus' journey home. As Perseus flew over the North African desert, using the winged shoes gifted him by Hermes, Medusa's blood began to leak from the satchel, falling onto the sands and creating venomous snakes. When Perseus stopped to rest at the shoreline of the Red Sea, her blood dripped into the water, transforming into hard red coral. As for the fate of Medusa's head, Perseus presented it as an offering to Athena in thanks for her aid during the journey. She placed the head on her shield, her aegis, using it as an offensive as well as a defensive weapon. It protected her, but it now could also turn her opponents to stone. Now seems like an appropriate time to mention that the name Medusa means protector. Medusa is far from the only female figure in Greek mythology with a touch of the serpentine about her. There are her sisters, of course, but it goes beyond the Gorgons. In many Greek myths, Lamia was a beautiful woman, either the daughter of a king or the daughter of Poseidon, and the mother of the sea monster Scylla. Either way, she was beautiful. Beautiful enough to catch the eye of the god of thunder and the infamous philanderer, Zeus. He seduced her, and she bore several of his children. Well, as you can imagine, Hera didn't take kindly to this. You might expect her to get used to Zeus's affairs after a while, but she had a real talent for wrath. And she, depending on the version of the myth, either killed off all of Lamia's children, except for Celia, or forced Lamia to kill her own children. Either way, Lamia was driven mad with grief, becoming obsessed with stealing and killing children. Over time, her rage and hatred turned her into a monster, transforming her into a hideous creature, half woman, half serpent. Zeus decided to do something to ease her pain. Did he bring her children back? No, of course not. But he did give her the gift of prophecy and the ability to pluck out her eyes at will and replace them. Oh gee, thanks, that really makes up for all the horrible tragedy. There is another female serpent monster in the Greek myths, the daughter of the sea gods Phorkys and Kitho. Her name is derived from the Greek word for viper. In Hesiod's writing, he described her den as a cave deep down under a hollow rock, far from the deathless gods and mortal men. Hesiod also wrote descriptions of her appearance: half a nymph with glancing eyes and fair cheeks, and half again a huge snake, great and awful with speckled skin, eating raw flesh beneath the secret parts of the holy earth. She was the mother of many of Greek mythology's most iconic monsters, including Cerberus, the many-headed dog that guards the underworld, the Chimera, a hybrid lion-goat-snake, and the Hydra, the many-headed beast eventually slain by Hercules. Women who are part snake are not limited to Greek mythology. There are different versions of serpentine women from all over the world. One striking example is the Japanese Nure Onna, or wet woman. Once again, get your mind out of the gutter. The name refers to her preferred habitat along the coasts, riverbeds, and in and around various bodies of water. It also refers to the fact that they always appear dripping wet, as if they've freshly emerged from beneath the surface of their watery home. The Nure Onna are vampiric sea serpents lurking around bodies of water, waiting for unsuspecting humans to wander by so they can drain them of their blood and eat them. The story is thought to originate from the Iwami region of the Shimane Prefecture, and there are two variations on the creature. One looks like an enormous sea serpent with the head of a human woman, and the other is the same but with humanoid arms as well. Both variations have long black hair drenched with water and forked tongues. She doesn't turn her victims to stone with a glance, nor does she use her inhuman physical strength to simply destroy them right away. Instead, the most common versions of the story have Nureona using trickery to ensnare her prey. A Nureona will appear on the coast or riverbank disguised as an ordinary woman in a state of distress, carrying a baby bundled up in a cloth. She'll beg for help from passersby. When they draw closer, she asks them to hold her baby and allow her to rest. If the victim accepts the baby into their arms, it will become heavier and heavier, weighing them down until they're unable to move. Then she's able to attack and feed. Medusa can be seen throughout ancient Greek art. Her face painted on ceramics, sculpted from stone, smelted from metal. According to Madeline Glennon of the Department of Greek and Roman Art at the Metropolitan Museum of Art, Medusa's face functioned much like the modern evil eye. She was a protective symbol, something dangerous that would repel other dangers, keeping other evils away. The association likely contributed to the popularity of her image in art. The Gorgonion, the head and face of Medusa, appears frequently in temple decorations from the Archaic period. In these depictions, she is hideous and beastly. Then, in the Hellenistic era, her visage morphs into that of a beautiful, though still inhuman woman. Medusa's impact on art has persisted beyond ancient Greece. In 1554, Cellini sculpted a bronze statue depicting Perseus's moment of victory just after beheading her. He stands over her body, holding her severed head in the air. This was intended to represent the power of the Medici family over the people of Florence. Other artists at the time courted the favor of the Medicis with Medusa imagery. Caravaggio painted Medusa's moment of defeat onto his ceremonial shield, again capturing the image of the powerful creature's defeat. During the French Revolution, Medusa became a symbol of a political movement. Jacobin rebels used her image as an emblem of French liberty, linking her power with anti-establishment action. Medusa inspired more modern poets than Hesiod and Ovid, lighting a creative fire in Percy Shelley. He penned On the Medusa of Leonardo da Vinci in the Florentine Gallery, a tribute that includes lines such as "'Tis the melodious hue of beauty thrown athwart the darkness and the glare of pain, which humanize and harmonize the strain," and "A woman's countenance with serpent locks, gazing in death on heaven from those wet rocks." Shelley described Medusa in the language of a tragic, beautiful woman lost to torture and death. Other writers expanded on the idea of a misunderstood Medusa. In the 1975 manifesto, The Laugh of the Medusa, feminist theorist Hélène Cixous used Medusa as a jumping-off point to discuss women's bodies, the fear of female desire, and the value of women telling their own stories. "You only have to look at the Medusa straight on to see her," she wrote. "And she's not deadly, she's beautiful, and she's laughing." Other prominent cultural voices had different opinions on what Medusa could represent. In 1940, Sigmund Freud's writing Medusa's Head was published after his death. In Freud's eyes, decapitation could be compared to castration, and therefore the fear of Medusa could be linked to a fear of castration. Linked to the sight of something, he continued, "Numerous analyses have made us familiar with the occasion for this. It occurs when a boy who has hitherto been unwilling to believe the threat of castration catches sight of the female genitals, probably those of an adult, surrounded by hair and essentially those of his mother." Honestly, that seems like a bit of a stretch. Also, it should be noted that Medusa was the one who was decapitated in the myth, so that whole castration metaphor does begin to fall apart a bit there. Today, Medusa remains a compelling character, explored again and again in art and culture, from Dungeons & Dragons to God of War to Percy Jackson and the Olympians. The more things change, the more they stay the same, and artists continue to portray her and Gorgons in a wide variety of ways. Sometimes she is the unfeeling monster, the dangerous beauty. Other times, a tragic villain, the victim of a curse that she didn't ask for or deserve. She terrifies us, she wards off evil, she excites and intrigues us in every form. For a being whose gaze is meant to be avoided at all costs, none of us seem to be able to look away. The tales of Greek mythology are full of gods and goddesses mingling with mortals and interfering with their lives, sometimes by introducing legendary objects that wield unimaginable power. From a Medusa head that turns you into stone to a golden apple that started a war. But the most famous object of all of Greek mythology is a simple box? Why is this seemingly dull box so famous? To answer this and more, we need to start with a woman named Pandora. You've probably heard at least a few references to Pandora's box in your lifetime, generally when referring to something that is better off left alone. But there's more to the story than just a woman and a box. Pandora as a mythic figure originated in the works of the ancient Greek poet Hesiod, first in his poem Theogony, then later on in his work Works and Days. Though Pandora was not referenced by name in Theogony, there is a female figure depicted in the poem thought to be Pandora. She was, according to this poem, created on the orders of Zeus as a punishment for humanity in response to the actions of Prometheus. Before we can explore Pandora further, we first have to understand what exactly Zeus was trying to punish humanity for. What exactly did Prometheus do that upset the king of the gods, the ruler of the sky and thunder, so deeply? Prometheus was the son of the titan Iapetus and one of the Oceanid nymphs, either Clymene or Asia depending on the story. As you might imagine, things were a bit contentious between mortals and immortals in the early days of humanity. One of the many sources of conflict between the two was the possession of fire. Zeus withdrew the gift of fire from humans as a punishment after Prometheus tricked him into accepting a sacrificial offering that looked appealing on the surface but was in fact just the bones of a bull. This was intended to allow the humans to keep the meat for themselves, while only offering the part of the bull that was inedible to the gods. If you're familiar with how Zeus acted in Greek mythology, you could probably guess what happened next. Zeus really didn't take kindly to being tricked, so as punishment he hid fire from humanity. Well, Prometheus wasn't about to leave humans shivering in the dark with no way to cook their food or heat themselves. Using a fennel stalk to hide the flame, he stole fire back from Zeus and returned it to the mortals. Zeus was furious and took out every ounce of his rage on Prometheus. He sentenced the immortal god to a fate worse than death. He was bound with chains across a rock, and every day an eagle, which also happened to be one of Zeus's messengers, would come and eat his liver. Every night his liver would grow back, and the nightmarish cycle would start over again. Prometheus would eventually be freed from his torment by the Greek hero Heracles, or Hercules, but we guess he probably had a bit of a rough time when he was chained to that rock. So what does Pandora have to do with this lurid tale of fire, deceit, and liver-eating birds? In her first appearance in Theogony, she was created as the result of Zeus's determination to punish mankind by any means necessary. Note the choice of words there, mankind. We'll get back to that. In an act of retribution, Zeus ordered Hephaestus, the god of artisans and blacksmiths, to use earth to craft the world's first human woman. She would be beautiful but evil, and her descendants would bring untold suffering on the human race. As Hesiod put it, "For from her is the race of woman and female kind. Of her is the deadly race and tribe of women who live amongst mortal men to their great trouble. No help meets in hateful poverty, but only in wealth." Oh boy, with that kind of attitude, we're sure Hesiod was popular with the ladies back in Athens. But Hesiod wasn't finished with his sexist takes on women yet, nor was he content to only explore, at this time, nameless women in Theogony. He brought her back in his poem Works and Days, where he expanded the myth of the first woman into the version most often repeated today. In this telling, she receives a series of gifts from the gods, each contributing something to her final form. Hephaestus molded her from the earth, Athena taught her weaving and needlework, and Aphrodite shed grade upon her head and cruel longing and cares that weary the limbs, which honestly sounds like the goddess of love gave her depression. Hermes gave her a shameless mind and a deceitful nature, as well as the power to speak. More specifically, he gave her the power to lie and use crafty words. Side note, which ancient Greek girl do we think broke Hesiod's heart? Because his storytelling seems somewhat one-sided in its interpretation of the sexes. Anyway, Athena gave her clothing, Pytho, goddess of persuasion, and the Graces draped her in necklaces and jewels, and the Hore, goddesses of the seasons, placed a crown woven from plants upon her head. Talk about drip. To top it all off, Hermes gave her a name, Pandora, meaning all gifts. As Hesiod wrote, "All they who dwelt on Olympus gave each a gift, a plague to men who eat bread." Good news for the gluten-free men out there. So when does that box come in? Well, along with the creation of Pandora, Zeus bestowed upon her a mysterious box, the contents of which were a secret to anyone but him. We should also mention that Pandora wasn't just a gift to humanity, but also to Prometheus's brother, Epimetheus. Prometheus warned his brother not to take anything Zeus offered him, but being the hard-headed brother he was, Epimetheus welcomed the beautiful Pandora as his wife and let her bring the box along too. Pretty soon after she opened that box, and all manner of evil things flooded out, filling the earth and sea. Only one entity was left inside. Hope remained there in an unbreakable home within under the rim of the great jar, and did not fly out of the door, for ere that the lid of the jar stopped her by the will of Aegis holding Zeus who gathers the clouds. Wait a minute, didn't that just say jar? That's right, Pandora's box was never a box in the first place. The word for the vessel that Pandora was given was pithos, which refers to a large clay jar used primarily for storage. It often held wine, oil, or grain. It also could be used in burial practices, and some were believed to contain souls. Historians believe the word must have been mistranslated at some point as box, and that just kinda caught on. The mistranslation is frequently attributed to Erasmus, the 16th century humanist, though other historians have pointed their fingers at the 16th century Italian poet Giulio Gregorio Giraldi. Wherever the mistranslation started, the end result was the same. Pythos became pixis, the word for casket, which eventually became box. To be fair, we think Pandora's box does sound a bit more epic and mysterious compared to Pandora's jar. This linguistic change might seem small, but some scholars believe that it takes away from the larger meaning of the story. For example, Jane Ellen Harrison, a British scholar of classics, believes that the shift from jar to box erased some of Pandora's inherent connection to the earth and the dirt. The jar would have been made from earth and clay, just like Pandora herself. Though Hesiod's version was the first and the most well-known one, other versions of the myth do exist. In some, Pandora desperately tried to stop the evils from escaping the jar, slamming the lid shut, but much too late. By the time she got it closed, the only thing left inside the jar was hope, leaving the world full of evils and hopelessness. This is a bit different from Hesiod's version of Pandora, who was deliberately deceitful and wicked. In these versions, Pandora is innocent, deliberately tempted by Zeus and the other gods with the gift of a vessel she is warned never to open. Her curiosity gets the better of her, and all of humanity suffers as a result. In these versions, the moral of the story shifts from "you can't escape the wrath of the gods" to "curiosity killed the cat," the killing being done by the wrath of the gods, of course. There are other versions of the story as well, some that take the blame off of Pandora's shoulders entirely. Artists like Anton Tischbein and Sebastian Leclerc painted depictions of the myth in which Pandora's husband Epimetheus opened the jar. Speaking of Epimetheus, he and Pandora had a daughter, one who also experienced the wrath of Zeus firsthand. Pyrrha was married to Deucalion, the son of Prometheus. When Zeus decided to bring the current age of man to an end, he created a massive storm to flood the entire world. Luckily, Prometheus, Pyrrha's father-in-law and uncle, saw the flood coming. He instructed Deucalion to build an ark where he and Pyrrha could wait out the storm. Wow, that sure sounds familiar. We'll come back to that later. Deucalion and Pyrrha managed to survive the flood, their ark landing on Mount Parnassus after the waters receded. But they were the only two humans that managed to make it. Somehow, someway, the two of them would need to repopulate the entire planet, so they came up with a plan. Get your mind out of the gutter, nothing like that happened. Instead, they just went to an oracle to talk about it. The oracle instructed Deucalion to throw the bones of his mother behind his shoulder. These instructions were not literal, instead referring to rocks or the bones of Gaia, Mother Earth. Deucalion and Pyrrha did what anyone would do in this situation. They started throwing rocks. As soon as each rock touched the ground, it would transform into a human being. The rocks thrown by Deucalion became men, the rocks thrown by Pyrrha became women. So while Pandora was meant to bring about the destruction of humanity, it was her daughter along with Deucalion who brought it back from the brink of extinction. Where Pandora destroyed, intentionally or not, Pyrrha created. And both of them were forced to deal with Zeus and his grudge against humanity. It should be noted that while Pandora's box was actually a pithos, there's another Greek myth featuring a box that punished the person for opening it. In the story of Psyche, a beautiful mortal woman and the beloved of Eros, Aphrodite's son and the god of desire, Aphrodite put her through a series of trials. These were difficult tasks intended to punish Psyche for her relationship with Eros, including gathering water from the river Styx. For her final task, Psyche was presented with a golden box that she was to take to the underworld and bring to Persephone. There, she would fill the box with a bit of Persephone's beauty and deliver it back to Aphrodite. After successfully journeying to the underworld, Psyche found Persephone and shared Aphrodite's request. Happy to help Aphrodite, Persephone filled the box. Then, as Psyche made her way back to complete her errand for the goddess, she became consumed with curiosity about the box's contents. Wanting to take a quick look for herself, she opened the box to sneak a peek at the beauty inside. However, there was no beauty to be found. Instead, there was just a dark cloud that overwhelmed her, plunging her into a deep coma-like sleep from which only a god could wake her. Some scholars believe that part of the transition from Pandora's jar to a box was due to the stories of Pandora and Psyche getting mixed up, and the two vessels being conflated with one another. There are significant differences between the two myths, however, so it's difficult to see how that confusion would have occurred. When it comes to the spread of myths and the way in which they shift and change over the centuries, it can be difficult to pinpoint where exactly the changes come from. Since Hesiod first wrote about Pandora, her story has been retold and reimagined countless times in countless artistic mediums. Many European artists such as Paolo Farinati and Marco Angelo de Moro depicted Pandora in one way or another. Dante Gabriele Rossetti notably depicted Pandora clad in red robes, holding the box in her hands with an ambiguous expression. Famous Belgian surrealist René Magritte painted a seemingly unrelated image of a man looking out at a street scene with the title Pandora's Box. Pandora's Box was a popular subject in the world of theater as well, with 3 French plays produced under the same title of Pandora's Box, all in the first half of the 18th century. These focused far less on Pandora herself and far more on the evils let loose on the world when the box was opened. The first of these plays, produced in 1721, was a commedia dell'arte style piece which in a happy village is disrupted by vices including greed, envy, and hatred. The second, produced in 1729 and written by Philippe Poisson, features Mercury, the Roman version of Hermes, interviewing the evils that are about to be unleashed. These include old age, migraine, destitution, hatred, envy, paralysis, fever, and transport. The third play of the bunch was written by Pierre Brumoy and produced in 1743. Unlike the others, it came with a subtitle, Curiosity Punished. This 3-act comedy is set in the house of Epimetheus, where Mercury delivers the box. This box contains 7 flatterers: honors, pleasures, riches, gaming or gambling, taste, fashion, and false knowledge. It also contains the 7 evils: envy, remorse, avarice, poverty, scorn, ignorance, and inconstancy. At the end of the play, hope arrives to save the day. In these interpretations of the story, Pandora is barely involved at all. The blame is instead placed on the gods who have chosen to torment humanity and on the vices themselves that are the root of that suffering. The myth has overall been difficult to interpret, inviting different readings depending on the individual scholar or the cultural context they come from, and at the time at which it's interpreted. We'd like to throw our hat into the ring and give a bit of our own interpretation and speculation, so let's quickly look at the interesting connection that we alluded to earlier. There's another famous mythical story, which includes the world's first woman unleashing evil on mankind, the biblical story of Eve, who ate the apple from the tree of knowledge, and got herself and Adam evicted from the Garden of Eden. There could be a reason for this overlap, as some scholars suggest that theogony could have been based on the ancient Mesopotamian stories, which may have also been a source for the story of Adam and Eve. However, it's also entirely possible that the 2 stories emerged independently. We'll let you decide in the comments below. Like Zeus's thunderclouds, let's get ready to rumble. Today we're taking a look at the most powerful Greek gods you might not have heard of, the ones only the true connoisseurs will know. Number 20. Iris. Most people tend to picture Hermes when you think of the messenger of the gods. And that's fair. The master of speed and looking cool in winged shoes is practically the Amazon Prime of Olympus. But there's actually another messenger god, or rather goddess, Iris, who also serves as the goddess of the rainbow and acts as a messenger in several texts, including the Iliad. In the work of Hesiod, she also has the solemn responsibility of carrying water from the river Styx to deliver whenever a god wanted to take an oath. Still, in spite of her responsibilities and how cool rainbows are, she mostly acts as a helper of other gods, so she comes in at the bottom of this ranking. But Iris is just a solo act. How about a divine tag team? Number 19. The Horai. The Horai are the goddesses of the seasons and portions of time, or the hours. That might not sound especially powerful, but their responsibilities in the myths include guarding the gates of Olympus. You know, the home to all those more powerful gods. They're also responsible for watching over the constellations and the conditions required for good farming on Earth. The 3 sisters are Eunomia, good order and good pasture, Irene, peace and spring, and Dike, justice. 3 may beat the power of 1, but can they beat the power of the sun? Number 18. Helios. Helios is the god of the sun, who drives a chariot from east to west across the sky. Hey, wait a minute, that sounds like Apollo's whole deal. Yeah, well, Helios did it first. Apollo was originally associated with more purity and radiance than with the sun itself, but over time he became associated with the sun as well. But Helios did it first, and he earned his spot on the list. He's the original Greek sun god. Speaking of which, you can't have the sun without the moon, which brings us to number 17, Selene. Selene is the goddess of the moon and sister to Helios. Like her brother, she also drives a chariot across the sky pulled by winged horses. The light of the moon is, depending on the story, a crown on her head or the folds of her shiny cloak. Other Greek goddesses are associated with the moon, including Artemis, Hera, and an upcoming entry into the ranking. But Selene isn't just a moon goddess. She was represented by ancient Greek poets as the moon itself incarnate. She's not just the goddess of the moon, she's the whole damn moon all by herself. But can she beat death? Number 16, Charon. Some viewers might not consider this next entry to be a god. To that we say he was the son of Erebus and Nyx, the primordial god and goddesses of darkness and night, respectively. You look at Charon in his shadowy face and you tell him he doesn't count. Charon has one of the most important and morbid jobs in all of Greek mythology. He's tasked with rowing the souls of the dead across the river Styx and Acheron, carrying them into the afterlife. Every person who dies winds up sitting in Charon's boat, and they can't get where they're going without him. If that's not a kind of incredible power, then what is? But what's a rowboat to a battleship? Number 15, Eris. Maybe you associate power with a more active position or with the ability to pack a real punch, harm-wise. How about Eris, the goddess of strife, discord, and rivalry? More specifically, goddess of the strife of war. Eris is frequently depicted lurking around battlefields, enjoying the sight of human bloodshed and loss. Eris is so widely disliked by the other gods and goddesses that she is the only goddess not invited to the wedding of Peleus and Thetis. She turns up anyway, and when the other gods refuse to let her in, she decides to cause some trouble among them. She took a golden apple inscribed "To the Fairest" and threw it amongst the goddesses, specifically Hera, Aphrodite, and Athena. The gift inflamed their rivalry and grew into a conflict that would end up causing the Trojan War. Eris proves that sometimes you can bring the most powerful people to their knees simply by sowing the seeds of discord. But how could hatred and strife ever stand up to the raw power of love? Number 14, Eros. Not to be confused with our previous entry on the list, Eros is the god of love, passion, and fertility. If you're not sure what's so powerful about Eros, maybe hearing the name of his latter Roman counterpart will clarify it. Cupid. That's right, using a bow and arrows or flaming torch, Eros is the one responsible for igniting love and desire in the hearts of both men and gods. When Eros falls in love with a mortal woman, Psyche, their love was so strong that they overcame Aphrodite's attempts to keep them apart. He literally beat the goddess of love, his mother, at her own game. But while Eros controls what you love, our next terrifying tag team controls what you fear. Number 13, Phobos and Deimos. You may consider including two gods as one entry cheating, but Phobos and Deimos come as a set. Sorry, they just do. They both serve as the personification of fear, with Phobos serving as the god of panic and flight, and Deimos representing terror and dread. Yes, by the way, Phobos is indeed where we get the word phobia from. The twins also sometimes represent fear of loss and are the children of Ares and Aphrodite. Their sister is Eris, and all three of them were told in the Iliad to accompany their father Ares when he sent soldiers to war. Phobos and Deimos are also described as appearing on Athena's shield, along with the face of Medusa, intended to strike terror into the hearts of Athena's enemies. If you've ever tried to reason with someone in the grip of a terrible panic, or tried to be rational in the face of irrational fear, like walking down the hall from the bathroom to your bedroom in the dark, you know just how powerful these twin forces can be. But irrational fears are one thing, what about a goddess that it's extremely rational to fear? Number 12, Enyo. Speaking of war, did you know that there is a Greek goddess of war? That's right, it's not all Ares in the war zones. He's also joined by Enyo, referred to as the sister of war by Greek poet Quintus Smyrnaeus. She accompanied Ares into many of his most iconic battles and was involved in the War of the Seven against Thebes, as well as the Trojan War. Myths vary in terms of whether she is Ares' sister, wife, or daughter, but one thing is certain, if there is blood being shed, Enyo has a hand in it. Number 11. Guess who's next? Go ahead, try it. Yes, try your luck. If you get it wrong, then this next entry is not on your side. It's Tyche, the goddess of chance or luck. Just like fortune itself, Tyche can go a variety of ways, and it's depicted differently depending on that direction. Holding a rudder, she helps guide fate itself. With a ball, she represents the unsteadiness of fortune, which can go any way at any time. With a cornucopia, she symbolizes the gifts of fortune, abundance, and plentiful rewards that come to those blessed with good luck. As Pindar put it in his Olympian Ode 12, "For your hand steers the ships of the ocean on their flying course, and rules on land the march of savage wars, and the assemblies of wise counselors." But if your luck is even worse, it might not be Tyche's doing, but someone a whole hell of a lot more formidable. Number 10. Nemesis. Maybe you don't believe fortune is random. Maybe you believe that a person reaps what they sow, and what goes around comes around. Let us introduce to you Nemesis, the goddess who specializes in just desserts. Nemesis doles out divine punishment, particularly when it comes to hubris, extreme, dangerous pride, or arrogance. In the myth of Echo and Narcissus, she's the one who punishes Narcissus for his vanity, luring him to a pool, where he becomes so entranced by his own reflection that he eventually dies on the spot. The poet Mesomedes once wrote a hymn to Nemesis, calling her Nemesis, winged balancer of life, dark-faced goddess, daughter of justice. But being able to kill is one thing. What about the divine power to save? Number 9. Asclepius. As the son of Apollo and a mortal princess, Asclepius may not be considered a god by some Greek mythology enthusiasts, but he was good enough to be the patron god of the Asclepiades, an ancient order of doctors. As that might imply, Asclepius was the god of medicine and doctors. He was so mighty even as a mere demigod that he gained the ability to bring the dead back to life. His skills were so great that they violated the natural order, and Zeus struck him down with a thunderbolt. Yes, he was killed by Zeus and then placed into the stars as the constellation of Fucus, but his ability to revive the dead and accomplish something that scared the hell out of the king of the gods earns him a spot on this list. But death and rebirth are only two fates of many. What about the beings who can see them all? Number 8. The Fates. When it comes to every mortal's destiny, the length of their life, and the exact moment of their death, there are 3 famous sisters who hold all the cards. Actually, they hold a golden thread and a pair of scissors. The Fates, the daughters of Nyx and either Zeus or Themis, are a package deal. Clotho, the spinner, who spins the thread of life. Lachesis, the measurer, who determines how long each thread or lifespan will be. And Atropos, the unbending inflexible, who cuts the thread when it's time for someone to die. The rule of the Fates is so ironclad that the other gods do not dare interfere when they decide someone's time is up. That applies to their pet mortals and their own mortal sons and daughters too. In a few myths, some of the gods test this, such as Apollo, who got around their verdict on a mortal by getting them drunk enough to change their minds. But aside from plying them with booze, the gods know not to cross these 3 sisters. You can try all you want, but you just can't fight fate. But would you be any more capable of fighting our next godly contestant? Number 7. Pan. Pan is one of the less intimidating gods when it comes to appearances. He's just a friendly little goat man with a flute after all. And it's true that while a lot of the other gods spend their time starting wars and cheating on Hera over and over and over and over, looking at you, Zeus, Pan tends to stick to his domain in the fields, forests, and pastures, frolicking with nymphs and playing music. But don't underestimate him. Pan is said to have a voice so fearsome that he frightened the Titans during their battle with the gods. He's also said to be gifted in the art of prophecy, so much so that he taught Apollo himself how to define the future. Mostly, he just prefers to party and startle lost travelers by suddenly appearing to them. But he's a goat god with hidden depths. Pan may be a goat, but can our next contestant claim the title of the goat? Number 6. Thanatos. Because Hades is the god of the underworld, people tend to assume that that makes him the god of death. But those people are sorely mistaken. The Greek god of death is actually Thanatos, considered to be the personification of death itself. Naturally, this makes him pretty unpopular among both mortals and gods, but that doesn't matter. Whether they like him or not, death is a constant, here to stay. As Hesiod put it in Theogony, if he should touch a man, that man is his. And even to the gods who are immortal, death is an enemy. However, despite his name bearing a striking similarity to a later powerful being, Thanatos sadly does not have his own infinity gauntlet. Our next contestant, however, is sure to blow you away. Number 5. Aeolus. Poseidon may be the god of the sea, but there is one thing in nature that can cause the tides to turn at the drop of a hat: the wind. Enter Aeolus, the god of storms and the keeper of the winds. In the Odyssey, he passed a bag along to Odysseus that contained the storm winds, which could carry him and his men home. But when Odysseus' crew opened the bag looking for treasure, they were blown all the way back to the shore of Aeolus' home. It should be mentioned that in some writings Aeolus is not considered a god at all, but instead a mortal who was appointed as the divine keeper of the winds. In others, such as the work of Stesichorus, he is called the cousin of Iris and is therefore a god. Either way, that guy keeps a violent storm locked away and can release it whenever he wants. That's power, mortal or not. But could the power of wind help anyone escape their doom? Number 4. Moros. The gods have accomplished a lot of impossible things in their various myths. They've created storms, transformed people into animals, even cheated death. But there is one thing that can't be escaped by the certainty of its very nature, and that is doom. Doom just so happens to be the purview of Moros, the son of Nyx and the god that personifies impending doom. He can even give mortals the ability to foresee their death, though there is nothing they can do to change it. Even Zeus can't defy a decree from Moros. In the Greek tragedy Prometheus Bound, Moros is described as the all-destroying god who even in the realm of death does not set his victim free. Bleak. Speaking of inevitable. Number 3. Erebus. Erebus is the primordial god of darkness, one of the first beings to ever exist. He was the father of Hemera, goddess of the day. After the gods created the earth, Erebus finished the underworld, filling any empty space there with dark mists. He is so deeply associated with the underworld that his name is used to refer to the place where the spirits of the dead pass after leaving their bodies behind. He may have faded out of relevance, but Hades would not have his kingdom of death if it weren't for Erebus laying the underground work. But could this feisty divine emo hold a candle to the original goddess of goths? Number 2. Hecate. Zeus rules the skies, Poseidon rules the seas, Hades rules the underworld. But there is one goddess whose domain is all three realms, the sky, the earth, and the underworld: Hecate. The goddess of witchcraft, necromancy, boundaries, and gateways. Hecate is associated with the moon and night sky, borders, city walls, crossroads on earth, and ghosts, and passage into the underworld. She was the only Titan who maintained her power under the rule of Zeus, and she was honored and respected by all gods even as they took their place on Olympus. She assisted the gods in the war against the giants, and she killed Clytius, the giant and son of Gaia, in battle. She was also known for being able to send demons and evil spirits up to earth from the underworld and to dwell among the spirits of the dead, the living, and the gods in equal measure. What can't she do? Well, things this next contestant can. Number 1. Chaos. Some descriptions consider it a goddess, others a god, and most say neither. As Aristophanes put it, at the beginning there was only chaos, night, dark Erebus, and deep Tartarus. Earth, the air, and heaven had no existence. Firstly, black-winged night laid a germless egg in the bosom of the infinite deep Erebus, and from this, after the revolution of long ages, sprang graceful Eros with his glittering golden wings, swift as the whirlwinds of the tempest. He mated in deep Tartarus with dark chaos, winged like himself, and thus hatched forth our race, which was the first to see the light. Chaos was the void before everything, the place from which all else sprang forth. Some early personified versions of chaos depict a goddess of the air and the birds that fly in it. She is the void, the parent of all primordial gods, and if creation is power, the most powerful entity in all of Greek mythology. After all, none of it would have happened without chaos. Flesh-eating horses, child-devouring witches, and of course many-headed devil dogs. Get your sword and shield ready, and I hope Athena and Fortune are on your side today, because we're coming face to face with some of the most terrifying monsters in all of Greek mythology. And we can guarantee that number 1 won't be what you expect. Number 20. Argus. Argus, a servant of Hera, was a giant whose body was covered in 100 eyes. He made for a heck of a watchman for Hera, tasked with watching over a cow that her priestess Io had been transformed into. In case you're wondering, yes, the priestess turning into a cow had something to do with Zeus and his extramarital shenanigans. The less said about that, the better. In addition to his numerous eyes, Argus was imbued with constant strength and wakefulness, able to keep his watch forever without stopping to sleep or rest. His duty was cut short when he was slain by Hermes, who disguised himself as a shepherd and shut Argus's eyes permanently. According to some versions of the story, all it took to slay Argus was a simple thrown stone, earning him his spot toward the bottom of this ranking. Still, he has an impressive legacy. Hera took Argus's eyes and transferred all of them to the tail of her favorite bird, the peacock. There, his all-seeing eyes live on. But what Argus lacked in power, our next contestant made up for in horsepower. Number 19. Mares of Diomedes. The giant Diomedes, king of Thrace, was in possession of 4 terrifying man-eating horses, known as the Mares of Diomedes. The demigod hero Heracles was tasked with stealing these mares by King Eurystheus, but he didn't know that these were no ordinary horses. Their diet of human flesh had driven them mad, and in some versions of the story, they could also breathe fire. Heracles managed to complete his task by killing Diomedes and feeding him to his bloodthirsty horses. Yikes! By the way, Heracles is also conflated with a different hero, one whose name you might recognize. But to understand that, first you need to know about a really frightening kitty. Number 18. Nemean Lion. Most of the iconic monsters in Greek mythology wound up facing off against one of the most iconic heroes, Hercules, also known as Heracles in the original Greek, but we'll stick to the more recognizable name from here on out. Hercules wasn't necessarily the greatest guy. There was that whole thing where he killed his wife and all their children, for example. Disney didn't include that part in the cartoon, but he was top-notch at monster fighting. When King Eurystheus presented Hercules with 12 labors to complete, his first assignment was to slay the Nemean lion. Now this was no ordinary lion. The beast, which was terrorizing people all around Nemea, was a vicious fighter whose skin was impervious to all weapons. But where spears and swords had failed, Hercules was able to kill the lion with his guns, by which we mean his big strong arms. He grabbed hold of the lion and squeezed it until he choked it to death. Then he wore its skin as a trophy. But unlike our next contestant, lions can't attack from above. Number 17. Stymphalian birds. For his 6th labor, Hercules was tasked with taking out the vicious Stymphalian birds who had migrated to the marsh in Arcadia and decimated the crops, trees, and people there. Pausanias described the deadly birds. These fly against those who come to hunt them, wounding and killing them with their beaks. All armor of bronze or iron that men wear is pierced by the birds. But if they weave a garment of thick cork, the beaks of the Stymphalian birds are caught in the cork garment. These birds are the size of a crane and are like the ibis, but their beaks are more powerful and not crooked like that of the ibis. In addition to their extremely sharp beaks, the birds were equipped with metallic feathers they could use like weapons, and also poison dung. Gross. There's a legend that if a bird poops on you, it's good luck, but that definitely doesn't apply to these birds. If you crossed the path of the Stymphalian birds, you were pretty much flocked. Hercules was unable to enter the birds' territory directly, as the ground in the marsh where they dwelled wouldn't support his weight. Instead, Athena gifted the hero with a krotala, a bronze rattle that he shook, frightening the birds into the air. Then he was able to shoot them one by one with arrows dipped in the poisonous blood of another monster on this list. No spoilers. The birds that survived flew away and would never trouble the people of Arcadia again, unlike our next horrifying reptilian beast. Number 16. Hydra. This next monster has a good head on its shoulders. In fact, it has several. And if it ever happens to lose its head, 2 more grow out of the open wound in its place. That's right, we're talking about the Hydra. The Hydra was an enormous monster resembling a water snake with many heads. The exact number depends on the source, one of which could not be killed. The serpent's blood and its breath were both poisonous, and even breathing in the smell of it could potentially be deadly. For one of his labors, Hercules was tasked with slaying the Hydra, but he couldn't do it alone. He needed the help of his nephew, Iolaus. As Hercules cut off each head, Iolaus followed behind, using fire and a sword to cauterize each wound and prevent new heads from growing there. They continued this process until the only head left was the immortal one, which Hercules severed from its neck and buried beneath a heavy rock where it could do no more damage. For a little bit of extra firepower he could use during his future tasks, he dipped the tips of his arrows into the Hydra's poison blood. That's right, he took down the Stymphalian birds using the blood of the Hydra. That's working smarter, not harder. But there is more than one way to be a mythological horror with multiple heads. Number 15. Chimera. Up next we have the Chimera, a hybrid monster made up of the parts of a lion, a goat, and a snake. Oh, and it can also breathe fire, in case it wasn't terrifying enough already. The Chimera was referred to in the Iliad as a bane to many men. It was known for terrorizing the residents of its homeland in Lycia. It spent its time there devouring people and presumably blasting them with its fire first to get them nice and crispy, before it was slain by the hero Bellerophon, who attacked it while riding on the back of the winged horse Pegasus. But at least you need to be close to the chimera for it to hurt you. For some creatures, it's enough just to hear them. Number 14. Sirens. Hey, what's that sound? It sounds like beautiful music. Maybe we should get closer and see for ourselves. Wait! No! No, stop! Don't go any further! That's the enchanting voice of our next monster, the sirens. Let's get one thing out of the way. You might have been picturing the sirens wrong your entire life. These seductive creatures whose song lures sailors to crash their ships on treacherous rocks may live near the sea, but if you're picturing them as mermaids, you got it all wrong. They were actually bird women, with the lower bodies of birds and the heads or upper bodies of women. It makes sense when you think about it. Fish aren't exactly famous for their singing skills. The exact ratio of bird to woman varies depending on the depiction, but one aspect of the sirens is always the same. They perched on the rocks and sang, tricking sailors into crashing their ships, ensuring that they would drown and never again reach home. Most famously, the sirens were encountered by Odysseus on his long journey, where he managed to avoid succumbing to their song by having his men stuff their ears with wax and then tie him to the mast of the ship so he might hear their song and live. In some retellings of that story, the sirens were so furious that a mortal man was able to hear their song and survive that they threw themselves into the sea and drowned. Now, speaking of bird women, the sirens weren't the only part bird, part woman monsters in Greek myth. Number 13. Harpies. The Harpies, the personifications of dangerous storm winds and the servants of Zeus, would swoop down from the sky to punish anyone who had angered the gods, most often Zeus, Hera, or Athena. When someone disappeared suddenly without explanation in ancient Greece, their disappearance might have been attributed to harpies snatching them up and carrying them away to their doom. But you'd rather be carried away than eaten, right? Number 12. Polyphemus. The Cyclops or one-eyed giants are famous throughout Greek mythology, but one of them is more famous than any of the others, Polyphemus. Polyphemus is another one of the monsters encountered by Odysseus in his epic journey. The Cyclops trapped Odysseus and his 12 men in a cave, where he blocked the entrance with a giant rock. He devoured 6 of the men, eating them alive. But what Polyphemus had in brute strength, he lacked in critical thinking skills. Odysseus was able to trick the Cyclops by getting him drunk on wine, and when he had fallen asleep, the hero stabbed him in the eye with a burning stake, blinding him. Then Odysseus and his surviving men escaped by hiding beneath Polyphemus's sheep as they went out to pasture. Though blinded, the Cyclops survived the encounter with Odysseus and attempted to sink the hero's ship by hurling giant boulders at it as he and his men sailed away. But a stupid man-eater is one thing, a smarter one is far scarier. Number 11. Sphinx. The Sphinx was a female monster with a lion's body, the head and chest of a woman, the wings of an eagle, and the tail of a snake. She was known for her appetite for human flesh and an affinity for riddles. According to myth, the gods sent her to Thebes to punish the people there for something, whatever they were mad about that day probably, where she would eat anyone who failed to solve her riddle, which was taught to her by the Muses. The king of Thebes offered his throne to anyone who could defeat her, and Oedipus decided to accept the challenge. When he successfully answered her riddle, she responded reasonably by throwing herself off a mountain. By the way, in case you ever encounter a Sphinx, here's the answer to her most famous riddle. What goes on 4 legs in the morning, 2 in the afternoon, and 3 in the evening? Why, it's man, who begins life crawling on all 4s, walks on 2 legs in adulthood, and uses a walking stick in old age. There, now you can be just like Oedipus, but only in that one aspect, we hope. Speaking of messed up parent-child relationships, number 10. Lamia. Lamia might be the closest thing that Greek mythology has to the boogeyman, a terrible monster used to frighten children into good behavior. She began as a beautiful daughter of King Belus of Libya, but after she caught the eye of Zeus and bore several of his children, Hera caught wind of the whole affair and was less than pleased. She killed all of Lamia's children except for one, who is featured later on this very list. At least that's one version of the story. In another, even more upsetting version, Hera forced Lamia to kill her own children. The grief and rage caused by this act transformed Lamia into a half-snake, half-woman monster who dwelled in a cave and emerged to steal babies and children from all the homes, devouring them. Better be good, kids, or Lamia will slither into your room and eat you alive. But hey, at least you're not being eaten alive in a dark, scary maze. Number 9. Minotaur. Animal-human hybrids are pretty common throughout Greek mythology, and one of the most famous of all time is the part bull, part man Minotaur. Born of the unholy union between Queen Pasiphae and a white bull, The Minotaur was kept in a labyrinth where King Minos would send 7 Athenian men and 7 Athenian women to be sacrificed to the beast on a regular basis. Some versions say once a year, others say every 9 years. The Minotaur's reign of terror continued until Theseus defeated it with help from Princess Ariadne. The Minotaur is now dead. Whew. Our next monster isn't. Number 8. Impusa. Like Lamia, Impusa was another female monster that preyed on humans while they slept. This shape-shifting creature would take on different forms depending on what she wanted to do. If she was trying to frighten travelers, one of her favorite activities, she would appear as a grotesque monster with legs made from bronze and cow dung. If she wanted to feed on the blood of young men, she would take on the shape of a beautiful woman. She would also sometimes take on the shape of a cow, a mule, or a dog. No matter what shape she took, she was not the type of being you wanted to cross paths with, at least if you wanted to keep all your blood inside your body. Some monsters attack while you sleep, others are so strong they can only be attacked while they sleep. Number 7. Colchian Dragon. During Jason's quest for the Golden Fleece, he encountered the monster that was tasked with guarding it in the sacred grove of Ares, the Colchian Dragon. This massive beast was so powerful, it was thought to mean certain death for Jason when he faced it. But with the help of the sorceress Medea, he put it to sleep and managed to slay the dragon. Even in death, it still posed a threat though. Its teeth were taken out of its mouth by the king and sown in a sacred field. There, they caused a group of stone soldiers to spring up from the earth and attack Jason. Sure, he managed to defeat those too, but how many monsters can still hurt you even after they've been killed? Number 6. Scylla. Oh, would you look at that? Odysseus is here again. The next 2 monsters on our list come as a set, and were among the horrors faced in the hero's odyssey. First, there was Scylla, a beast with 12 feet and 6 heads on long serpentine necks. Each head had 3 rows of sharp teeth, which she used to snap up her prey from within her cave whenever they got too close. She devoured 6 of Odysseus's men as his ship passed by her, but she shared those treacherous waters with another monster. Number 5. Charybdis. Charybdis dwelled on the shores across from Scylla, where she would drink up and spit out the waters 3 times a day, creating a vicious whirlpool. Together, they made it nearly impossible to make it through the waters alive. Odysseus managed to after being shipwrecked, only by holding onto a tree for dear life for hours until Charybdis spat up a raft she had swallowed. But what do you find more frightening, water or snakes? Number 4. Echidna. Echidna was another half-woman, half-snake, but she was far more than just that. Hesiod described her as a flesh-eating monster who was not like mortal men, nor was she like the undying gods, but was something else entirely. She was ageless with a taste for raw human flesh and spent her time lurking in a cave and preying on humans that were unfortunate enough to wander into her domain. She and her lover bore some truly nightmarish children together, including the Gorgons, the Chimera, and the Colchian Dragon. And that's not even close to all of them either. According to Apollodorus, she hunted humans for many, many years until her reign of terror was cut short by Argus, who killed her while she slept. And who could have expected Argus to come back? Talk about a plot twist. Number 3. Cerberus. The 12th and final labor of Hercules, the most dangerous one of all, was to travel into the underworld and kidnap Cerberus, the beast that guarded the gates of the land of the dead. The many-headed dog was a horrible sight to behold, with a serpent for a tail and the heads of snakes all over its back. Some accounts said that he had more than 3 heads, going up as high as 50. Hesiod described the hellish hound in Theogony like this: a monster not to be overcome and that may not be described, Cerberus who eats raw flesh, the brazen-voiced hound of Hades, 50-headed, relentless, and strong. He also described Cerberus's role as the ultimate guard dog. As people go in, he fawns on all, with actions of his tail and both ears, but he will not let them go back out, but lies in wait for them and eats them up when he catches any going back through the gates. Once he arrived in the underworld, Hercules met with Hades, the god of the underworld, and he agreed that Hercules could take the beast with him if he managed to overpower Cerberus with nothing but his own 2 hands and no other weapons. Hercules did indeed wrestle Cerberus into submission, though he sustained a bite from the serpent tail in the process. Unlike the Nemean lion, Cerberus was not killed in the fight. He was taken to Eurystheus alive and was later returned safely to his home in the underworld. Unlike the other monsters that Hercules faced off against, Cerberus survived the encounter without so much as a scratch. Soon after, he resumed his post and presumably got some nice scratches behind the many pairs of ears from Persephone for being such a good boy. But let's now go from a bad boy to a really scary girl. Number 2. Medusa. No list of monsters would be complete without the woman whose mere gaze can turn a man into solid stone. Medusa. Crowned with hair made of writhing, hissing snakes, she struck terror into the hearts of all men throughout ancient Greece. In one of the most famous versions of her myth, Medusa was assaulted by Poseidon in the temple of Athena and then punished by the goddess for the violation. She was then transformed into a monster that we all know today. Eventually, she was defeated by the hero Perseus with the help of the gods, but her powers persisted even after death. Her severed head, according to one version of the legend, was placed in Athena's shield and used to paralyze opponents on the battlefield with fear. If there is one monster from Greek myth that everyone knows, it's Medusa. So why isn't she number 1 on the list? Who could have possibly edged out the iconic Gorgon from the number 1 spot? Well, it's number 1, Typhon. How about the father of all the monsters? This is the entity that created the Gorgons, Cerberus, Scylla, the Nemean lion, the Sphinx, and several other entries on this very list. Typhon, the son of Gaia and Tartarus, is the largest and most powerful monster in Greek mythology. The giant monster had wings, snake heads in place of its hands, and a lower body made from even more coiled snakes. His eyes were made of fire, and he spat fiery stones from his horrible mouth. Some descriptions of him state that he spat poison instead, which he also emitted from his hair. Apollodorus described him like this: "Down to his thighs he was human in form, but of such immense size that he rose higher than all the mountains and often even scraped the stars with his head. With arms outstretched, he could reach the west on one side and the east on the other, and from his arms there sprang 100 dragons' heads. Below his thighs he had massive coils of vipers, which, when they were fully extended, reached right up to his head and emitted violent hisses. He had wings all over his body, and filthy hair springing up from his head and cheeks floated around him in the wind, and fire flashed from his eyes." So, yeah, pretty intimidating. It takes 2 to tango, of course, and Typhon didn't father all those children by himself. He had a wife, Echidna, who was also featured on this list. But while Echidna was slain by Argus, Typhon was not killed. Well, he was in one version of the story, but most takes on the myth agree that he survived. He battled Zeus himself and lived to tell the tale. He was imprisoned in Tartarus, or beneath the land of the Arimoi. There, beneath the ground, his rage shook the earth and caused volcanoes to erupt, terrorizing humanity even from within his eternal prison. Without Typhon, humanity would have had far fewer monsters to fight, so that earns him the place as the big daddy of them all. The sun sets on ancient Athens as a man in white robes walks up to the door of a house. The doorframe is illuminated by the glowing fires from within. He stands there for a moment and listens to the rowdy cheers and hollering of the others inside. The smell of freshly cooked food and spilled wine fills his nostrils. He cannot wait to get in and party it up like it's 400 BC. The door opens, and inside the house a huge party rages. Men drink goblets of wine, and scantily dressed women play music on their flutes. There are acrobats somersaulting across the room and dancers seductively moving to the sounds of the music. You're about to find out what an ancient Greek party was actually like, and you won't believe some of the crazy stuff that happened at them. These wild get-togethers were known as symposia. Almost anything was fair game at symposium, from philosophic conversations to drinking games. These parties would last until the early hours of the morning. Huge amounts of wine were drunk, and men gave in to their most basic urges. The crazy thing was that the symposia guest list tended not to be too strict. The host would invite friends or even strangers that he bumped into on the street. Sometimes all it took was a pleasant conversation at the agora before someone was invited to the next symposia. The only catch was that you had to be a man unless you were part of the entertainment or a slave working in the household where the party was being held. If a Greek noble was wealthy enough, he would throw symposia several times a month. The guest lists for each party were always different. The people invited were allowed to bring friends with them even if they didn't ask for the host's permission ahead of time. This resulted in symposia going from small gatherings to full-on ragers. The parties of ancient Greece were talked about and written about across the ancient world. Some of the most famous philosophers and historians of all time mentioned them in their works. Plato wrote a whole book called the Symposium that includes discussions and speeches from different parties. The book itself is about the nature of love, but it seems to be influenced by the parties of the time. Although it may seem like things got out of hand quickly at the ancient Greek parties, this was not always the case. There were rules to attending a symposium. By the night's end, everyone would be drunk and indulging in different activities and types of debauchery, but the party started off pretty formally. Every symposium began with a strict set of rules that needed to be followed. Invitations to a symposia were pretty relaxed, but if you wanted to be admitted to the party, there was a specific way you needed to present yourself. Philosophers and academics were often invited to symposia, but they were rarely wealthy, and therefore didn't own a lot of nice clothing or jewelry. However, before attending a symposium, even the most defiant and rebellious philosophers put on sandals, a clean robe, and took a bath before heading to the host's house. All attendees were expected to be groomed and cleaned before they could enter the party. This was a deeply ingrained tradition and not something that anyone would want to take lightly. It would be inappropriate to show up to a symposium covered in sweat or dust, even if a guest was coming straight from work. It was said that even Socrates, who was famous for his simple clothing and disheveled look, cleaned himself up before heading to a symposium. When a guest reached the house where the symposia was being held, they were welcomed by a servant. Not everyone could throw a party in ancient Greece as they required a lot of space and money. Symposia were only hosted by the wealthiest of Greeks, and they were expected to provide everything for their guests. It was not only a good time but a sign of status as well. The bigger, more extravagant, and rowdier the party was, the more people would talk about it, and the host's influence and notoriety would spread. After a guest was greeted by the servant at the door, they would be escorted to the host's home and brought to the andron, or the men's room. This was a room in the house specifically built to host parties. It might seem like having a room used solely for the symposia might have been a bit excessive and a waste of space, but the ancient Greeks would beg to differ. If you were wealthy, it was unthinkable to have a house built without an andron incorporated into the design. Even though the guests were expected to be clean and well kept when they entered the host's house, the servant would still wash their hands. The guest would then take off their sandals and make their way to the andron, where the host would be waiting. They would then be offered a couch or a bed to recline on as the men at the symposium talked about how lovely the host's house was. This was an essential part of the partying process. The walls of the andron would be lavishly decorated with frescoes and tapestries. The floor would be covered in colored tiles, and the ceiling painted with murals. The time before the party kicked off was spent making the host feel good about themselves, with compliments about the room and any ceramics or decorations that adorned it. The word symposium is derived from the words drinking together in Greek, and this is exactly what the men at the party were there to do. But before the wine could begin flowing, the guests would be offered dinner. The pleasantries were over at this point. The guests had been welcomed into the house and complimented the host on his fine taste and extravagant decorations. Before the party could truly begin, everyone needed to eat. It would seem that symposia could be thrown for practically any occasion. If a playwright released a new tragedy, someone would throw a party to celebrate. If an athlete exceeded expectations at the Olympics, a wealthy supporter would have a symposium. Basically, any excuse to party was good enough for wealthy Greek citizens to come together and get drunk. Unlike the decorations and what was to come, the meal at the symposium wasn't anything extravagant. Most of the time, the food would consist of cheese, olives, figs, and garlic. These appetizers would oftentimes be supplemented by mashed beans and lentils. But people didn't go to these parties to eat. They went to drink and have a good time. The guests ate while reclining on the couches and beds, so it took almost no effort at all to snack. At parties thrown by the wealthiest in town, there might have been bite-sized meat dishes. During a Greek party, no cutlery was used. Instead, everything was eaten with the hand. Guests would also not receive any napkins of any kind. They were expected to wipe their fingers on slices of bread and drop them on the ground for the host's dog to eat. The dogs were the garbage disposal system for the Greeks. Throughout dinner, the guests would talk to one another and discuss current events. Sometimes debate occurred, but these were usually saved for the next part of the party. Eventually, the meal would start to wind down and the dessert would be brought out. This would consist of food such as fruit or honey-based candies. During the meal, the attendees would be sipping on wine, but only in moderation. The dinner served as a base for when the real drinking began. Although the Greeks knew that they'd be drinking all night long, it was frowned upon to become so drunk that you couldn't function or hold a conversation. The meal before the party helped with this. And although the symposiums could get wild, there was a trick that allowed the ancient Greeks to party longer through the night than most other civilizations. The wine at symposia would literally be watered down. Most often, the drinks at an ancient Greek party would be 2 parts wine to 5 parts water, or 1 part wine to 3 parts water. This made sure that the guests stayed hydrated while also maintaining a good buzz. When the meal finally concluded, the host servants would take away the tables and clean up the room. The jug of wine would be refilled, and the real partying could begin. The guests and host would douse themselves with perfume or don wreaths made of myrtle and flowers. This was believed to help alleviate headaches and hangovers caused by drinking too much wine. Now that there was plenty of space to move around and the wine had been topped off, a very important decision needed to be made. Someone at the party would need to be chosen as the master of the symposium. The master of the symposium, also known as a symposiarca, was usually picked at random from those in attendance at the party. He had important jobs at the symposium, such as deciding the concentration of wine everyone would drink, how many glasses each person should or should not drink, and the discussion topics at the party. This position was not taken lightly, and guests were expected to honor the symposiarca's wishes whether they agreed with them or not. There were likely people everyone enjoyed having as their master of the symposium, and others that were loathed. You can imagine a symposiarca whose sole goal was to get everyone at the party incredibly drunk to the point they could no longer function. Others would make sure everyone paced themselves, and the party lasted all night long. Every party was different because you never knew who was going to be in charge. This obviously had its pros and cons. If you had a different vision for the night than the symposiarca did, you were out of luck. If the symposiarca ordered someone to have another sip of wine, they either did as they were told or risked being thrown out of the party. Inappropriate behavior such as dancing around naked or running around the room with a musician on your back could also get you ejected from the party. Once the meal was over, the master of the symposium was chosen, and everyone had cleaned up. It was time for the fun to begin. The guests might have their own cups of diluted wine, or they could share a large vessel that was passed around from one person to the next. As the guests drank and talked about the hot topics of the time, the wine jars called kraters would be refilled by servants. The wine would seem bottomless because if a host ran out before the symposium was over, it would bring shame to their household. The last thing a host would want was word to get out that his party ran out of booze. A symposium without wine was not a symposium at all in the eyes of the Greeks. At specific times during the party, kraters with undiluted wine would be sent out. When this happened, the guests would take small sips and then scatter some drops onto the ground in honor of the Olympic gods. Attendees needed to be careful when the undiluted wine was in their cups, as drinking too much of the strong stuff would lead to sloppiness. This was frowned upon and could get a guest cut off by the master of the symposium. Wine obviously played a huge role in the symposia, as it got the guests to loosen up and enjoy themselves. The Greeks did everything they could to improve the drinking experience. They even invented a special vessel called a psiktra that would be filled with cold water or snow to chill the wine before it was served to guests. The Greeks wanted their parties to last as long as possible, so even though the wine was watered down, there were other countermeasures put in place to slow the inebriation process. Throughout the night, snacks called tragamata were passed around to the guests. These consisted of dried fruit, toasted beans, or chickpeas, all of which were good at soaking up the alcohol in the body and building up a thirst for more drinks. After the guests had been drinking a while and everyone was pretty well inebriated, the games would begin. Supposedly, there was a rule that guests were only supposed to have 3 drinks while at the party, but this was almost never followed. As the night went on, more and more wine was brought out. Men at a symposium often played a popular game known as kotabos. After they finished a cup of wine, they would pick it up by the handle and throw it at a target set up in the room. The target was normally another cup resting on a table. As the guest threw the cup, he would say the name of the person he loved. If he hit the target, it was believed the gods would grant him good fortune in his love life. This drinking game had different versions, some of which were pretty intricate. In one, the guest would try to sink a little clay boat that was floating in a large bowl of water. In another version, they would try to hit a saucer that was balanced on top of a bar or a platform. Regardless of the exact setup for the kotabos game, the drunker people got at the symposium, the more rowdy things would become. Inevitably, something would break. When things got out of control or more entertainment was needed, the musicians would be brought in. The guests themselves would often break into song, but the musicians, especially the flautists, were always a highlight at any symposia. Female flautists called alutrites were brought into the party at the later stages of the night. They would be excellent musicians, but were also there for another reason. The alutrites were often attractive women who were scantily dressed. The Greeks were not afraid to show a little skin, but between the drinking, seductive music, and dress that left little to the imagination, the men at the party would often find themselves infatuated with the alutrites. The flautists were not high-ranking members of society, so it's likely that along with entertaining the men at the symposia with music, they also performed sexual favors. However, in some cases, there would be entire groups of entertainers at the symposia. This could include several musicians along with the dancers and acrobats. The dancers would oftentimes end a set with erotic dances or a small show that represented the stories of Dionysus, the god of wine. This brings us to one of the wilder sides of Greek parties. It's very likely that there was a lot of sex happening at symposia. The Greeks were much looser with their rules around sex and fidelity than many cultures are today. This is not a good or bad thing, it's just the way things were at the time. parties often included sexual acts being performed between the hired entertainment and the guests. There were also females employed as hetera for parties. These women were courtesans who became regular companions for any man who could pay for their services. They were not escorts or prostitutes, but would be hired to impress guests with their wit, charm, and intelligence. Oftentimes, these women were incredibly beautiful, but it was their ability to engage in conversations and debates that made them highly sought after. Men at symposia would fall in love or at least become infatuated with a hetera. This would lead to them offering the hetera additional money so that they could spend more time together, or even so she would accompany him to the next party. The hetera sometimes did perform sexual acts, but it was not the main part of their profession. These women were likely more educated than the wives of the men at the symposia, and it was not uncommon for men to fall head over heels for them. But for the hetera, this was just a job. They would be paid by the host or whoever they were accompanying that night, and then move on to the next obligation. At this point during the party, there had been food, drink, entertainment, and lively conversation. The room was filled with servants, musicians, and hetera. Everyone was drunk and boisterous, yet the wine kept flowing. Lyres might be brought out to accompany the guests singing in a type of ancient Greek karaoke. The songs were normally about celebrating friendship, drinking wine, or the retelling of historical events. As the night carried on, the host might decide that it was time for the symposium to end. Not everyone would be on board with this, but if the master of the symposium agreed, then it was time for the guests to take their leave. However, this didn't necessarily mean the party needed to end. Drunk guests would sometimes spill out onto the streets and continue to drink all the way home. These processions of drunken partygoers were even given a name, kolmos. The authorities would try to keep the late-night drunks under control, but since they normally consisted of high-ranking or rich individuals, the kolmos would be left alone most of the time. When looking back at what the ancient Greek parties were actually like, it seems that they were nothing but a good time. Of course, the occasional fight broke out, but with endless amounts of wine and entertainment of all varieties, there was never a dull moment. Like we said before, symposia were put on by the wealthy. Philosophers, poets, and other citizens might have been invited to parties if a host found them interesting. However, farmers and common folk that made up the majority of the population rarely found themselves in a wealthy person's house, unless it was for business purposes. They were not invited to extravagant symposia, nor did they have the ability to throw large parties of their own. Therefore, the lower class partied in a different way. From historical writings to archaeological records, it seems that there were bars on every street corner in ancient Greek cities. Most Greeks didn't have the space in their home to throw a symposium, but almost any tavern would welcome them as long as they could pay for their drinks. Bars in ancient Greece seem to have been open to anyone and everyone. If you were rich, you could go to the bar for a glass of wine. If you were poor, you could drink from the bottom of the barrel at the tavern. Much like today, the taverns of Greece were a place where all the people from all walks of life would mix and mingle. Of course, there were establishments that respected rich Greek citizens wouldn't be caught dead in, but for the most part, taverns offered a place to relax and get drunk. That being said, even less wealthy Greeks still like to indulge. They might not have had the same means as the upper class, but drinking wine and having a good time seems to have been highly ingrained in Greek culture of ancient times. Symposia were definitely only something the wealthy could engage in, but toasting to Dionysus while drinking a glass of wine was something every Greek could enjoy.
A man lies in the road, his body broken after being hit head-on by a Jack and Jill ice cream truck. As the light fades from his life, the last thing he sees is an image of his favorite cookies and cream cone. And then there's darkness. Except somewhere in that darkness, there's a door slightly ajar, with a bright light shining through the crack. He walks through the door, and to his surprise, he's surrounded by white fluffy clouds bathed in glorious sunshine. His ears are filled with the most blissful music, a sound so pleasant he could listen to it for eternity. Then suddenly he's faced with giant pearl gates, and in front of them is a man holding a set of keys. "I'm St. Peter," the man intones. "I hold the keys to the kingdom." St. Peter then says, "Hold on a minute, will you?" And he starts turning the pages of what looks like some kind of unbelievably large directory. "Okay, you're good to go," says Peter, and he opens the doors. What the guy doesn't know is that if he had a black mark against his name in that book, it would have been a ride in the elevator down to hell. When the man's finally ensconced in his personal bit of heaven, the owner of the place does a meet and greet. The man's God. He's larger than life and wears a wonderfully lustrous white beard, reminding the guy of Gandalf from Lord of the Rings. The end. Okay, so that's not strictly a true story, but you could say it's based on stories that some of you might have heard at one point in your life. The idea of St. Peter holding the keys to heaven and God having a really well-maintained white beard is of course not believed by all Christians. In fact, it's likely believed by only a few of them. Still, someone didn't just come up with the idea because it sounded nice and works well in Hollywood movies. The idea of St. Peter guarding the gates to heaven is usually credited only with being part of Christian folklore. As you'll see today, for many different people, God comes in all shapes and guises. So first, let's ask where the idea came from of God living in the clouds. Heaven for some people is the place where God resides for eternity, and for many Christians, that's the place you'll go if you lived a moral life. As for the clouds, well, when you look at the history of hell, you can connect it with an underworld, aka Hades or hell. You still live there for eternity, but it's a rotten place to live. It's dark and depressing, and this is from the Bible. The rich man also died and he was buried in Hades, where he was being tormented. So hell is often thought of to be dark, to be full of flames, and generally polluted. Heaven, on the other hand, is the opposite, so it makes sense that it's up in the sky where it's bright and full of white, fluffy clouds. We're not saying all Christians believe this, but the imagery just makes sense. You can find plenty of artists' interpretations of heaven, and it's generally up in the sky. There's also the fact that heaven's supposed to come to earth, not the other way around. Jesus spoke of establishing a new Jerusalem, though most Christians believe that this will come about as the entire earth is rejuvenated, possibly recreated from scratch. Or it could simply be an allegory that first-century Jews could easily imagine. Some scholars say those early writers of Christianity didn't talk about being zoomed up to heaven at all, but heaven on earth was certainly a real hope. When that happens, God will also dwell with the humans according to another part of the Bible. It's complicated, very complicated. Some Christians think that when they die they'll be judged, but others will tell you that at some point there will be a judgment day in the future for all souls, whether part of the living or part of the dead. Jesus famously said this, "I am the resurrection and the life. He who believes in me will live, even though he dies." So that's one concept of God, an entity who sits in the cloudy heavens and someone you might meet if you live a wholesome life. And that's the God you might have learned about in Sunday school. But in the view of today's show, it's a pretty simplistic version of God. There is the common narrative that God is the supremely powerful being, a being of unimaginable intelligence that's everywhere and sees everything. And if you believe this, you can call yourself a theist. There are folks that believe there's a supreme being who created everything, but he's a hands-off type of God, meaning he doesn't mess with human affairs. These people can call themselves deists. Then there are pantheists who will tell you that God and the universe are the same thing. Animists, on the other hand, believe God or spirits are in all the things around us. There's the Hindu religion. In that you find three main gods: Brahma, the creator of the universe, Vishnu, the preserver of the universe, and Shiva, the destroyer. Some people say there are about 330 million Hindu gods, although we found Hindu scholars who say that that's a myth. In short, it's all about how a certain word is translated. It can be translated as million or supreme. If it's supreme, then that would mean 33 supreme gods, not 33 million. Still, to talk about those gods, we need a lot of time, so we'll leave them alone today. Back to the Abrahamic God, that of Christianity, Islam, and Judaism. Here you could say there are three main beliefs. One is that God sees all humans as equal and he wants to give all of them his unconditional love. Another belief is that God will give you his love, but you have to work for it. And another is some folks have done certain things on earth and are pretty much irredeemable, and they won't get to heaven. Jehovah's Witnesses fall into this category. These believers in God will tell you that a reckoning is coming called Armageddon. Some of them have likely knocked on your house door from time to time and told you about this. Their belief is that there's still a chance you can be accepted into God's kingdom when the time comes. Often they carry around with them magazines, sometimes featuring pictures of smiling humans walking through green pastures with equally contented animals. In the background, the world burns. You can make the choice: let Jehovah into your life and hang out with the lions in the fields, or don't and live within the fire and rubble of a broken world. Their God isn't such a tolerant one. God can be very judgmental, but he can also embrace your faults. What your faults are might depend on who you talk to about God. God might also be the all-powerful supreme being for believers, but his modus operandi not everyone can agree on. In fact, you could say the disagreements have caused a few arguments along the centuries. But what about that guy with the long white beard and white hair? Why does God look like the recent Noam Chomsky? Well, some people might hold the belief that such a God exists, but it's more likely people will tell you that God's more of an energy field, or perhaps something that we can just not imagine. Because we can't imagine what God would look like, we have to make something up. In Christian art many centuries ago, God appeared only as a hand, but as time went on, he was more exposed. Think about it, if you're going to try and personify the supreme being, something that put together the thing we call the universe, you're going to make him look serious.
A goofy god or a god whose white robes are askew would just not do him justice. A god with acne scars would also not do the job. We're not being facetious here. God was painted symbolistically perfect. It couldn't have been any other way. As you'll find out, trying to depict God at all, even in all his grandeur, is an insult to some people. Okay, so there's the Christian doctrine of the Holy Trinity, which is the Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit. This doctrine says that there are three separate entities, but they actually are all the same substance and essence. It's called Trinitarianism. And then there are people who believe in God as one entity, and that falls under the belief of Unitarianism. For them, Jesus was mortal. There's Binitarianism too, meaning a dualistic God. We're not just splitting hairs here either. These beliefs have divided people for centuries. You also have Transcendentalism, which in short means not everything can be explained with the senses. Using our intuition and imagination, we can transcend the world of facts. The person who most associated with the movement was a guy named Ralph Waldo Emerson. He once said this: "The true doctrine of omnipresence is that God reappears with all his parts in every moss and cobweb." He thought God was in everything, including in every human, something we'll come back to later. Emerson was a preacher in a church at one point in his life, but as one person put it later, the only member of his church was himself, meaning his beliefs were his own, although he didn't doubt the existence of God. To put it lightly, he wouldn't have been keen on certain evangelistic campaigns. God for Emerson was something to be found in nature and self-discovery. God wasn't something that could speak through someone on the TV for vast amounts of money. So when humans created an image of God, they went with the old but not too old man. God could never be frail, of course. Humans could have chosen a woman, so why not? Well, God isn't supposed to have a gender, but the masculine has mostly been used throughout history when God's mentioned. The Father is one example. There are some very female-centric portrayals of God in the Bible, but due to his dualistic nature, this is probably not to be unexpected. Sadly, the truth is that the world of the Old Testament was a very patriarchal one, so of course God was male in people's minds. There's also this from the Bible: "Let us make man in our image, after our likeness, to rule over the fish of the sea and the birds of the air, over the livestock, and over all the earth itself and every creature that crawls upon it." If God made humans in his own image, then does that mean God should look like us? And which one of us? Because it's not as if we all look the same way down here. Could God look like a cross between a sumo wrestler and Kim Kardashian? Most religious scholars will point out that Adam, a man, was created first, and Eve, a woman, was created out of Adam's rib, so technically God should look like Adam. Again, it's complicated, but it's generally thought that God making a man in his own image isn't to be taken literally. Some people say what it means is humans have some higher faculties than other animals, and so we're closer to God. We have consciousness and the ability to understand the concept of God. We also have free will, which in all of the Abrahamic religions is the quality that only man and God share. Rabbits and raccoons don't get bestowed with this. That's perhaps what the own image thing means. Still, this part of the Bible is one of the other reasons why the world is full of artifacts in which God is depicted as a wise old man with a nice beard who can fire lightning from his fingers. In actual fact, many or even most believers in God will tell you that they don't know what God looks like and would never even attempt to guess. To them, God is more like a power, something we little guys won't properly understand while living our lives out down here. Given that the early Christian church, which would go on later to produce the most images of God that we see, was very Greek-oriented, it's likely that the image of Zeus was simply supplanted to become that of God in artwork. Why we humanized God is another complicated subject. Some theorists say that when man and woman started dominating nature, they got some grand ideas. We started making God in our own image. As one person wrote, humans are just wired to want to see the divine. Maybe an invisible God didn't work for the church, and we guess that a visible one motivated the church's followers to keep believing. Nonetheless, throughout history, there are those that have said we should never try and depict an image of God. This is what the Christian monk John of Damascus said many centuries ago. If we attempt to make an image of the invisible God, this would be sinful indeed. It's impossible to portray one who is without body, invisible, uncircumscribed, and without form. This monk wrote a lot about the nature of God, and what he said was of importance for hundreds of years to come. He said God was unchangeable, immutable, passionless. He said God is the creator and he will last forever. He has no beginning and no end. He transcends all thought and comprehension, and God is neither male nor female. God cannot have a gender since God has no body to speak of.
Obviously, things have changed, because after the 14th century we started seeing paintings of God. Maybe the one you've all seen is Michelangelo's creation of Adam. It's a wonderful work of art, but you won't find many serious theologians that'll tell you that that's what God looks like. Okay, you don't have to believe in the existence of the Ark of the Covenant or any of the biblical stories for that matter to believe in God. To some people, the stories of the Bible are lessons to be learned, allegories of humanity. Maybe these people believe in God, but they also believe that God is ineffable, meaning something that can't be expressed in words or shouldn't be expressed in words. You'll find plenty of scientists that will tell you science can't rule out God. Science hasn't gotten to the bottom of the mystery of the universe, and it hasn't explained what consciousness is. So there's room for God, according to some people. A German philosopher once famously said God is dead. What he meant by that was that the Enlightenment, with all its new ideas and scientific discoveries, had put an end to people believing in God. There are some people today that say we should quit our belief in a holy high power, but there are many others that believe we need God in our lives, even if that God is just a belief in something above and beyond humanity, something to help us achieve a higher state of being. Without this, they say, we're at risk of becoming nihilists, or worse, bored. Even if a man with a white beard didn't create this sometimes unfathomable universe, perhaps just to believe that there's some great meaning to the universe that we humans cannot comprehend is enough. Was the universe just a happy accident, or was there some orchestration going on? Scientists have attempted to explain the improbability of things turning out the way they are regarding life on Earth, and the numbers are a bit confusing. One person said the probability is way smaller than winning a huge lottery jackpot every day for more days than the universe has actually been in existence. And yeah, that's hard to get your head around. This unknowable truth to some people is proof of God, or at least means you can't count out God. When one scientist was asked if scientists could believe in God and science at the same time, he answered, "Why not?" Which didn't mean yes, but he was asking someone to prove emphatically that God immutably doesn't exist. And that's impossible to do right now. At the beginning of the Crusades, pilgrims making their way to the Holy Land faced treacherous travel conditions. They were ambushed by thieves or slaughtered by Muslim forces fighting to push the Christians out of the lands that they held sacred. Being a pilgrim on the road to Jerusalem came with huge risks, and many didn't make it to their destination alive. Even with God on their side, the pilgrims still needed someone to protect them. It was in 1119 that a French knight named Hugues de Payon offered his assistance to King Baldwin II of Jerusalem to solve this problem. He and 8 of his relatives and friends vowed to devote their lives to the glory of God by protecting pilgrims in the Holy Land. These men were willing to lay down their lives to defend the pilgrims, and all they wanted in return was to start their own monastic order. They would live as monks and take an oath of celibacy while also performing their duties as warriors for God. Many believed that these two lifestyles could never coexist, but Hugues de Payon made a strong case that there was a dire need for a protection force to take care of Christians traveling to and from the Holy Land. King Baldwin II agreed and granted Hugues de Payon and his knights their request to become the protectors of Christendom. He gave this new order of warrior monks a base of operations, and it's here in the heart of the Holy Land that the truly incredible story of the Knights Templar begins. Hugues de Payon and his new order of knights were given lodging in what was once King Solomon's temple. In the Bible, it's said that Solomon's temple was built on the spot where an angel appeared to King David. Legend also has it that the Ark of the Covenant, containing the 10 Commandments given to Moses by God, was held in a windowless sanctum in the temple known as the Holies of Holy. For millennia, the location of Solomon's temple had been seen as a holy site for Christians, Jews, and Muslims. Its lands have always been highly contested and covered with blood. When Hugues de Payon and his knights were given Solomon's temple, they were also dubbed the Poor Fellow Soldiers of Christ and the Temple of Solomon. This later became shortened to Knights Templar or just Templars. Over the coming decades, a series of mysterious events would lead to a Templar empire that would grow from Europe into the Holy Lands. From their inception, the Knights Templar quickly gained prominence and respect throughout Christendom. There's been a lot of speculation that the Templars found something in the ruins of King Solomon's temple that allowed them to become so powerful so quickly. Perhaps it was a hidden chamber containing the Ark of the Covenant, the Holy Grail, or some other ancient Christian relic. But what if it was something more sinister? Maybe the Knights Templar uncovered something that would shake the bedrock of Christianity, such as documents of Jesus Christ having a wife and fathering children. These are fantastical ideas with no evidence to support them, but we do know that there is one thing that the Knights Templar found in Solomon's temple, and that was a place to recruit more knights and expand their influence. This was much more valuable than a holy relic, as it would be one of the key factors that would bring the Templars wealth and power. The temple also served as an excellent place to carry out initiation rites and to create secrets that would bind the Brotherhood together.
When you think of a religious order, deadly soldiers probably aren't the first thing that comes to mind. However, this is exactly what the most powerful of the Knights Templar were. They fought with a fierceness that many believed was bestowed upon them by God, and this was one of the Knights Templar's greatest, darkest assets. Many truly believed that God was on their side, which gave them the will to fight and a true purpose in life, both of which were invaluable on the battlefield. Even though the Bible says thou shalt not kill, the Knights Templar were the exception, especially when it came to taking back and protecting the Holy Land. If the cause was just, the warrior monks were more than capable of unleashing justice upon their enemy. This was one aspect of the Knights Templar that made the order so feared. They rarely had to justify their actions, and although most of the time they just protected pilgrims and fought against Muslim forces, there were almost certainly instances where their deadly skills were used for less pious purposes. To solidify the Templars' right to fight and kill in the name of God, the Catholic Church gave them their official support and released a series of documents forgiving the Templars' sins. It's the military aspect of the Knights Templar that might have been the darkest part of the entire organization. They were not only skilled warriors, but for a bunch of monks that devoted themselves to God, they were incredibly brutal as well. When the Knights Templar were first founded, the men who joined only had the armor and weapons that they were bestowed upon by their families. The order itself was not wealthy, and therefore they could not procure new swords, armor, or horses that they had often desperately needed. Each brother was given a white tunic with a red cross on it to represent martyrdom, as they would likely die in battle. However, as more and more men joined their ranks and the Templars accumulated more and more wealth through donations and a series of secretive dealings, the Templars amassed immense wealth. As the Crusades progressed, the Knights Templar had the ability to purchase the necessary equipment to improve their effectiveness on the battlefield and slay their opponents with more efficiency. The Templar rules of engagement stated that they would never retreat if their banner was still visible on the battlefield. If the Templar flag ever did fall, the Knights would still continue fighting unless they were outnumbered at least 3-1. Even then, it was rare for a battalion of Knights Templar to retreat or give up their position. These tactics led to massacres on both sides and some horrifying outcomes. The Templars would continue to fight even if it seemed all was lost. They would bury their blood-soaked swords in the enemy until they were either forced to the ground or killed. Templars knew that if they were ever captured, it would mean certain death at the hands of the Muslims, as they were not only feared but hated with a passion by the enemy. Their tactics were incredibly effective, and the Knights Templar were often used as shock troopers. Again, this is an order of monks who devoted themselves to God but also seemed to have made a deal with death. They were unstoppable on the battlefield as they plowed through the enemy with their battle-hardened horses and heavy armor. Once the Templars broke the enemy line, they would continue their deadly assault through the ranks, slaughtering anyone in their path. The main ground forces would follow the Templar charge and engage the enemy from within their own ranks. This tactic worked time and again, as it seemed nothing could stop a Templar advance. Whether this was because of divine intervention or due to the Knights Templars' fearlessness as a result of knowing they would immediately be sent to heaven if they fell on the battlefield is still somewhat of a mystery. But there was another aspect of the Templar lifestyle that might have contributed to their brutality on the battlefield. These warrior monks were highly disciplined due to harsh penalties imposed on knights who did not follow orders. To be a Templar knight, you had to have blind devotion to not just God, but your commander as well. And this is where their actions became a little dark and somewhat questionable. Knights who did not follow orders were punished both physically and mentally. They would lose rank and be forced to prove their loyalty before returning to the battlefield. Depending on who the commander of a battalion was, self-flagellation might have been required if a knight wavered in his faith or devotion to the order. On top of this, if a knight retreated while his brothers continued to fight or did not follow the exact orders of his commander, his sword and horse could be taken away and he could be cast out of the order completely. For many, this was a fate worse than death, and although it seemed like the Templars were invincible, many did die. In fact, at the Battle of Hattin in 1187, Saladin, the Sultan of Egypt, had 230 Templars beheaded in public to show his disdain for the Holy Order. Both Muslim and Christian military leaders were baffled by how the Templars always seemed to be growing in number. Some even believed there was some dark secret that kept new recruits coming in. Even though the order was relatively selective with who could join and what station they would hold in the organization, the ranks of the Knights Templar never seemed to diminish. Other orders of monks rarely received an influx of devoted recruits who wanted to give up all of their worldly possessions and live a life of chastity, but the Knights Templar always seemed to have new members begging to join. Maybe this was because the order was seen as being prestigious and a good way to ensure that your eternal soul found its way to heaven, or because the order had immense wealth and power. Either way, their numbers seemed to grow continually. In hindsight, it was likely a combination of these two factors that led to men from across Europe flocking to join the Knights Templar. Unfortunately, the power and wealth the Templars gained over the years would eventually be their downfall, but before the order was disbanded and its members beaten, tortured, and executed, the Knights Templar were able to amass a fortune bigger than any other holy order in history. There are countless theories on how the Knights Templar accumulated such wealth and what happened to it. Some of these theories show the darker side of the Templars, while others offer a much more economical explanation. Once the Knights Templar established themselves as the fiercest warriors in Christendom and started to gain more members and popularity, the order took control of key locations along trade routes to and from the Middle East. Just because the Crusades' main goal was to reclaim the Holy Land didn't mean that Europe's kings and church leaders weren't also trying to make a profit. Goods such as spices, relics, and other exotic products from Africa and Asia had to pass through the Holy Land to reach the rest of Europe. Since the Holy Order was originally created to protect pilgrims along these routes, they set up fortifications at key points. These castles and forts served as safe havens not just for the pilgrims but for merchants. Oftentimes, people seeking safety behind the walls of a Templar citadel would give donations to the order as a thanks for the services provided. This might have been one of the best-kept secrets of the Knights Templar at the time. Even though each individual Templar monk had to give up their possessions and couldn't own anything but their armor, weapons, and horses, the order itself was accumulating a massive amount of wealth and property via the protection they offered. But this wasn't the only way they made money. The Templar seal consisted of 2 knights riding on the same horse to represent the initial poverty of the order. The seal showed that the Knights Templar were so poor they could only afford a single horse for every 2 knights. Over time, this poverty turned into great wealth, and every knight ended up with multiple horses. But how did the Knights Templar accumulate so much wealth? Was it only through donations and support from the church and local rulers? Or was there a less savory way these monks gained their fortune? One of the reasons that the Templars were able to amass wealth was because of their close ties to the church. During the Crusades, the church was the most powerful entity in Europe. There were kings and rulers, but even they answered to the church. When Pope Innocent II issued a papal bull titled Omne Datum Optimum, it granted the Knights Templars a number of protections and exemptions that no one else had. This declaration laid the groundwork for the Templars to build their fortune. The papal bull stated that the Templars did not need to pay tithes or taxes to local warlords or kings, and that they were allowed to keep any and all spoils of war that they captured during battle. This was very different from everyone else who was required to give up a portion of their spoils of war to the church and to kings. Obviously, this was a point of contention, but as the Templars grew in power, most found it unwise to question the order. That being said, the Knights Templar also increased their wealth through other types of donations. Many believed that the order was necessary to ensure that Christianity maintained control of the Holy Land, and that anyone traveling in the area wouldn't be able to do so without fear of being raided or killed by the enemy if the Templars were not around. It also is highly likely that anyone who was saved by the Templars during a Muslim attack felt indebted to the order and gave large sums of money to show their appreciation. If nothing else, donating to the Knights Templar was a good way to get in the good graces of God, as they seemed to be his chosen warriors. But it wasn't just coins and valuable goods that were donated to the order. Landowners would give large amounts of property to the Templars to show their appreciation and respect to the order. The combination of monetary and land donations created a Templar empire that spanned across Europe and into the Holy Land. Many pilgrims and merchants used this network to travel, always knowing that there would be a Templar stronghold to spend the night in, where they'd be safe from the dangers of the outside world. This shows the goodness of the Knights Templar and that they were serving their purpose just as Hugues de Payens and the original 9 knights had set up the order to do. However, as the Templar Empire grew, it adopted another purpose, one that made the order wealthier than almost all other organizations in Christendom. Ironically, the purpose they served is seen by many as a sinister one today due to the way they conducted business. Not everyone who devoted their lives to the Templars could be a knight. In fact, during the height of the order, knights made up the smallest portion of Templar numbers. In order to be a Templar knight, a recruit had to come from a family who already had members who were knighted. They also had to be of legitimate birth, which was not as common as you might think at the time. Once someone joined the order, they had to swear an oath of celibacy and devote their life to God. Interestingly, married men could join the order, but they were required to get the permission of their spouse. However, married men could not wear the white mantle of the Knights Templar, as it was seen as a sign of chastity and purity. All recruits also needed to be in good financial standing. If they were in debt, they would be turned away. More often than not, a sizable donation would be made to the order by the recruit or their family when entering the order. It should be noted that the men who joined the Knights Templar were human and therefore not perfect. There's no doubt that some of the members were not good people and that they broke their vows. In reality, it's unlikely everyone stayed celibate and resisted temptations during their time in the order. It's not out of the realm of possibility that the knights engaged in carnal delights with prostitutes, prisoners, and even other knights. Obviously, this was frowned upon at the time and went against everything that the church and the order stood for, but humans are human, and preaching abstinence almost never works. Anyone not of knightly descent who wanted to join the Templars was indoctrinated as sergeants who served the order in several different capacities. Sergeants were responsible for making sure that the horses were fed, the knights' equipment was always combat ready, and the necessary religious duties were carried out. They also maintained the grounds, farmed, and completed any other tasks that the leaders of the order needed to be done. Having a large labor pool that didn't need to be paid meant the Templars could save money and invest it in ways that would allow their wealth to grow. As donations came in, the Templars would buy revenue-generating properties like farms, vineyards, and churches. But the most lucrative part of the Templar business was their banking practices. Many wealthy merchants or nobles knew that the Templar castles and communities were safe places to store their money and valuables. Having a large amount of money in their vaults at any given time meant the Templars could give out loans with interest rates that were manageable but still increase their wealth. This might seem like an odd thing for a religious organization to do, but the church had been loaning money to kings and nobles to fight wars for decades. The Templars just found ways to do it better. A pilgrim or merchant could deposit their money at a Templar stronghold in one part of Europe and then withdraw it from a different convent on the other side of the continent. All the person would need was an official letter from one of the brothers at the original location bearing the Templar seal, and they could use the different convents similar to how we use ATMs today. By the end of the 13th century, the Templars had grown into one of the most respected banking and military organizations in the world. But like with all financial institutions and money-making ventures, there's often a dark side. The Templars were not always forgiving to people who defaulted on their loans or were unable to prove that they had deposited money with the organization. The last thing you'd want is a fully armed Templar knight showing up at your house to collect the debt you owed to the order. While the Templars were brilliant bankers and deadly warriors, their selection process and criteria limited their options regarding new recruits. However, this problem was easily overcome thanks to their immense wealth. The Order of Devout Monks often hired mercenaries to help fight in their campaigns. These recruits would not become part of the order but would be paid by the Templars to follow them into battle. Most often, mercenaries were hired as infantry or archery units. The mercenaries were not held to the high moral standards the knights in the order were, but they were relied upon as support and were a vital part of the Templar army. Hiring mercenaries was a common way of fighting war for most of human history. The Templars were likely no different, even though they were a religious order and some of the main tenets of Christianity are forgiveness and having compassion for others, but as you know, the Knights Templar didn't always adhere to these teachings. During the Crusades, the Church and many Christians believed that captured enemies could be converted to Christianity and their souls could be saved. The Knights Templar did not feel this way. They would often slaughter every enemy soldier they came across and anyone who aided them, even if they had surrendered. Many Templars believed that Muslims were unworthy of salvation, and it was their duty sworn to God to eradicate them from the face of the earth. During the Crusades, there were accounts of Templars slaughtering entire groups of people who had surrendered after a battle. This darker side of the Knights Templar is rarely talked about, but just like other points of history, war makes people do terrible things. An organization such as the Knights Templar that spanned across borders had immense wealth and whose job was to protect Christians in the Holy Land needed to be led by someone powerful. In the Templar Order, the Grand Master was the one who oversaw everything. He made all of the important decisions and knew every one of the Templar's secrets. He was aided by his commanders, but his rule over the order was absolute. The old saying, "Power corrupts," applies to Templars as well. When someone was indoctrinated into the Knights Templar, they were required to promise their loyalty and obedience to the Grand Master. Aside from serving God, this was their most important oath. To disobey the Grand Master meant to forfeit your rights as a member of the order. Any Templar who went against the Grand Master could be beaten, tortured, and thrown into prison for life. Obedience to the Grand Master of the organization was not optional, whether you agreed with the way he was running things or not. The darkest time for the Knights Templar came in 1307. It was at this point that horrendous accusations started to arise about the order. The rumors were started by King Philip IV of France, a jealous king who was deeply in debt to the Templars. The accusations, some of which may have been true but most were almost certainly not, included idolatrous worshipping of a bearded male head called Baphomet, spitting and urinating on the cross, and of course sodomy. These rumors were almost undoubtedly lies, but it didn't matter. King Philip IV had made up his mind, and in his eyes the Knights Templar were an enemy of the state and a threat to Christianity. There was only one thing to do, and that was to eradicate the order from existence. Even though it was Philip who led the charge against the Templars, many kings and rulers in Europe were becoming nervous about the power the Templars wielded. Many believed the Knights Templar had too much power, too much money, and too much favor with the church. It was no secret that the Knights Templar were one of the most influential organizations in Europe. They were accused of corruption and of extortion of nobles and kings. Whether this was true or not can be debated, but the Knights Templar most likely did use their wealth and power to maneuver political dealings in what they saw was the right direction. It's more likely than not that the order started by 9 knights to protect pilgrims on their way to the Holy Land during the Crusades had their own views of what Christendom should become. On Friday, October 13th, King Philip IV ordered the arrest of the Knights Templar in France. Their lands were seized, and the brothers of the order were thrown into jail. It's a mystery as to why the Templars didn't fight back, but it likely had to do with the fact that they didn't think the king would do anything so drastic and that their forces were spread out across the empire. However, one group of Templars did resist capture at their castle in Aragon, France, for several months. Initially, Pope Clement V tried to stop the unsubstantiated attacks and arrests being carried out against the Templars. However, using torture, King Philip forced false confessions from several Templars, including Grand Master Jacques de Molay, that the members of the order engaged in desecrating the cross. Many of the Templars in France were sentenced to death. Jacques de Molay, along with 54 brothers, were burnt at the stake in Paris in 1310. Some of the Knights Templar had escaped to other parts of Europe, where they went into hiding, and on April 3, 1312, the Pope officially disbanded the Knights Templar, not because they were found guilty of any crimes, but because their reputation had been damaged beyond repair. This brings us to one of the biggest mysteries of all. What happened to all of the wealth the Knights Templar had accumulated? Some claim that a Templar fleet sailed west from Europe and landed in the Americas, where they buried their treasure, but there is zero evidence that this ever happened. Others believe that they smuggled their treasure into Scotland and hid it somewhere in the Scottish Isles. This theory also has little to no evidence in its favor. What we do know is that everything that was seized from the Templars by the Church was given to the Knights Hospitaller on May 2, 1312. The Hospitallers were another religious order that was founded in 1099, around 20 years before the Templars. They eventually became a military order that followed a very similar structure to the Knights Templar. However, the Hospitallers are rarely talked about in history, even though they too amassed great wealth and treasure during the Crusades. In fact, the Knights Hospitallers are still operating today in Malta. Perhaps the secrets and the treasure of the Knights Templar was never lost. Perhaps they were just transferred to the Hospitallers in 1312 and have been guarded by the order ever since. Unfortunately, the secrets of the Knights Hospitallers is a topic for another video. Now watch Medieval Knights Were Not Noble But Cold-Hearted Killers, or watch The Antichrist Explained.